Cecler.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here, the Sunday show with everyone's favorites. Actually, I didn't have a title for you this week. What did you do this week of note in between last Sunday and this Sunday?
I coughed a lot for my COVID.
I got it. Everyone's favorite long haul COVID victim.
Long haul COVID survivor.
Adam Friended.
Super spreader. I was telling. So we have this amazing new arcade here that is just so awesome that we went and played a bunch of video games. My wife and I did yesterday. And Sitch here giving me a look. I had my COVID test 28 days ago. You're supposed to shelter in place for 5 days, okay?
No. Listen, Adam is all like, Sitch. The first thing he says to me is like, Sitch, I got the long COVID.
I have allergies.
And then the second thing he says to me is, Sitch, there's this awesome new video game arcade I just went to. And I'm like, you just told me you still have COVID, Adam. Why are you going out in the world spreading COVID to all the children at the arcade?
Aren't we supposed to be? Let's start this video. What do you say? I think we need to get into this video. What's this video about today here?
No. Look at this irresponsible adult at an arcade for children. Spreading the coof.
Those children don't even feel the coof. Get over it.
What game did you play at the arcade that was not Street Fighter?
I played Space Invaders. Huge Space Invaders.
Was there a game after 1990 that you played at this arcade?
We played Alien with the guns, and we played another one with zombies with the guns. There was a lot of shooting, a lot of gun things.
Time cop games, gotcha.
But nobody cares about that. Let's talk about Trevor Noah here.
I want to watch Boomer Adam try to play video games at an arcade.
We should. We're gonna
streamed.
I played some Human Fall Flat with you guys on Thursday. So
we did. Yeah, that was fun.
Kicked out.
JMac for $50 says, "Woon yeah, woon yeah, one yeah." Woo! Oh, it's hey now.
Yeah, that's how you pronounce
I pulled an Adam. Hey now. Anyway, today we'll be watching. Oh, this was so crazy. Jordan Peterson was recently on Joe Rogan's Jerry The Experience on Spotify, and people lost their goddamn minds.
Yes, over a lot of it.
And it was crazy because I hadn't watched it until recently because I watched like the first 5 minutes when it came out. And I'm like, I don't really like this. So I kind of just ignored it and everyone lost their mind. I went back and watched the whole thing, or not the whole thing, but like I'm about like 3/4 of the way through. It's so good.
Is it really?
It's amazing. It's like classic Peterson back in action.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay. I gotta watch it then. I've watched about 30 minutes and I was a little just bored of it, to be honest.
Yeah, the first 20-ish minutes or so are kind of like slow going.
Okay.
But when he gets into it, you're like, yeah, here we are again.
They're also somewhat confrontational because like the first interaction he has with Rogan is over this climate change thing, which I'm sure we'll talk about. And I mean, I'm familiar with Jordan Peterson's take on climate change because I listen to Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson did a podcast with Bjorn Lomborg, I believe his name is, who is he did a movie called Cool It. He did a book about Cool It. He's in no way a climate change denialist. He thinks climate change is a real pressing problem that we need to deal with, but he's completely against the alarmism because there's 6 or 7 different ways that we can deal with it, that are low-cost ways to deal with it that nobody's talking about because our politicians want to run around and say, we're all going to die in 12 years if we don't do something about it. Elect me, AOC, as your congresswoman, right? They're all getting elected off of the climate alarmism. So Jordan Peterson is not a climate change denialist, but in the opening of this Joe Rogan, I think it's pretty easy to paint him as a climate change denialist. And since nobody who is against Jordan Peterson really listens to Jordan Peterson or knows anything about Jordan Peterson, I'm sure they just all assume, this stereotype that they have of Jordan Peterson in their minds that he's a climate change denialist, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I will say Peterson, he doesn't make it. He makes it easy for them because he does. I mean, they would probably attack him anyway, but he does this thing where he'll start public conversations that are like in the middle of a thought he's had from like 5 other videos.
Yes.
Without setting up the proper background and context to new listeners. So he'll go straight into something that you're like, oh, if I have all the background from listening to those other talks, I know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But since he doesn't do that, you're like, oh, what? You're like, oh, is he just a climate change denier? Like, what's going on? Like, he needs to start his conversations on maybe not his own show, because presumably people watch that episodically. But like, if he's on Joe Rogan or something, he should start from like step 1 of the conversation before he jumps into it.
I mean, the big question though is allowing himself to be completely misconstrued actually helpful for him? I mean, all these people are talking about him. We're talking about him.
That's true.
Like,
That's
if he did, take media training and be like not able to take it out of context, and everybody knows he's not a climate change denialist, those clips wouldn't be floating around. Like, everything that he talked about has been taken out of context. They talked briefly about the trans issue and social contagion. I saw Surfs was calling him a transphobe. Like, everyone's calling him a transphobe over this. We're gonna, I think, watch a clip of Don Lemon where they talk about the race thing, which was just, I mean, that was like banter back and forth, like stupid, like dorm room talk about, oh, isn't it? It's
like the
basically
first 5
like
minutes
stoner
of the
talk.
show. That's the thing too. This is like the first 5 minutes of the show where that line comes up, I think, about the race stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like they're just warming up, they're getting into it, and it's like, oh my God, what's going on here? How dare they make this claim that race is an arbitrary social construct?
Yeah, it's completely taken out of context. It's just, but what do you? I want your honest opinion.
Yes,
on
I always give you my honest opinion.
Well, I know, but so it's definitely just, it's got to be a gut feeling, because how do we collect stats on this? Like, would it be better for Peterson and Peterson's brand if he didn't say this shit, so he's constantly taken out of context?
I mean, it's a good point. I don't know, with the climate stuff, I wish he would have been a little bit more giving the background of what he was talking about, because I just thought it was kind of like, was weird. I didn't understand what his point was at first. I mean, I got it. I was like, oh, okay, I understand what he's saying. But at first I was like, what? But with the race, I mean, I don't know. You could be right. It could be like a Trump thing where the more he's attacked by people, the more he sort of, they always take the most bad faith interpretation of what he's saying. That just ends up, having people talk about him, ends up helping him in the long run. So maybe. Though I think even if here's what I think the difference is. I think if he set up what he was saying like a little bit better, they still would take him out of context. They still would clip him and attack him. It would just be easier to be like, oh, well, if you actually listen to what he said 5 seconds earlier, you would, not be a dishonest hack.
Right. Instead, you got to point to like another video that he did 2 years ago.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
And they're like, he changed his opinion. Now he's a climate denialist.
Well, because we're going to watch a couple clips of the people talking about the last Joe Rogan talk, but after that, there's another clip from like last month that everyone was jumping on. They're all attacking Jordan Peterson, calling him racist over. And if you actually did watch the whole thing like I did, it's like Jordan Peterson is saying the most anti-racist thing possible, and they just completely misconstrue everything he's saying, because they always take everything he says and they spin it in the most bad faith way possible.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's start with
the thing, though. I just want to mention before we move on, I agree. Trump did the exact same thing. Trump was like, I don't give a fuck. The media's going to take me out of context anyway, so I don't need to curb my behavior one bit. I have argued and will continue to argue that didn't work for Trump, because Trump had a specific goal that he needed to achieve. He needed to win the next election. And the media savaging him, I think, contributed to a lot of people just, the disinformation campaign really hurt him in that election. Jordan Peterson is in a different situation, though. Jordan Peterson doesn't need the approval of low information voters. Like,
that's true.
So that's why I think the difference between Jordan Peterson and Trump, I think where I was saying Trump should definitely curb his behavior and try to get the media on his side, I don't necessarily know that that's the case with Jordan Peterson. Like,
Well,
maybe fuck the media is Jordan Peterson's, saving grace.
right, maybe. You're right. It depends what he wants to do, I guess.
Yeah.
And I mean, with Trump, it's kind of confusing because you could say, well, it worked the first time, right? He won the first election. And then the question is, once he's won the first election, and that kind of melted the media's brain, because I think so much of the media's response to Trump was just the utter disbelief that he could have won in the first place. No one thought he was going to win. Everyone acted like they at least acted like they thought Hillary Clinton was going to just blow him away in the election. And when she lost, it destroyed a lot of people on the left's view of the world, stability and safety. Yeah, and they went into total cognitive dissonance mode. And so I don't know if once he's elected president, could Donald Trump do anything? Maybe he could, but could he do anything to change the media's opinion, or at least the narrative after that? Could he have become, could he have toned down his rhetoric, and would that have placated anyone, or would it have not mattered? Would it have been better for him to say, fuck it, go full tilt?
We'll see. So what's going on here with Trevor Noah? What part of the podcast is he blowing up over?
Which one do you think?
The race, obviously. He's a race grifter, of course. Yes. He doesn't give a fuck about climate change. Yes. He doesn't care if Florida's underwater in 6 months. He wants to race grift. He
wants Florida. Listen, if Florida's gone, how are the Republicans ever going to win an election again? Okay.
Look at this. I'm going to get accused of the same thing as Jordan Peterson. Look at the screen right now. Tell me who's darker, me or Trevor Noah. I'm just curious. I'm curious.
You're not allowed, Adam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're not allowed to say that.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I'm just observation, okay?
We've been here for like 5 minutes. We're already canceled. Jeez.
Is that cancelable?
Oh my God.
I don't know these days. You
know exactly what. Just like Jordan Peterson, exactly.
I am an artist, okay? I am an artist. I think.
Does that mean you're irrational?
I think of things in terms of, like, if I'm going to do a beautiful painting of the screen, I need to select a palette.
Adam wants to take a screenshot of him and Trevor, put them next to each other, and he's going to see like what the exact.
Don't fuck with me.
What's the name of the little number code for the colors?
All right. I would like to formally apologize to any of our black listeners. I'm sorry if I offended you. Let's move on.
Well, you know what else doesn't help? That jacket, the sports jacket he's wearing, the outfit that Trevor Noah is wearing is the same outfit that like every bro in my college would wear, basically. They'd wear like the cheap sunglasses that you'd also get with it.
I don't know that I'm like offended by that outfit.
I'm not offended by it. I'm just saying he like every white frat bro I saw, they would wear that outfit. Okay. They'd wear a tan shirt with like a sports jacket with like polka dots on it with like khaki shorts or something.
Are you accusing Trevor Noah of appropriating our white culture?
He's appropriating white bro culture. Okay.
Is that what you're doing? Is that what's going on here?
Listen, the door swings both ways.
Cultural appropriation.
Gotta stop it.
I know. Stop it. What would not? So basically, you're saying Trevor Noah has to wear the traditional like African garb, otherwise.
No, it's not. Listen, I'm not saying that, you racist. I'm not saying that, you racist. I'm just saying he shouldn't dress up like a white college frat bro. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
All right.
Talk about Joe Rogan, the king of podcasts, and Aaron Rodgers' personal physician. Whatever you think about him, Rogan is one of the most influential voices in America right now because 11 million people listen to his show. 11 million people. Yeah. And some of what they hear.
Okay. This number got thrown around a lot. There was a chart, I don't know if you saw it, from the Nielsen ratings that said that Joe Rogan had an average of 11 million views a week. And they were comparing it to, I think the next highest person was like Tucker Carlson, and he had 2 or 3 million. So it was like a gigantic gap between them. I tried to find how these numbers were calculated.
Oh, God,
I
Sitch
couldn't.
is amazing.
I'm a little suspicious of these numbers. Okay. I like Joe
11
Rogan.
million.
But 11 million, do I think 11 million people, 11 million unique views
Yes.
go towards Joe Rogan a week?
Yeah.
No.
That's a tough stretch. Yeah.
I don't. And so I'm starting to wonder that maybe the reason the number is so high is because Joe Rogan does like what, 3 or 4 shows a week, but they're
Clips.
2 to 4 hours long. So you're going to have a lot of the same people watching multiple parts of it throughout the week continuously. But each time someone clicks off the page and then clicks back on the page, it's a new view.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if like our conception, because the thing is like with Tucker Carlson, I would imagine that for that 3 million viewers, most of that is someone sitting down and watching his show once, all in one sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But with Joe Rogan, it's probably like people watching it continually all throughout, like the same person watching the same show all throughout the week. So it doesn't seem like a fair comparison to me.
No, of course. They're only using it. And, you know, if this was some sort of, you know, it's funny because it is sort of a hit piece, but the higher number goes with the narrative of the hit piece, that he's spreading misinformation, that this misinformation is getting out to 11 million Americans. Oh my God. Right. But if it was, you know, if another narrative to the hit piece, and they'd be trying to downplay the number of views, it'd be like, Joe Rogan's podcast is dying. It only has, you know, whatever the unique viewers is. Right. It's so bizarre. But yes, I do agree with you that that 11 million number is probably a bit high. I'm curious, did you look up the Daily Show numbers? What do they have, like 2 million, 3 million? I don't know.
Daily Show ratings.
Yeah. Well, I'm just curious. I'm the one that always, you know, I always think of these things as kind of, you know, personal. Trevor Noah, he's a comedian. Joe Rogan's a comedian. Like, these guys are all competitive. He's like, I'm on the Daily Show. Of course, I didn't build this audience. I inherited this audience from Jon Stewart, right?
Daily Show. Here's an article from Hollywood in Toto. This is from last November. Daily Show's ratings plummet, shocking new lows.
Yeah, see, that's...
Let's see, where's Daily Show?
See, that's it.
Daily Show in November, in the month of November, they only had 200,000 views.
200,000? They have an audience of 200,000?
Yeah.
200,000? They don't even...
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
Jeez.
I think Vosh has a bigger audience than that.
Oh
Legacy Media. That's hilarious. So, and also the narrative that he's going to come out with here is totally Joe Rogan spreading false information across America, right? We've covered Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah spreads fake news all the fucking time.
Trevor Noah had this insane segment on, remember the guy who was so drunk that he fell asleep in the Wendy's drive-thru?
Oh, yes.
And the cops came because he was blocking the drive-thru, and the cops were going to arrest him for a DUI, and he attacks the officer and steals his taser and shoots it at him.
Right.
And so the cop shoots him. And Trevor Noah's like, why did you have to shoot this poor man just because he decided to get so drunk that he fell asleep in a Wendy's drive-thru, recklessly driving, intoxicated, and then attacked one police officer and then stole another police officer's taser and shot it at him? Why would you shoot a man for doing something like this? Why didn't you just talk to him? Why did you de-escalate the situation?
Yeah, someone needs a mirror. Trevor Noah, you need to look in the fucking mirror.
Terrible.
You're spreading fake news and hate. When you want to talk about Joe Rogan is getting everyone in America killed because of his COVID takes, it's like, dude, you're causing riots from Black Lives Matter over your racist grift. Look in the mirror. You have a platform too.
So
causing a lot of conflict.
According to this chart, from November, it's late night TV rankings for the time slot. Highest rating is Greg Gutfeld with 2 million.
Oh my gosh. They're
Second
competing
highest-
with Greg Gutfeld now.
Yeah. Second highest is Stephen Colbert with 2 million. A little bit less. So, and then it's funny because also John Oliver is beating the Daily Show with almost 500,000 viewers.
Wow.
So I just think if I'm Trevor Noah, I'm like, wow, both Stephen Colbert and John Oliver are destroying me. I inherited the throne that maybe should have gone to Stephen Colbert or John Oliver, and yet
both those guys. Yeah, both those guys were regulars on the Daily Show.
Yep.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Little suspect, right? You know, whether it's misinformation about COVID or whatever was happening here.
What did Michael
Prejudice.
Eric Dyson call you? A mean, angry white man?
And a mean, angry white man. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Sitch and Adams show -- right there.
That's right.
We covered that.
That's right.
We totally covered it.
Michael Eric Dyson and the New York Times hit piece lady. Or no, it was a friend of the hit piece lady.
If you want to listen to the first Sitch and Adams show, you can get our takes from, I don't know, 2-3 years ago now on this
10 years ago.
On this very incident. It's in our playlist. If you
in
go
the
to
before times.
Because I believe it's on my channel. Because our
when people
shows
could
have
walk
moved around,
outside without masks.
Yes, but you can track it down if you click on the link to the playlist in the description. Yeah,
that was
we
a
covered
great
this
debate. Yeah.
Yeah, because Michael Eric Dyson is a racist motherfucker. Like, why the hell would you bring race into it?
Yep.
This is the whole back and forth thing here that they are losing their minds over came up because Michael Eric Dyson brought race into it.
I know.
Hilarious.
See, that's what drives me crazy. Trevor Noah never mentions that was the racisms. Okay, was Michael Eric Dyson for no reason saying, "Oh, Jordan Peterson is an angry white man."
Yes.
And after this, we're gonna watch. Michael Eric Dyson is on Don Lemon.
I know. Oh God.
And he says some of the most racist crap I've ever heard. On national television, and it just is shocking. It's mind blowing.
That prejudice plus power has done a lot of heavy lifting. A lot of people in the black community just do not recognize their own racism. And nobody's calling them out on it. Nobody's saying, hey, that's a little racist, motherfucker. Maybe you shouldn't say that. So
maybe you should chill out a little bit.
Like it's bizarre that they're trying to turn this like milquetoast conversation about skin tone into a racism compared to the things that Michael Eric Dyson say, which is just like if you switched if he wasn't talking about whites, if he was talking about blacks, everyone would be like, okay, that's real racism. that's legitimate racism. You need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You're not mean at all.
Yeah. I am white. Actually, that's a lie too. I'm kind of tan, and he was actually not black.
If you're tan,
he was
what
sort
the f am I? Black and white.
This is like so boomer tier.
What did they beep?
I don't know.
Wait.
We got to back it up.
I missed that.
Thing is so
yeah.
You're not mean at all.
Yeah. I am white. Actually, that's a lie too. I'm kind of tan, and he was actually not black.
If you're tan,
he was
what
sort
the
of
f am I?
Oh fuck. Okay, never mind.
He was sort
you
of.
You can clearly hear it though. It was so weird because I clearly heard him say fuck, and then I heard the beep, so I was like, what exactly were they?
Did he say fuck? I thought he said they beeped out brown.
That's what. See, that when I first heard it, I was like, wait, are they trying to make it sound like he said something racist? But no, he said. Joe says, "What the fuck am I?"
Oh,
if you're tan.
Okay,
so.
I got you. It was Joe.
Right.
Okay. He's like, he was. Can you imagine? The beat makes it sound like he said the N-word or something.
That's what I thought. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. He was. What?
He was a.
Oh, man. Joe. That's Joe's inadvertent accident there.
Black and white thing is so strange because the shades are so.
Tan and brown.
There's such a spectrum of shades of people. Unless you're talking to someone who is like 100% African from the darkest place where they're not wearing any clothes all day and they've developed all that melanin to protect themselves from the sun. You know, even the term black is weird.
When he said darkest place in Africa, I was like, ooh.
I know Joe
Very
fucked
poor
up.
choice of words, Joe.
Joe fucked up too. Look at this. Look at Trevor Noah. He's like, oh my God, you have offended my entire nation.
Do you like the little subtitle here? Joe Rogan's wild comments about blackness. What was wild about what he actually said, though?
This is such drummed up controversy.
Yeah,
look at
what
that.
Did he say that was wrong?
Look how offended Trevor Noah is. Trevor Noah's like, oh, it's like he committed a Holocaust or something. Like, what happened here? That face is not fitting for the comments that just transpired.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you agree? What's up with this face here? Trevor Noah is making a face right now. For those of you listening, like you just killed his wife in front of him or something. It's like,
well, where do you think
crazy.
Vosh learned it from? Okay, you got to put on the performance here. Someone says something that's innocuous, we have to signal to your audience that it's bad. So you go,
right.
Did you? He used the word darkness and talking about black people and Africa in the same sentence, guys. Okay, that's not allowed.
Right.
That's untouchable.
Why? Is it really that untouchable? I mean,
well, it's so funny because when he says darkness, he just like there's this term that means like the deepest, darkest place of the jungle. Okay,
mm-hmm.
That's the term he was alluding to. He didn't mean like dark, like skin color.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no, since he said the word darkness and skin color and anywhere near each other, the same sentence, it's just like, oh, must be racist. Not allowed.
Let me guess. He's not going to analyze the content of what was said at all. He's just going to mischaracterize it.
Well, his reaction is so strange.
It's strange already. I can't get over that face. This is the face of a man who thinks he's going to enjoy the cucking fetish and then realizes halfway through that this was a terrible turn in his relationship.
Are you saying this is the face of Jack Murphy slowly as he's sitting at home writing his cucking article? He's like, it dawns on him. He's like, wait a minute. Someone's making a fool of me.
It is. I
don't want my girlfriend or wife to be fucked by another man. What's going on here?
This face. Oh, this face. Stop it, Trevor. You're killing me with this face.
Oh my God. I'm not black. I'm not black. Joe Rogan's right. I'm like a caramel mocha frappuccino. This changes everything. This changes everything.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, he just immediately walks out and gets arrested because this is America, right? Just black people walk outside and then just the police just go, hey, black guy who hosts a failing comedy show on network television, put your hands up.
This is so bad. This is such bad comedy because this is something that you really shouldn't laugh at. Like this is very sad.
Right.
Well, the point being made here is not is not some joking matter.
Well, it's first of all, it's not even a joke. It's just saying, oh, it's so bad for black people that you walk outside and the police just hassle you for no reason.
Right.
Is that a joke? Or is that just you making a political statement?
Yeah. I mean, this is if you want to, if your audience though is receptive to the idea that, you know, police brutality is this giant problem for blacks all over the place forever. Like that's a serious topic. I don't know. It's just, this joke might have worked, I think, in maybe the 1970s, but I don't think in this climate you can have this joke. Well, I mean, Eddie Murphy used to make jokes like this. Eddie Murphy made the classic Saturday Night Live where he dressed as a white person and then got all this free stuff and
right. Yeah. In 1970, okay. In the year 2022, I'm not sure. 50 years later, I'm not sure the joke holds the same weight to it.
Yeah. Well, I think we've made radical strides in racism and also policing, both of those. So, but it's weird because just like in the zeitgeist, you would think that it was much worse than it was in the 70s. I don't think it is.
The police said I'm black. But yeah, apparently.
Hear that studio audience just cringe as hard as I did?
I don't think there is an audience.
There was like some audible gasp going on there.
Joe
there's a guy who's like sitting off to the side.
Hold on, watch this.
The police said I'm black. But yeah.
There's like a little tiny rumble there of like,
No, there's a guy. Like,
they don't
this
have
is
a
so
studio
weird.
audience.
I hadn't watched The Daily Show in forever. Like in the earlier segment, there's no audience because there's no like laughter or anything. So it's kind of like, it feels like he's just talking to like an empty room. It's very strange. But he has like a guy who's sitting off to the side of him in a chair, like it's a late night talk show, who's just kind of saying random things that come to mind. And it's very bizarre because I'm like, I remember The Daily Show being a scripted television show, not like I'm going to have a random person just try to freelance crap off of me that goes nowhere show. That's what we're doing at.
Yes.
Okay. He's not allowed to encroach on our territory.
Right. Oh yeah, that makes me the host. You're the secret off-camera guy who's reacting to me. Ha ha!
There you go.
Stumbled into my trap. Dude, how is this any kind of rejoinder to the non-conversation that Peterson and Joe Rogan had? Like Peterson and Joe Rogan wouldn't object to anything that Trevor Noah responded there. Like, they weren't saying that, because you're, a potentially white passing individual, which I didn't make up these terms, but they talk about these terms on the left far more than we do. Are you kidding me? White passing is privilege. Light skin is privilege. Like all that kind of stuff they talk about. But I mean, I don't recall them making an argument that because skin tones were not accurately described, that gets rid of the whole concept of black or white.
Well, I'll tell you what I think is going on after we let Trevor expound a little bit.
Apparently, Joe Rogan really wants to know why they say black people if they're not the color of a Sharpie. And this actually is a common question. Yeah, in fact, when my brother was 5 years old, he asked me the exact same thing. And I know a lot of people are upset about this, but look at the upside. At least Joe Rogan wasn't talking about vaccines, so that is a step in the right direction, right? Let's acknowledge that. What was weird about this whole thing was Rogan's guest, or Jordan Peterson, saying that his skin is actually tan. My man, you're not tan. Like, that guy that's white. If anyone buys skin tanner and they end up looking like Jordan Peterson, they should sue the company. Have you seen his skin color? Like, he could be Snow White.
They're literally having the same. I'm sorry, I tried to let him get to the end of whatever he's getting at, but he's literally having the same conversation that Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan had.
I know. Isn't that what's so bizarre about this?
This is fucking crazy. Like, no, you're not allowed to have that conversation, but let me have that conversation with you, white boy. It's like, the fuck?
It's very bizarre because when Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson were talking about this, first of all, they were saying two things. They were saying it's stupid and unfair for Michael Eric Dyson to be racist against Jordan Peterson on account of his skin color. Okay. They're saying don't judge him for his skin color. Right. And then they're saying, and it doesn't, that these like racial constructs or racial groupings are arbitrary social constructs. Why does it make sense to group all people with various shades of tan as white? And why does it make sense to group all people of various shades of brown as black? Okay. That's what they were saying. And this is the same point that Trevor Noah and the left has been saying for 50, 60, 70, 80 fucking years.
Yeah.
And now that Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson say it, they're like, oh, how dare they say this thing that we've been saying for decades and decades.
Well, not only that, they want to pillory anyone who says that, you know, race isn't some biological social construct. It's like a biological determinist. Like they want to pillory the people who make the opposite argument. It's like, make up your mind. Which side of the argument are you on?
The thing that these guys seem to be ignoring is that black people didn't call themselves black. You understand that, right? It's not like black people were like, we're black. No, in Africa, we have tribes, we have cultures, Zulu, Xhosa, Baganda, Igbo, Wakandans. But then white people...
See, someone was like, what? Wakanda's really a place? They got the joke. Someone giggled.
But when did they say... He's like, these white guys, they don't understand that we didn't call ourselves black. It's like, oh, well, when did they say that you did?
Yeah.
That's nothing to do with the conversation.
True. Great point.
At all.
Yeah.
Got there and they're like, wow, there's a lot of black people here. A lot of black people. Yeah, then in America, they invented a rule that if you had one drop of black blood in you, that makes you black, which defined how you were treated by the government and by society.
It's almost like Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan are saying that that's stupid.
No, that's it. That's totally it. Yeah.
It's almost like that's kind of what they were alluding to, Trevor. And if you weren't so incredibly politically biased against them, you would go, oh, okay. And then you wouldn't talk about it. And you wouldn't do a segment on it where you pillory them for fucking agreeing with you.
I know. It's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah. They were agreeing with him and then using the argument that, you know, skin shades don't really even represent everything as an argument in favor of what Trevor Noah is in favor of.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's two things going on here, which the first and the foremost is just that since they're so programmed to hate Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson, they're going to twist everything they say in their minds, maybe not even realize it, to the most negative interpretation possible.
Right.
So they hear that statement and they think, oh, what they're trying to do is they're trying to say black people should stop complaining about race problems because race doesn't exist or something. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. And then, I think the second thing here is that you're actually witnessing the clash between the liberal and the leftist. Mm-hmm. Because the liberal contention is, hey, we should make these race categories not matter. We shouldn't think or care about race categories anymore. Mm-hmm. But the leftist conceptualization is no. We need to polarize around our race. We need to all group together around our race so that we can use it to gain political power. So don't you dare try to say that race isn't important or should be forgotten.
Yeah. It's bizarre because that conflict is taking place in one person, Trevor Noah. Like one person is having that exact conflict at this moment.
I know.
Yeah. Oh God, Trevor Noah is the hugest race grifter. Can you imagine if the network came out and said, "Listen, Noah, we have to stop talking about this race narrative. Okay, this race narrative is really creating a lot of conflict in America. That's not good for us. I want you to write jokes that have nothing to do with race." He like Trevor Noah would be, God, he'd be in panic mode.
Well, it's kind of funny because Trevor Noah's entire career as a Daily Show host ironically represents the very thing he's criticizing.
Oh, it's true. And the numbers lay it out. I'm so glad we looked up the numbers ahead of time.
Well, not just that, but like Trevor Noah, like nobody does not think that Trevor Noah was not a diversity hire.
Right.
Because it made no sense. They had all these people on the Daily Show who they could have very easily, like there was like 5 or 6 different comedians on the Daily Show who were all correspondents, including John Oliver at the time. Stephen Colbert had his own show at the time, but John Oliver was there, and he seemed like the most likely pick. But there were all these other comedians that they could have said, okay, you're going to host the show now. You're on the show. People like you on the show. We're going to pass the torch to you. But for some reason, which no one could possibly conceive of, they're like, hey, let's pick a Black South African comedian that no one in fucking America's ever heard of to host this show.
Let's elevate Black voices, Sitch. That's what they were thinking.
But then the reason I say that him being in the host of the show is ironically the very thing he's talking about is because how insane is it? And you can say how racist is it that some executive somewhere thought, hey, we want to make the host of the Daily Show a Black person. So instead of getting a Black American to talk about Black American issues, let's just get a Black guy from South Africa who grew up in South Africa under apartheid and has a completely different conceptualization of race because of that experience, and then say, well, he can talk about Black issues in America because he's Black and all Black people are the same.
Oh God, that's so racist.
Like, how crazy is that?
That's giantly racist. The thing, this is...
He only came to America in 2011.
Well, I don't know if you've thought much about tokenism. I've looked into tokenism just because it reflects on a lot of pushing woke stuff into media to basically, balance out representation is what they're looking for. But tokenism used to be really reviled on the left because if you're going to elevate, Black voices, as they say, to places of power, you want to make sure that those people are competent because they're literally going to be representing the race, the culture, whatever it is, if it's a woman or a Black man or a Black woman or whatever it is. If you put someone into that position that is incompetent, what do you think that does for perceptions of Blacks or women or whatever it is? You think that's helpful, or you think that actually hurts the cause? It hurts the cause, right?
Of course it hurts the cause.
That's what token is. That's exactly what tokenism is. And it's so sad because it appears that that's exactly what's going on here. Because the numbers don't lie. Trevor Noah is not funny. Trevor Noah has destroyed the Daily Show.
Well, to be fair, I don't know how much of it's him and how much of it's just the direction that the writing has gone to be super woke.
Yeah.
And that could weird
be part of it, yeah.
Because the Daily Show was unfair under Jon Stewart. They would interview people and they would dishonestly edit it to make the people look ridiculous. So there's criticism there, but the feeling was that the Daily Show would have made fun of woke stuff if Jon Stewart was still in charge.
Yes. Maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe not. I don't know. But it seems like Jon Stewart pushes back on woke stuff, even now. But now it's just like, oh, we've gone full woke. Everything's woke. White people bad. Ha ha ha. That's the joke.
That's where the flagging numbers are coming from.
Yeah, and people don't care. People don't care. And on top of that, it's not funny. So then they doubly don't care.
There's so many fucking hilarious Black comedians. Chappelle's fucking hilarious. Of course, Chappelle's I'm just thinking, not woke.
If I was, what was the guy's name? Larry Wilmore. That's right. Larry Wilmore was one of the correspondents on The Daily Show, who I thought was pretty funny. Yeah, and I'd be pissed if they're like, oh, we want a Black host for The Daily Show, and we're going to skip over the guy who's been a Black American correspondent for years, and we're going to just give it to this guy who moved to America 4 years ago to be the host of our Black American. To be the Black voice for our American news show. Like, what
Larry Wilmore a try? Yeah, he was funny.
My God. I would be so mad if I was him. I'd be like, what the fuck? What happened?
Even vampires bite you. Like, I thirst for that blood, but I'm applying for a mortgage. I can't risk it. Oh,
that was great. Did you know that Conan O'Brien was just a writer for Conan O'Brien, he took over one of the late night shows. I can't remember what it was, but he was just a writer. Like he never did any, wasn't a correspondent or did any FaceTime on camera before they gave him a shot. And it worked out fucking great. He's hilarious. Conan O'Brien was giant.
For
Saturday Night Live and one of the late night shows.
Saturday night, maybe Dave Letterman or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, but this is also indicative too. Like, do you like this really cheap effect? They didn't have him dress up in like a costume. They didn't have a guy come out. They didn't have like a picture of him dressed up as Dracula. They're like, hey, just like put some like a frame of a shitty CG like Dracula over his face. Like it's just so lazy.
It is totally lazy.
This is a cable news show, and they're like, whatever. Just take 5 seconds to grab some shitty graphic, and
they don't have the ratings numbers for this.
No,
you got to understand they
guess
start whittling their budget down.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
This is going off the air. The only reason they haven't axed it is because they don't want the woke backlash on Twitter when this show is like dead.
That's true. They would get canceled. Yeah.
The political environment we're in right now is just so toxic. It's so completely toxic. Can you imagine like trying to, Trevor Noah knows exactly what's going on. It's just, that's got to be such an uncomfortable position.
Maybe that's why they're getting so like, they're lashing out so much. They're so anxious and they're so angry and afraid. It's because they know they're on a sinking ship.
The tipping point is coming. It is.
But I don't know. See, because to me, it's like, okay, if he knows he's on a sinking ship, why does he keep heading towards the cliffside? The waterfall. Like turn the boat around, go in a different direction, try something different, try something new. Maybe don't try being so woke pandry.
Yeah,
like, why don't they?
Build an audience that's not fully focused on hating white people.
Right.
Like it's not fully like that skit. I mean, you're trying to make political commentary that's just, it's a serious political commentary. It doesn't belong on a comedy show. I mean, we, for heaven's sakes, do that on our show. I try to think this is like, let's keep it light. Let's not go into topics that are too serious or at least do it on a different show. Like, come on, we're trying to entertain people here. We're not trying to make them hate life. We want to make people positive, right? I got to admit, this show, like, who watches this show? Do you think the quote unquote black community watches Trevor Noah? I feel like this is like white women, white progressive.
I was literally about to say that. I was about to say white progressive 20 to 40-year-old women watch this show. Yeah.
This belongs on daytime TV. This isn't late night, okay? Nobody's interested in your shtick. This is like this is woke pandering. You belong on CNN, Trevor. Don Lemon's going to fight you though, because you're going to be gunning for his spot. But
and with the layout now, it seems like they're trying to make the show seem like a podcast too, which is very bizarre.
Really?
So, yeah.
Legacy media. It's all legacy media.
J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, Jay. Says, kids don't go to arcades anymore, Sitch. It's all 30-plus-year-old overweight drunk guys like me. You know what? That's a fair point.
I saw plenty of kids at the arcade. I saw lots of people.
Arcades? Okay, everyone's got a...
Man, people in LA are sick of the fucking pandemic. It was very crowded.
Yeah.
It was very, very crowded, and I was happy to see it. I was super happy to see it.
I bet you weren't even wearing a mask while you were coughing your COVID everywhere.
I put my mask in my pocket. I'm going to be honest with you. I did. I saw...
You're not spreading the COVID through your pocket, Adam. You're spreading it through your mouth. Your big mouth.
I saw a dozen other rebels there.
Yes.
That were going maskless. And I was like, I got to be with my people. I got to be with...
Okay, it's so funny because they're like, listen, the mask only helps slightly preventing you from getting it. Someone else gets it. But it really helps if you have it. And I was like, whatever.
I don't have it. I have the highest immunity.
Uh-huh.
I have the highest immunity because I got vaccinated and I've got double vaxxed. I didn't get a booster, but I have natural immunity from...
Yeah, you just coughing.
I got it
everywhere. Okay. Okay.
It's not very contagious, this new Omicron strain,
Yeah,
from what I
there you
hear.
go.
It almost dies instantly. It dies on
Joey
the
Not-
vine, Sitch.
Joey Not Nice for $20. Thank you so much. Says, been a minute since I caught it live. Sup, y'all? Sup? Thanks, Joey.
Sup? How's it going?
Oh, this is hilarious. One Quim has changed his name to Investigator One Quim. Dun, dun, dun.
I like it.
I'm going to make an educated guess. Sitch still hasn't watched the video. So I actually have watched the video.
Oh, whoa.
Boom! I thought it. So One Quim's been wanting me to watch Aristocracy. Did a video on the Jon Stewart calling Harry Potter anti-Semitic, but then he didn't call Harry Potter anti-Semitic, and Newsweek was totally fake news situation. And I thought her video was kind of boring. I don't know why you wanted me to watch so much. I agree with some of the stuff she was saying. I disagree with some of the other things she was saying. It's kind of just like, oh, okay.
So was Jon Stewart serious when he said Harry Potter was anti-Semitic? Because that's really what people are arguing.
No, what
over.
he was saying was, and this is where the confusion was, he wasn't saying that Harry Potter was anti-Semitic or that J.K. Rowling was anti-Semitic. He was saying that he thought, and I don't know if this is actually true, but he was saying he thought that the whole European mythology of goblins being, into money had something to do, had some sort of historical basis in anti-Semitism, but that had become so ingrained in the myth that it had become like separated and like forgotten that it had anything to do with anti-Semitism. So you could still so someone could still look at the goblins being all into money and gold and bankers, and you could be like, oh, I can see some anti-Semitic roots, but it's like its own, like it's become so ingrained in that thing. It's sort of distinct from anti-Semitism. Now, I don't know if any of that's actually true. If that's why goblins had the money stuff or anything like that. I thought it had something to do with like dwarves and mining and living in caves and mining gold. And I didn't think it had anything to do with Jews, but
was Jon Stewart accusing Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling of being anti-Semitic?
No.
Okay.
One Quim continues saying, so Clip Notes is she believes the Potter goblins are anti-Semitic and that anti-Semitism is baked into Western society so subtly that we don't notice it. Yeah, that was the part I didn't agree with her on. The whole like, oh, anti-Semitism so baked into some things that it's just taken for granted, that was kind of what Jon Stewart was saying, but he wasn't attributing individual blame to J.K. Rowling for that. So I don't know. I thought the video was kind of boring.
I don't see how anti-Semitism can exist and come to the point where it's invisible. Like, I can understand how some people don't can perceive racism as just normal, but I don't think it's not invisible. I mean,
they mean invisible, like if goblins are based off of anti-Semitic tropes. Okay, you give them a big nose, you say they like money, you make them hunch over or whatever, like the happy merchant guy. But then that caricature of a goblin is sort of deassociated from Jews, but the caricature of the goblin continues on in fantasy 100 years later. Even if they're saying, oh, since it was based off of anti-Semitism, that anti-Semitism is invisible, which I would argue and say, well, even if it's true that this idea of a goblin was based off of some anti-Semitic idea, if people don't conceptualize it that way at all, then why does it matter?
It doesn't. That's my point.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly.
And it actually ceases to be. Yeah. It actually, when it becomes invisible, it actually ceases to be anti-Semitism.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's why it doesn't make any sense to me. That's exactly it. Because if, when they put, goblins in any, Lord of the Rings, well, I guess Lord of the Rings had the earlier goblins, but like in World of Warcraft or anything, and they're like, oh, they all like money and stuff. It's like, okay, if you're not associating that with Jews, then how is it anti-Semitic? Even if it started that way 100 years ago, it's not. So I don't know. The whole thing is bullshit to me, but As a Jew, I'm not offended by Gotham portrayals whatsoever. Mike Bootit for $20 says that's not how views are counted in podcasting, Sitch. It's called the IAB V2 standard. Look it up. Also, Team Adam. Well, there you go.
Woo!
I don't know.
What
What's
it?
the I? Do you know about the IAB V2 standards?
No, but I am looking.
We'll have to look this up. We'll get to the bottom of this Nielsen ratings, and we'll figure out whether Joe Rogan actually has 11 million individual unique views. Well, he might. That just seems so high to me. That seems so crazy high. Because when he was on YouTube, like if he had 11 million views on a thing, that would be like huge. Like I thought he averaged about 2 to 3 million views per show on YouTube. So I don't know. Maybe is Spotify really that much bigger than YouTube in terms of eyeballs and listeners?
I finally downloaded the Spotify app for this stupid, like, Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan podcast. Like, I've been resisting it the whole time, but they got me. They've got me. I signed up for Spotify, and I
just recently uninstalled it because like it was so annoying. I had like an audio file on my phone I was trying to listen to, and it kept trying to force it to open through Spotify, and I couldn't stop it. So I just said, "You're done, Spotify. Get out of here."
That's awesome.
I don't think the Ferengis are meant to be anti-Semitic at all either. And it's funny because like, well, here's the thing. It's funny because they're like, oh, the Ferengis, they have like, big noses. I'm like, okay, every alien in Star Trek either has a weird nose or weird ears. Like they only have two choices to choose from.
Here's where go ahead.
Well, and so they made like a like a super ultra like money hungry race of aliens. It's like fine. I think it's funny because they have another thing they get in trouble is that the Ferengis have this little thing on the back of their head that some people are like, oh, it's supposed to be like a yarmulke, even though it's not on the top of the head, it's on the back of the head. Like they wear this little thing. And I'm like, I think the reason they put that little thing on the back of the Ferengi's head is because Ferengis have butt heads. And someone somewhere was like, I don't want the censors to be like, why do they have butts on their heads? This is, shocking. The little children, cover that up. So I think that's all that's going on there.
So many of the AIs are picking them up as asses.
Yeah, basically. So.
Well, the thing that, like, obviously anti-Semites are going to take people or take things out of fiction and label them in ways that perpetuate their anti-Semitism. I don't see how you can then after the fact blame that on the author. Like that wasn't necessarily the author's intention. So just because some racists come out and appropriate various characters or whatever, it's just like that can't be the standard that we use in fiction.
And it doesn't appear to have been happening because like back when I used to go and poll and stuff, and you'd see all the the racism and anti-Semitism. Like most of it was happy merchant stuff. You wouldn't see occasionally, but you wouldn't see like, oh, people were using Ferengis to represent Jews or people were using goblins to represent Jews. Like I just didn't see that very often. So the concern to me feels very overblown.
Yeah.
And yes, as someone said, Quark is the best character in Star Trek. That's true. Quark is based.
Quark?
Quark was the Ferengi bartender in Deep Space Nine.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Played by the same actor as Buffy's principal from Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
The Ferengi.
Who I'm pretty sure he's Jewish. So there you go. Sword and Scale for $20. Hey, Sword and Scale. Says, when was the last time you laughed at something Trevor Noah said?
Yeah, it's been forever.
Never?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever laughed at anything he said.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe. I don't remember him ever saying anything funny. People have told me that he did some funny stand-up comedy, and I went and looked for clips just to see if this was true, but I found it to be untrue for me. Maybe I just have such a distaste for him because I'm not into the race grifters. I wish we were focused for a long time on a colorblind society, and that I thought was helpful, but now things have changed. Color blindness is considered racism. We have to like actively work towards liberating these free people who can vote and drive cars and have jobs and stuff like that in our society. It's the thing that distresses me so much is like color blindness really worked for me in that
it made you not racist.
Yeah, and I never looked down at black people. I never thought of black people as differently than me or differently than my family.
That's a microaggression. Okay.
Well, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had black bosses. I've worked with blacks my entire life. I've gone to school with blacks. I've hung out with blacks.
Adam's father was black.
No, listen, I'm not trying to pull a Talcum X here. What's that guy's name?
Yes.
Yeah, no. My mom and dad are both white. I'm white, obviously, but we've had black neighbors. I mean, I've had black neighbors my whole life. Like there were black. I had black classmates. I mean, I don't understand this whole idea that the only blacks live in the inner city. Okay, I've seen Menace to Society. I know how it is. I lived in New Orleans where there was a concentrated black population that, there were neighborhoods where no white people lived. I understand that takes place, but it doesn't, is it good to conceptualize society as only the blacks that live with no other whites and the whites that live with no other blacks?
No,
I mean, there is this
good.
middle ground of, middle class America where there's a lot of like unforced integration.
Yeah. Well, this is the turn away from liberalism to critical race theory, and it's toxic.
Yeah. It sucks. It fucking sucks.
Some people in the chat are saying their favorite character in Deep Space Nine was Garrick. I don't understand. Garrick was just a simple tailor. I don't understand why people like him so much. Okay. Nothing interesting going on. Just a simple tailor.
The Deep Space Niner.
There you go. Cullivar for $50 says, Sitch, listen. Trevor Noah's hired because he's a black comedian from South Africa. It was the ultimate virtue signal from Jon Stewart and Comedy Central. It had nothing to do with talent. The Daily Show's first instance of go woke, get broke. Yep. No, yeah. I agree. So let's move on to something even worse, something way worse.
Worse than this white-faced Trevor Noah? I'm not sure.
Worse than Trevor Noah and whiteface.
Oh!
Can we combine two things that I think we all dislike more? Don Lemon with Michael Eric Dyson.
A conversation about race on Joe
Is that
Rogan.
not the worst combination ever?
It's like literally a competition for who can be more racist.
Yes.
These are two of the most racist people in America. bitching about Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
This is good.
Podcast taking an uninformed turn. A conversation about race on Joe Rogan's podcast taking an uninformed turn. A guest on the show, psychologist and commentator Jordan.
Do you like the look at how dishonest this quote?
This whole setup is. Yeah.
It says Joe. This isn't even what he said. It says Joe Rogan. Very strange to call people black unless they are 100% African and not wearing any clothes.
What? That's not a quote?
No, it's not. It's not in quotes.
Oh wait,
you see that? It's not in quotes.
The not wearing any clothes is.
Yeah, but they're in like the single quote.
Right.
So yeah.
What does that mean?
That means that this is the same like. Mm-hmm. It's like the same word that they used, but
right.
It's how you quote something inside.
You don't know.
Yeah, it's how you quote something inside a quote.
But it's not inside a quote.
I know, but so it doesn't make any sense.
We'll teach you some punctuation. Actually, Quackademic Agent has a.
Okay, tell me what it means. Adam's like, Sitch, I want you to write stuff for me, but you can't. You don't know your punctuation, so I'm gonna have to fix it.
I guess
okay.
It is.
So tell me what it's for.
Okay. So Joe Rogan with the colon is saying that all of this is a quote
Yes.
by Joe Rogan.
But they didn't put quotation marks. Okay.
Right. So it is a quote within a quote thing.
But
I think it's done
but this wasn't a
incorrectly,
quote,
though. I know.
Right.
It's done incorrectly.
Okay. And why would you quote? It doesn't even make sense. If you're giving, like, the quote within a quote is someone quoting someone else.
They're not using it with a quote within a quote, though. They're basically saying we're paraphrasing here.
Right.
Yeah. I would have to. Anyway, it's completely dishonest to say.
So I was right when I said it was referring to specific language, but not an exact quote. You fuck. Get out of here.
Maybe
Looks
so.
like you're the one that doesn't know punctuation.
The important thing.
Yeah.
The important thing is
the important thing
Sitch
is that I'm right.
doesn't know punctuation. But the other important thing is just a dishonest framing of this taking some kind of dark, nefarious turn, as if they just went full mask off and were, trying to belittle black people. That's so untrue. Just because you got offended.
Peterson questioned the racial identity of prominent black professor Michael Eric Dyson. You may have seen Dyson on this program before.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is so bad.
I know it's so dishonest because, first of all, Michael Eric Dyson made the opening salvo in the racist realm.
Yeah.
And now they're trying to say that Jordan Peterson made the opening salvo in the racist realm.
Listen to what Don Lemon says.
A conversation about race on Joe Rogan's podcast taking an uninformed turn. A guest on the show, psychologist and commentator Jordan Peterson, questioned the racial identity of prominent black professor Michael Eric Dyson.
Jordan Peterson questioned the racial identity of Michael Eric Dyson. He questioned his racial identity. Oh my God.
Yeah.
How dare this mean, angry white man question his racial identity of a black man? Oh my God. The terror, the horror. What a bigot.
Question the racial identity.
That's so disgusting.
Oh my God. It's the most uncharitable framing.
I know. And this is intentional dishonesty too. Because the first thing he says is that he's like, doesn't he say like, oh, well, it's weird to call me white. So he's questioning his own racial identity. He's questioning the concept of racial identity.
Yeah.
You may have seen Dyson on this program before. So take a listen to what happened on that podcast.
Depending on who you ask, either you're a voice of reason and rationality and personal responsibility, or you're a voice of intolerance and bigotry and anger and hateful
sexual oppression.
What did Michael
prejudice.
Eric Dyson call you? A mean angry white man?
And a mean, angry white man. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
You're not mean at all.
Yeah.
That's what's dumb about that statement. It's you're not mean at all.
I am white. Actually, that's a lie too. I'm kind of tan, and he was actually not black.
If you're tan,
he was
what
sort
the
of
am I? Because I'm darker than you.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. But neither of us are white.
Well, I'm Italian.
And
mostly.
he was brown, not black.
Well, isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's really weird.
The black and white thing is so strange because
like
the shades are so
tan and brown.
There's such a spectrum of shades of people. Unless you're talking to someone who is like 100% African from the darkest place where they're not wearing any clothes all day and they've developed all that melanin to protect themselves from the sun. Even the term black is weird.
So you can see they took two different sentences.
They did. Totally.
They shoved them together and they removed a bunch of other parts of the sentence out to get that fake quote at the bottom.
But they feel like they can get away with it because they're showing the entire context of the clip here. The thing is, though, I'm listening to this, and this is like the second time we've heard it. And, this seems like a conversation that would have taken place in the 1960s about how we should stop, oppressing black people because they're just like everybody else.
I know.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
Stupid.
Yeah.
That's why this is insane. When I tweeted this out, I'm like, oh, the leftists are like, race is an arbitrary social construct. Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan say race is an arbitrary social construct. And leftists are like,
that's
how
racist.
dare they say that?
Yeah, this is kind of like hippie talk you'd see on Marianne Williams' podcast. I mean, it really is. This whole, man, why can't, it's very free love. Why can't we all
Yes.
just get along? Look, I'm not really even white. You know, I'm beige. You're not even really black. You know, you're brown. Why? Why are we disagreeing with one another? Let's come together. One race, the human race. Right?
Right.
But like Sitch nailed it when he said this is the difference between liberalism and leftism, because now all the Marxists, all the anti-capitalists, like they've formulated a brand new strategy. They're like, listen, we can't get people, the middle class, they like iPhones, okay? They're not gonna have the revolution, okay? That's not coming. We need something for revolutionaries. Oh, I got an idea. How about race? That's it. The new plan is formed. Yeah. So everything.
That's basically what happened. Yeah.
Yes.
They're like in America, you know, we can't get people caring about class consciousness because they're all sipping their Starbucks on their phones, and they have their computers, they have their internet. They've been lulled into a false consciousness by all this goods and material wealth that we're supposed to care about, but don't. So I know, let's use race. People in America are really triggered about race. Let's use that as the inroads for fucking Marxism.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, old school liberals basically said, haven't we been fighting for a colorblind society for 40 years now? I mean, we've done a lot of work here. This is like a complete turnaround. Now we're going in an opposite. Now now race is essential. What are you talking about? Right?
Right.
But okay. Now everything's changed. Now everything's on its head. Now all they want to talk about is race, and in caustic, conflict-ridden ways. Yeah, this is just free love talk from the 1960s here.
And when you use it for people that are literally my color, it becomes very strange.
I love all these commentators do the long stare, as in we now that we've witnessed the racism out in the wild, we have to all tut. We have to all shake our heads in solidarity. How could they say such things? How could they say such terrible things?
My God.
I know.
Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson said the very thing we said for 50 years now.
Yes. Didn't they get the memo? Aren't they on board with the race Marxism?
Didn't they know we're switching talking points now? You're not allowed to say this anymore.
Michael Eric Dyson, professor of African American and Diaspora Studies at Vanderbilt University, joins me now. He's the author of Entertaining Race, Performing Blackness in America. Hello, Professor. Thank you for joining us.
Performing Blackness in America. I don't know. That title seems a little problematic to me.
It does seem a little. Well, you know, it seems more problematic to me than the title. Michael Eric Dyson, famous guy. I assume he's done a lot of interviews. You can't buy like a good camera.
A decent
using
camera. Look at you.
like a camera that came in a tin can or something.
Everything is so meta with Sitch. Sitch can't comment
What's
on the
going
actual.
on here, Michael?
Sitch can't comment on the actual content. I noticed
it looks so weird next to Don Lemon's like crystal clear image.
Match this up here. The name of his book is Performing Blackness in America. Match this that the conceptual idea behind that with Trevor Noah's joke about running out and the police arresting him because he's black. Explain to me how those two concepts go together. Who is Trevor Noah performing blackness in America incorrectly?
That's a great question.
Oh, what's going on? Or is society foisting blackness on him? Which is it? I'm curious.
I like that I typed performing black in Google, and there's like performing blackness by Kimberly Benson, entertaining race and performing blackness in America by Michael Eric Dyson, performing black masculinity, race, culture, and queer identity by some other guy. Performing Blackness podcast. There's like a million of these performing. Oh no, the Performing Blackness podcast is his, but there's like a million of these performing blackness things.
If blackness is just a performance, then why is Trevor Noah getting arrested? Obviously, he needs to change his performance, and then he wouldn't get arrested, right?
Because white people are performing it too, Adam. You don't understand. Okay?
Really?
White people are performing whiteness, which is holding the performance of blackness down on the stage of America.
These people don't care about any kind of consistency. They don't want to develop a society with any kind of consistency. It just bugs the shit out of me. Like, okay, now let's rage for 25 minutes about two guys talking about how these racial categories are just, we need to do away with them, to a guy who's literally talking about how they're just a social construct that's performative.
Yeah, so your name was dropped because here's why. Because you have previously debated Jordan Peterson, but yeah, and they mentioned it, right? He said you said you were, I don't know, something, an angry white man or something like that. Or mean, I forget. Let's go beyond these two guys.
Hold on. Listen to him downplaying this fucking shit right here. News alert, we covered this. This, assholes. I remember very well Michael Eric Dyson in the debate looked super fucking uncomfortable when he got called out, because he knew, like, he had overstepped the line. He called Jordan Peterson a mean, mad white man. Like, a million videos got made about it. It was like a big deal. Jordan Peterson got completely triggered, totally called him out for it, like, visibly angry, said, why would you bring race into this? That's totally uncalled for.
They weren't even talking about anything race related.
No. Michael Eric Dyson basically did a racism against fucking white people. He basically said, I know who you are because you're white, which is, that's racist as fuck. Jordan Peterson got visibly angry about it for good reason. This is a serious debate. Stephen Fry was in the debate. Who was a woman? Do you remember?
The New York Times writer whose name is
some New York Times writer was on Michael Eric Dyson's side. Michael Eric Dyson drags race into it, gets visibly distraught over this, and obviously is, Michael Eric Dyson is like a thesaurus with fucking his vocabulary, but he says absolutely nothing. So he's just trotting out big words, trying to walk it back, backpedaling through this entire thing. Well, I remember we covered it and we didn't even know if we were going to get all the way through, because it's like a 1 hour, 2 hour debate. This is like our first live stream. We live stream like 8 hours. We were like 3 hours seemed like a big live stream to us. So, but I made Sitch swear. Well, I told him I was going to stick around to the end, because Michael Eric Dyson, in the end of the debate, there's a press junket. The press wants to talk to them. And in that press junket, you could, like, the reporters want to ask him about the white thing. And he is fucking uncomfortable, man. He wants to get out of there so bad. You can tell he has this look on his face like, I just destroyed my entire career. So, and this was like 2 or 3 years ago. So it was kind of when before, I don't think he would have that same reaction today, because this woke stuff is par for the course. We're used to black people being racist all the fucking time and no one calling them out on it. Like, it's just, it's part of the political atmosphere now. So I don't.
Well, you don't have to guess. I mean, he's like 1,000 times more racist in this clip right now.
Totally.
I haven't heard a single person talk about it.
Totally. But you can go back and watch that debate, and the way that they're characterizing that debate right now is fucking lying. Okay, I would like to go back to those simpler times, when black people committed a racism and they felt bad about it. Okay, that's what we witnessed. That's exactly what we witnessed. Nowadays, these, like we said, the white progressives, they don't call them out on this shit. Like, they're realizing we can walk all over these people because they don't fucking call us out for our shit. And what are you going to get? You're going to get more of it. You're going to get total, like, on the conservative side, I see people calling out racism all the time. On the anti-woke liberal side, I see people calling out racism all the time. Racism needs to be called out, because it's so easy to slip into that fucking comfortable, let's hate on these other people. Like, one of the reasons why Jordan Peterson now they can't beat up on Trump 24/7, so they have to find another villain. And Jordan Peterson is one of those villains. Joe Rogan has become one of those villains. Like the wokies, they need like somebody that they can prop up that is like the David Duke of their time. The thing that offends me, and I'm sure it offends Sitch as well, is the people they're propping up are fucking 60s liberals, fucking hippies, free speech, free love. Like Jordan Peterson doesn't have a racist bone in his body. And if he did, we wouldn't be like backing him up right now. We wouldn't be having this show. We're not going to support fucking racists. It's so ridiculous that they're turning a guy who is like a 60s liberal into David Duke for fucking CNN. It drives me insane.
It's so funny because there's a part in this conversation later where Peterson talks about how wealth accumulates unevenly at the top in a completely random system. And like he's like, oh, if you play a game where we flip coins, there's 10 people and everyone flips coins, and like one side gets $1 when they get heads and one side gets $1 when they get tails. And then when you get zero money, you lose and you're out of the game. If you do that every time, one person ends up with all the money and everyone else ends up with no money. And he was talking about like how the problem with Marxism and socialism is that they're correct in that there's inequality in the system. They're incorrect in assuming that inequality is because of capitalism. That the truth is inequality is baked into all systems and nature itself. Yes. And if you actually care about solving these problems, you actually have to understand them and look at them accurately. And that socialism and Marxism, when it was tried, just makes inequality worse. And he even said, and even said about how this affects Black Americans too, more so, and should be looked into. And it's so funny because like you actually listen to what he's saying. He's not saying anything controversial. He's not saying anything specifically right wing either. It's just they have to twist everything to be like, oh, he's a right-wing fascist, racist, Jordan Peterson, just transphobe.
If Jordan Peterson could press a button and make racial inequality go away, he would fucking press that button in a fucking hot second. Like, yes, he's basically saying that, it is a deeper problem than the left is willing to is maybe even capable of understanding.
Right.
Yeah. It's hard too, because it's part of the problem there. And this is important to realize. And one of the things that triggers me more than anything, part of the problem is they're using that. It's like people are using that inequality to gain social status and political power. Michael Eric Dyson, for one, specifically. Don Lemon as well. So I'm not sure that they would press that inequality gone button as quickly or even at all, because do you disagree with me? I mean, they are tangibly using it to gain political power.
There's your 2-button meme, okay, for Michael Eric Dyson.
Yeah, totally. My
Don
career
Lemon.
on one side,
one
and
button, it says, one button says, remove all racial inequality in America. The other button says, have successful career complaining about racial inequality.
Yes, exactly.
What do they do? I don't know. What do you do?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson's pressing the end racial inequality button way before Michael Eric Dyson.
Yeah, but his career, but again, his career isn't based on it. So, listen. It's easy for Jordan Peterson to have a morally correct position because his career is not based on evil. Okay.
I'm so against the idea of building these careers on activism. I know. Oh God, it's so bad. It's so bad.
You said you were, I don't know, something, an angry white man or something like that. Or mean, I forget. Let's go beyond the...
Look, he completely... Did he mischaracterize it? It seems like he did.
Well, I just find that he's like,
blackness in America.
The thing that started the entire conversation You said some weird word thing that started the entire conversation, but I'm not going to give the context to it, even though it's the entire context of the thing that we're about to criticize.
Let's listen to let's listen really closely here, because this is gaslighting of the highest level.
America. Hello, Professor. Thank you for joining us. So your name was dropped because here's why. Because you have previously debated Jordan Peterson, but yeah, and they mentioned it, right? He said he called you. You said you were, I don't know, something an angry white man or something like that, or mean. I forget. Let's go beyond these.
He said you were an angry white man. What?
No. I don't think that's
he misspoke, but
right.
He's saying Jordan Peterson called you something. That's not how it went down. He completely misspoke.
Right.
Am I getting
I just
that
like
wrong?
that he's trying to downplay it.
He's totally trying to downplay it. But he is saying he called you something.
No, I think he said you, like you, Michael Eric Dyson.
Two guys, Pearson. But yeah, and they mentioned it, right? He said he called you. You said you were, I don't know, something an angry white.
He said you were.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. He's quoting Joe Rogan saying you. You're right.
Yeah.
And if you didn't know the context, this would be even more confusing.
It makes it sound.
Who said what? The who?
Yeah. It makes it sound like he called Michael Eric Dyson an angry white man, and that actually goes with the narrative of what they're talking about, because in the conversation they're trying to say, he's not even black, he's white. So now this miscommunication here in the audience's mind is going to be like, oh, of course he's questioning he's questioning his blackness so much that he called him an evil, angry white man.
That's right. There you go.
White man or something like that. Or mean, I forget. Let's go beyond these two guys.
And look, Michael Eric Dyson just nodding away, doesn't even correct it. He's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, he called me an angry white man. Imagine that. Senile.
Talk about what's really happening here. Is it really that perplexing to people that Black America exists in all kinds of shades? That doesn't change the Black experience in America.
What?
See?
What the fuck where does this come from? They said nothing about that. Fucking nothing about the Black experience in America. And this is the pivot point.
He literally just said that Jordan Peterson called him a mean, mad white man, which is not true. That's what Michael Eric Dyson called Peterson. And now he's trying to say that, don't they understand that Black Americans exist? This is like fucking gaslighting.
I don't think when Diamond misspoke,
You think
I think
he
it was a
misspoke.
misspoke. I don't think he said
Right.
it intentionally, the way that you're conceptualizing it.
It
Because he's
doesn't
making
matter.
the same point that Trevor Noah
Systemic
made. It doesn't make
dishonesty,
any sense.
systemic lying, systemic
There you go.
gaslighting.
There you go.
The effect is the same.
Don
Is it
Lemon,
not?
why are you being so systemically dishonest?
Is it not?
It is. It is.
Yeah, of course it is. They
You have
should
to
play
fight
the
back.
they should play the mean man white man clip of him. We should bring it up. This is complete fucking gaslighting. I don't like it.
Not at all. Thank you for having me, Brother Don.
Brother
Don.
I know, Brother Don.
All right. I like
What's
when
up?
I type in Jordan Peterson, mean mad white man.
Uh-huh. There's
One
a
of the
million
top-
videos.
One
You
of the top
got
videos.
is
One of
yours.
the top videos. PSA Sitch. Back when PSA Sitch used to make videos. How sad. How
Let's
sad is
watch that video. Well, let's watch that video on Tuesday. I totally
Let's not watch my own video. That's cringy.
I want to watch it.
No.
God, I'm like the biggest PSA Sitch fan. I really I like
That's not true. You're
as
not.
soon as
Doomer
I
is the biggest PSA Sitch fan. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Sitch's videos are amazing. Every once in a while I go back and I watch one of Sitch's videos. The only thing is, I mean, and this is kind of a boomer take, but I just, like, you did an amazing one about Peterson not being all right, but that, like, it's done with a bunch of like anime memes and shit like that.
I know,
So
I
the
know,
normies are just not gonna. It's like
I know.
it's
You're
not,
right.
that's not gonna fly on CNN.
Listen,
We're in a
it was-
culture war here. God damn it, we
Listen.
need to shape up.
Listen, it was for my audience. It wasn't for the normies.
I know,
okay?
I know.
Compromise, never.
We're artists. We're artists.
That's right.
God damn it. This is how we roll.
Do you want to watch the mean mad white man clip real quick?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we're at 2:24. So
let's provide some context.
Yeah.
On those, great, Michelle. On Jordan's point about how does he, in a sense, get an equal voice in this debate back if it is implied that his participation brings with it this baggage of white privilege that doesn't allow him to see clearly the issues that are before us.
But that is to be complicit in the very problem itself terminologically. You're beginning at a point that's already productive and controversial. You're saying, how can he get his equality back? Who are you talking about? Jordan Peterson?
So what just happened, because this is all coming back to me. So Jordan Peterson asked the question, if you're going to assume that as a white person, I have all this in-baked privilege, and you're going to dismiss my opinions because of that, like, what's the point of me being here? Is there any way for you to talk to me as an individual, right?
Yeah.
And individually hear my ideas and my concepts? And Michael Eric Dyson's response to that is, how dare this white man has to be taken as an individual?
Right.
He's a white person, and thus he has privilege because of his group and his history, or the history of his group, yada, yada, yada. So he's literally denying we're already into the racism because he's denying Jordan Peterson's individuality from the word go here.
Yeah.
Trending #1 on Twitter? Jordan Peterson with an international bestseller? I want him to tweet something out about me in my book. Jordan Peterson, right? This is what I'm saying to you. Why the rage, bruh? You're doing well, but you're a mean, mad white man, and you're gonna get us right.
And you hear the second part of that too is really bad that we don't focus on. He said, you're a mean, mad white man, and you're gonna get us right. Like, you're gonna get black people right. And how you conceptualize us. Yeah.
What do you think he meant by that?
He meant like, you're gonna put us in our place. That's how I interpret it. Like, the mean, angry white man is gonna, he's gonna tell black people what's what.
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen so much wine and snowflaking. There's enough wine in here to start a vineyard. And
the irony, the hypocrisy.
I'm trying to bring up the volume on the clip, and every time you pipe in, it's like blows it out. So just FYI.
Sorry. We can just play the clip if you want.
Yeah, let's just play the clip.
What I'm saying to you empirically and precisely, when you ask the question about white privilege, the fact that you ask it in the way you did, dismissive, pseudoscientific, non-empirical, and without justification, the truth is that white privilege doesn't act according to quantifiable segments. It's about the degree to which we are willing as a society to grapple with the ideals of freedom, justice, and equality upon which it's based. Number two, what's interesting to me, you're talking about not having a collective identity. What do you call a nation? Are you Canadian? Are you Canadian by yourself? Are you an individual, or are you part of a group? When America formed its union, it did so in opposition to another group. So the reality is that those who are part of group identities in politics deny the legitimacy and validity of those groups and the fact that they have been created thusly, and then have resentment against others. All I'm asking for is the opportunity. The quotation you talk about, the difference between equality of outcome and equality of opportunity, that's a staid and retried argument.
Go ahead.
So this is so much worse than I remember.
Oh, I know. It's fucking awful. I'm so triggered right now.
What he said is crazy, because it's like, okay, if he's like, oh, well, why is it okay for you to group yourself according to your nation, but for us not to group ourselves according to race? Yeah. Like, this is a white nationalist talking point.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's baffling, because it's like, okay, if the argument was, the argument used to be, black people and people of all colors and creeds and ethnicities should be allowed to be grouped together in the America group.
As
that
Americans.
Used to be the argument.
Yes. Right. And we should group that way. We shouldn't group based on race.
Right.
That's the whole idea behind eliminating racism.
Right. And now he's like, no, 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 because you didn't let us be Americans. We're going to be blacks now. We're not going to be Americans. Like, that's kind of the argument that he's making.
Yeah, it's awful.
Jeez.
Hackneyed phrase derived from the halcyon days of the debate over affirmative action. Are you looking for outcomes that can be determined equally, or are you looking for opportunity? If you free a person after a whole long time of oppression and say now you are free to survive, if you have no skills, if you have no quantifiable means of existence, what you have done is liberated them into oppression. And all I'm suggesting to you, Lyndon Baines Johnson, one of our great presidents, said, if you start a man in a race 100 years behind, it is awfully difficult to catch up. So I don't think Jordan Peterson is suffering from anything except an exaggerated sense of entitlement and resentment, and his own privilege is invisible to him, and it's manifest with lethal intensity and ferocity right here on stage.
Jordan, I'm going to have to let you respond to that. If you
Look at that. So fucking evil.
Yeah.
Lethal intensity and ferocity. What?
Of resentment and of his own, his invisible privilege to him.
I forgot about the part where Jordan Peterson killed so many people with his words in this debate. Sitch?
Well, I
what
mean,
happened?
he did kind of murder Michael Clark Dyson on stage, so maybe.
Well, I mean,
I don't know if that counts, but
he definitely didn't walk away. Oh God, I wish we had the ending.
Well, what I derived from that series of rebuttals, let's say, is twofold. The first is that saying that the radical left goes too far when they engage in violence is not a sufficient response by any stretch of the imagination, because there are sets of ideas in radical leftist thinking that led to the catastrophes of the 20th century, and that was at the level of idea, not at the level of violent action. It's a very straightforward thing to say you're against violence. It's like being against poverty. It's like, generically speaking, decent people are against poverty and violence. It doesn't address the issue in the least. And with regards to my privilege or lack thereof, I mean, I'm not making the case that I haven't had advantages in my life and disadvantages in my life like most people. You don't know anything about my background or where I came from, and it doesn't matter to you because fundamentally I'm a mean white man. That's a hell of a thing to say in a debate.
See that how he doubled down? He's like, and true. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
He said that's a hell of a thing to say in a debate. And he's like, and true. He's like, fucking.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Let me stick the knife in a little deeper here.
Let me just say.
very, very brief, because I want to move on to men and women. A good topic next.
The mean mad white comment was not predicated upon my historical excavation of your past. It's based upon the evident vitriol with which you speak and the denial of a sense of equanimity among combatants in an argument. So I'm saying again, you're a mean mad white man, and the viciousness is evident.
Okay.
Do you know what he said?
What?
It's actually really fucked up. He said it in very big words, but what he said was, I'm not calling you the N-word because of the history of oppression of black people. I'm calling you the N-word because you're acting like an N-word.
Oh,
that's what he just said.
Wow. But
he said it in nicer language.
Yeah.
So that makes it acceptable.
Yeah. I'm glad for the translation, because I was like, what did he just say?
That's what it's crazy. That's what a fucking racist thing to say.
Yeah.
I'm not calling you a mean, angry white man because of the history of white people. I'm calling it because you're acting like a mean, angry white man.
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's fucking racist.
Yeah. Mike Eric Tyson's a piece of shit.
Is that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was it. Let's see him be even. Let's see if 5 years has made him less racist, or 3 years, whenever that was.
I think it's going to be worse.
I think you're right.
For having me, Brother Don. You would hope they were joking, because if they weren't, this exposes the vast lethal ignorance at the heart of so much whiteness.
Again. Lethal.
Lethal ignorance at the heart of whiteness. What does that even mean?
Who is dying over this shit?
Listen.
Who's dying over the boomer tier conversation about skin tone colors?
Listen, George Floyd died because of this future conversation that Joe Rogan had with Jordan Peterson.
Doubtful. Sitch, citation needed. No, I don't believe you.
If only, what was the cop's name?
Derek Chauvin.
If only Derek Chauvin wasn't so ignorant about the history of oppression of black people, he would have somehow behaved differently in that confrontation with George Floyd.
I don't know.
That no evidence was ever provided that he acted in any sort of racial manner, but still, it's the racism.
They didn't even make a racist argument in court.
No.
They didn't even accuse him of racism.
Nope.
Oh, man.
Intentional or not, we all know that black is not a phenotypical reality. We're not talking about a genetic predisposition toward darker skin. We're speaking about an existential context. We're talking about a philosophical idea. We're speaking about rooted cultures in deep histories that have vast traditions that have generated complicated identities.
So this is very dishonest.
Well, this is white nationalist talking points all the way. Everything he just said, you could easily hear white nationalists saying the exact same thing.
It's hilarious. You could very easily hear Richard Spencer saying like, listen, I don't have to determine whether Italians are white because whiteness isn't about skin color. It's about a shared culture,
philosophy,
blah, 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 blah.
and a history of
Yeah, you're so right. That's hilarious. I didn't even think about that. But this is also dishonest because the conversation didn't start with them saying, well, what is blackness? The conversation started with him saying, oh, he called me white. There's a conversation about whiteness.
Mm-hmm.
And yet Michael Eric Dyson's spinning it around like, oh, they're attacking my blackness, which was never what was actually being talked about.
Right. Yeah. They don't want to have a conversation about black privilege. The whole point of all of this is to smear, or did I say black privilege?
Yes.
Okay. They don't want to have a conversation.
How dare you?
Freudian slip. They don't want to have a conversation about white privilege. They want to smear Jordan Peterson as a racist. And the way to do that is to say that Jordan Peterson is denying their racial identity, which is just, that's not what happened at all. So this is just uncharitable reading of the situation and a lot of gaslighting. A lot of systemic gaslighting.
We know that.
I know you hate it when I say gaslighting when it's not.
Systemic gaslighting. No, you're right.
That's unintentional gaslighting. They don't even know that they're doing it. They believe Jordan Peterson is a racist.
So is it implicit gaslighting?
I guess it is. I guess it is. What I liked your term, the NPC dialogue tree.
Yes.
That's forming here in Michael Eric Dyson's head. The dialogue tree has various big words that he can swap in and out.
Blackness, in terms of its identity, ranges from vanilla vitality to chocolate charm. And all...
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I have no clue what that's supposed to fucking mean.
In the black community, it ranges from vanilla vitality to chocolate charm.
What the fuck does that mean?
Can you imagine what if Jordan Peterson had said that exactly what Michael Eric Dyson just said? I find it
No, I find it interesting that in the black community it ranges from vanilla vitality to chocolate charm.
Oh my God. Their minds that sounds racist. That just sounds racist.
You're so right, Jordan. You're so right. Only the darkest of dark chocolate is in the darkest places in Africa where they don't wear any clothing. They have lots of melanin.
Look at the Chiron. Joe Rogan tries to define blackness. Even the term black is weird.
This is so disgustingly dishonest. Oh my God.
They have to create racists. They do.
Oh my God.
They want their political aspirations fall apart as soon as there's not a David Duke in the media on the red.
Right.
So when the Republican Party basically tars and feathers Richard Spencer as a racist and throws him off every single platform, doesn't invite him to CPAC anymore, they don't have like an overt racist they can point to. David Duke is out of politics and totally minimalized. Anyone who actually says and does things that could be categorized as racist, they have to manufacture one out of whole cloth. They have to say, well, who talks inarticulately enough that we can characterize things that they say as racism, and let's go after that person.
Well, you know what this is, right? I hate to say it. You know what this is?
What is it?
This is like the Nazis. Okay.
Oh, exactly.
You gotta find someone to like the villain that you're gonna blame all your problems on.
It is.
Okay? You gotta find your Jew. So apparently CNN's Jews are white people, are Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson.
That's so sad. I'm glad you're. Well, I have to mention that Sitch is actually Jewish, because if I said
I can
that,
say it,
like,
okay.
I know if
As
I
part
said
of the chosen
that,
race, I can say it. Yes.
well, social media, they fired that girl from The Mandalorian because she compared like she didn't even really compare it.
Oh
She
yeah,
basically
yeah.
said-
Gina Carano. I forget what she said. Something.
She
about...
said in order for the Holocaust to happen, you had to dehumanize people, and she sees a lot of dehumanization going on about Republicans, and everyone was like, "You compared Republicans to the Jews? Oh, you're a racist anti-Semite." Yeah, which is
no, but it's the same tactic, and we talked about this for a long time. Is that if your ideology is about being oppressed or being the victim,
you have to
then you always
find
have
an
to
oppressor.
Right. You need an oppressor. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And so now that Trump's gone, they don't have, there's like the big vacant hole missing in their Trump-shaped heart.
Yeah, the Trump-shaped hole in their hearts.
Don Levitt and Michael Eric Dyson are praying that Donald Trump runs for president in 2024.
Oh, hell yeah, they are. Hell yeah.
And so they're like, they're scrambling around. They're like, they're like shoving a bunch of random white people in that Trump-shaped hole. Like, does Joe Rogan fit in the slot? Does Jordan Peterson fit in the slot? Just shove them in, force them in there.
It's so nefarious. It's evil. It's so evil, especially if you know anything about Joe Rogan or Jordan Peterson.
I know.
They don't have a racist bone in their bodies.
Crazy. I know.
Like, classifying them as racist is just, it's so evil. It is evil, evil incarnate. And so many people will buy this shit just because they don't listen to Joe Rogan. They don't listen to Jordan Peterson, but they'll go to work and talk about how, Jordan Peterson, that's that David Duke guy, right? That's the guy who's... That's
the alt-right guy.
Alt-right Richard Spencer guy, right? He's the guy that did the salute at the Trump rally, right? They don't know.
He's an alt-right guy. That's it, right?
They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. And that's why we call it here at Sitch and Adam, we call it systemic lying, because it is. A bunch of fucking liars. And those people, I mean, it's hard for me to blame those normies who just heard it on CNN, heard a bunch of fucking lies on CNN, repeating them around the water cooler at work or talking among their friends or whatever, playing games, whatever. It's hard for me to blame them for spreading the lies that they heard on CNN.
Joe Rogan adopted a black child. Is that true, or is that a meme?
Oh, no.
That'd be funny if that was
true. They would
true.
still call it racism. They'd be like, oh, yeah, look, Joe Rogan bought a slave. That's what they would call it. They'd say, be like, I thought he adopted it. Did he pay money for the adoption?
All ranges in between. So it's not about shade. It's not about a kind of inherited characteristic of race. Race is, as we've been arguing in school, and I would advise Dr. Peterson and Brother Rogan to take a class. When we talk about race as a social construct, what we're saying is it's not about a biological determinism. It's about an inherited set of beliefs that depend upon a society to imbue it with meaning. And
yeah. Thank you, Richard Spencer.
Well, but also, what he said was moronic. He said, when we say race is a social construct, it's not about biological determinism. No, it literally fucking is a counter to biological determinism. That's the whole point of the concept.
Oh, the social construct.
Yes. Whenever a leftist says X is a social construct, they use it to mean X is not a biological essential, not biological essentialism. X is not biologically determined. That's the entire point of them bringing it up in the fucking first place.
Right.
Therefore, it's not about who you are, your skin color, your hair, your shade and tone. Now, while they unsuccessfully challenged my blackness, they damn sure proved their whiteness.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Here we go. He's still mad about the debate. We figured it out, Sitch. He's still angry.
He's still angry black man. So there you go.
That's terrible.
It's calming down.
Remember when Obama ran, how they were like the media so openly talked about how, oh no, Obama needs to avoid the angry black man stereotype.
Yes.
Like they talked about that nonstop. I don't know that they can talk about that now.
I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah.
Indifferent to history, oblivious to truth, and indifferent to reality.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Jordan Peterson, totally indifferent to reality, dude. Totally indifferent.
So, yeah, but he attributed all these things to whiteness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is where I hate this fucking. It's so despicable. The whole whiteness thing is a very obvious game for them to be able to say, listen, we get to be openly racist, but you can't call us racist. Because when we say whiteness, we don't mean white people. We just happen to name this oppressive system after the skin color of the group of people we're talking about. It's totally a coincidence. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but if you throw that into the trash because it's a lie, all he said was white people are described by being ignorant of history and liars. That's what he just said.
Yeah. That he's working on his negative stereotypes. That's the whole reason he came on to CNN.
Damn sure proved their whiteness. Indifferent to history, oblivious to truth, and indifferent to reality.
See, white people they just don't know anything.
So fucking racist. So racist. So racist. He just wait a second.
Is that crazy?
Bring out the old chart. I don't like this new chart, Sitch. Whiteness used to be punctuality and like objective empiricism. What happened? Now all of a sudden we're like delusional and ahistorical. What's going on here? Whiteness took a turn for the worst. What happened? They just changing this term willy-nilly.
Could you imagine if there was, you had John Ralph Dixon, who's like the white version of Michael Eric Dyson. And he just said like, oh, blackness is indicative of, and he named a bunch of negative stereotypes. I can't even make that joke without getting canceled.
I know. Yes.
I was like, this would be the funniest joke is to have, white Michael Eric Dyson say blackness and then list a bunch of negative like black stereotypes. I'm like, I can't even do that. I would get canceled for making the joke.
I know. How do you it's so sad that we live in this environment, but we have to talk about something else and then you can go back and, pause and go criminality. Like we all know the fucking stereotype, right?
I know, it's terrible.
It's so
but no,
wrong.
listen, I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about the social construct of blackness, okay? I'm not racist.
Yes.
Okay, listen, I'm not racist. I'm not talking about you as a person. I'm just ascribing all these traits to you based on your racial category. But I'm not racist. No, don't worry, not racist.
It's so evil because there was definitely 40s, 50s, you could make an argument. There was a negative stereotype of blacks that involved, all of those terrible caustic things. And we worked our ass off to destroy that stereotype. And then you've got people like Michael Eric Dyson here and Don Lemon. They're basically trying to do the same thing. They're trying to build a racist stereotype of white people and, boost that into the world. What fucking evil pieces of shit. Listen, the reason why the black stereotype is evil is because there are a lot of blacks that don't embody that stereotype, that are fucking great people. You don't want these evil stereotypes around because they hurt the people who are, who are good, hardworking Americans. Yeah. And now they're trying to create one that basically categorizes every single white person as like racist piece of shit.
We're going back in time. We have to explain why racism is bad now again.
Yeah, well, it's just.
I thought we got over this.
It's sad. It's sad.
I thought we fixed this. I thought most people understood. Now we have to go back.
He literally just said all white people are delusional. That's what Michael Eric Dyson said on national television, and the racist news commentator, in air quotes, didn't even challenge him on it. He's like, "Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, white people are delusional.
White people, am I right?"
Yeah. So, and they wonder why racism is on the rise in America.
I know.
Fucking bullshit.
So, just that it was kind of a weird thing to say, to refer to people as black. That's what he said. It's weird to refer to people as black unless they are from Africa, not wearing any clothes. This
is so ridiculous, Sitch. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? The fucking...
Because we love to see you suffer.
Look at this. Look at this. He's like... Don Lemon has this look on his face like, does Joe Rogan realize that black people wear clothing? It's like, please. This is so dishonest, Sitch. This is so dishonest. They're trying to tell the normies at home that Joe Rogan doesn't think black people wear clothes.
Justin, Joe Rogan thinks all black people running around naked in Africa.
It's fucking... This is so bad.
There's a fundamental misunderstanding, as you've been pointing out.
Yes, there is. Black people do wear clothing. The fundamental misunderstanding.
What it means to be black.
Absolutely. They're hearkening back to Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. Brother Rogan is smarter than that. People who are in Africa who don't wear clothes, who have deeper melanin, was he speaking about thousands of years ago? Is he talking about today when he refers to what it means to be African, when he refers to what it means to be black?
These guys are such dumbasses. He literally, the context of what he was talking about was
melanin content.
Do they know that melanin is nature's sunblock? Do they know this shit? Like, it's fucking melanin content is how you like the darker.
The problem is this is
the
issue. This is what's happening.
Yeah.
This is what's happening here. Okay. Joe Rogan said something that was fairly innocuous.
Totally.
But he said it in a somewhat unartful way.
Yes, very much so.
Okay. So now they have to spin it and twist it and turn it around. They know what he meant.
Yes.
They know what he was saying. He was just saying, yeah, there's different types of shades of people. And Joe Rogan was saying, yes, Jordan, there's many different shades of people and shades of skin color. And the only people that would actually be conceptualized as black, like on a pure color wheel, would be like literally the darkest skinned people on the planet.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really apply to the majority of people we call black. That's all he was fucking saying.
Right. Well, he did make an argument that melanin is a natural, the whole purpose of melanin. Yes. And there's a fucking TED Talk on this, okay? The TED Talk is basically from some lefty progressive woman who's trying to say that, skin color evolved in us as nature's sun protection.
Do you believe that lie?
I don't believe the melanin content is what gives black people superpowers. No.
I was going to say, Adam, don't you know? Okay.
If you
melanin is where God stores your soul.
Okay.
So if you have no melanin, you obviously have no soul. I heard this directly from the mouth of Yakub. Okay.
We've covered some of those, and I got to admit, it's fascinating. I don't know how scientific it is, but it's definitely up there with maybe ancient aliens. Okay?
Listen, there's at least 2 people that are scientists claiming this to be true. So
Right. So
It's a solid foundation. Trust the science.
There is a mythological cult out there.
Yes.
That basically believes melanin gives black people superpowers. But I mean, if you want to call, anti-aging, sun protection, superpowers, I'm willing to give you a little leeway on that one. Because it is, I mean, sometimes you look at black celebrities and stuff and you're like, these people don't age. Holy shit. Eddie Murphy is 95.
Well, it's true. I mean, sun damage to your DNA is one
It's
of the
horrible.
strongest things for aging.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Yeah, exactly. So, and oddly enough, that's exactly the context that Joe Rogan was talking about it.
I know.
So I mean, the levels of spin going on here to turn Joe Rogan into the next, Donald Trump is terrible to me.
Mhm.
I wish these guys would just have an honest conversation, but I think it's impossible. Yeah, it's totally impossible. Michael Eric Dyson does in the end here kind of beg to go on Joe Rogan. And I would love for Joe Rogan to take him up on it, because the first thing Joe Rogan is going to say, why were you lying about me on CNN to fucking Don Lemon, you piece of shit? That is totally Joe Rogan, isn't he?
Right.
And,
It is.
and Michael
It is.
Eric Dyson is going to have this, he's going to do, who was the guy that came on? I think it was Sanjay Gupta, the CNN doctor, and Joe Rogan totally called him out. Yeah, they told everyone that I went to a veterinarian and took horse pills. What was up with that? You fucking liars on CNN. And Sanjay J. Gupta is totally backpedaling. Why would they say something like that? You know why? They're fucking liars. That would be the exact same kind of backpedaling that Michael Eric Dyson would do. And it would be great. It would be awesome.
Well, on one hand, I completely agree with you. On the other hand, it's do you want to reward this behavior
by giving him you want to call it out. You want to listen.
Maybe you're right, because it's
Michael Eric Dyson.
You can't ignore things in this day and age anymore.
Who is the guy that Joe Rogan tells to bring up the clip? I can't remember his name. Jamie, bring up that clip from the Jordan Peterson Michael Eric Dyson debate. Let's watch that clip let's see what it would be awesome. Joe Rogan, that would be the worst 3 hours of Michael Eric Dyson's life.
That's true. It could be. It'd be funny because he would ask him, the first question would be why are you lying about me on CNN? And Michael Eric Dyson would give some fucking long, bloviating, sophist answer with all these big words in it. And I'd love for Joe Rogan to just be yeah, I don't know what any of that means. Can you just talk to me like I'm a human being? Why do you talk like this? Can you just use words that I'm a meathead, Michael. Okay. Just talk to me in a language I can understand, because I don't know what the fuck you just said.
I love it. Come on. Bring it down to the meathead level.
Yes.
Just because we don't have that vocabulary doesn't mean we're not following along. Okay. Please talk to us in English.
Well, no, but with him, that's what's funny, because it's hilarious that Michael has written a book called, Performing Black, because he's
performing whiteness, right?
Well, no, but he has he's such a stereotypical, quote unquote, black preacher performance. I'm going to come up here and bloviate with a bunch of big fucking words so no one knows what I'm saying. And it's all a bunch of word salad.
Yeah.
And it's such a performance. It's why? I don't know, maybe this was just important to me. I never wanted to be I'm going to go dress up in goth gear or punk gear or jock gear or whatever. Because I'm I don't want to look in the mirror and think I'm a fucking stereotype of a human being. I want to be an individual person.
How do you get your goth girlfriend, though? I mean, you got to play the game.
That's true. That's a good point.
I mean,
I'm not saying you don't put on a little bit of eyeshadow.
Come on, I was wearing eyeliner. She was wearing eyeliner.
There you go. It's all to get chicks. You're right. It's all to get chicks.
Let's sit down, son. Let me tell you how it works. Women. This is the sexist part of the show, guys. No, let's continue with the race part of the show.
Are you that obtuse, indifferent to truth, ignorant about traditions? But yes, so many people are. This is the same kind of ignorance that fuels the belief that CRT is being taught in elementary school. This is the same kind of ignorance that would have us believe that 1619 is an anti-democratic, anti-American project. This is... is the name.
Yeah, I know. Sitch is like heavy on the pause there. What? 1619 is not anti-American?
Yeah, how is it not anti-American to make the claim that America was founded to protect the institute of slavery?
Yeah.
How is that not an anti, like definitionally,
Giantly
that's an
anti-American. Yeah.
Like, I don't understand. What the fuck do you think the word anti-American mean when you combine them, Michael? Like,
I looked up some statistic. I can't remember what I was tweeting about, but I think I questioned, whether or not blacks I didn't question whether or not blacks served in World War II, because obviously there's like the Tuskegee Airmen who were pilots in World War II. But I thought, how many black Americans died in World War II? And I looked it up. I could be wrong. Maybe I shouldn't throw out a number, but I think it was like around 200,000. I guess you can look it up.
200. How many people? How many guys died in Americans died in World War II?
A fucking giant amount. But we could be crafting a narrative here that black and white Americans both died, liberating Germany during the Holocaust. Putting the
about
Holocaust,
300,000 Americans died.
So I was only 300,000 Americans died
total. So yeah.
Oh, okay. The 200,000.
It could not. No, there's no way.
Okay. Look up, because it was relatively right. It's probably at your fingertips there, but. But I mean, why? I mean, there are so many narratives that we could be crafting of black and white Americans working together to do amazing things. Why isn't that American history? Why is that American history problematic for everyone on the left? Because, obviously, I know the truth, because they want to gain political power. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't play the I'm the oppressed victim. And you can't tell white people to shut the fuck up, basically.
Right.
Shut the fuck up, sit down and listen. If our public and our society is promoting a message, a narrative of cooperative, teamwork here.
Yeah, race cooperation. Cooperation among the races. Even though that would be, it's so weird that they have an anti-capitalist stance, because at its heart, the system that's in place right now serves these minority of race grifters at the expense of millions of black and white Americans who are needlessly thrust into conflict, probably live more conflict-ridden lives, more, hating of other people that they don't understand, those negative feelings, negative emotions, completely being placed in them by these people who are getting rich off this stuff. Like, how is that not the complete obviously a straw man version of capitalism, but the straw man version of capitalism that they paint every single day, like few people subjugating many people for their own benefit. That's basically the race grift, right?
It is.
Yeah. It's fucking sad.
This says, according to this random Wikipedia article, it said for the most part, the army was still segregated during World War II.
Yeah, I know it was segregated.
And there was only a couple instances where it wasn't segregated. And this says this seems like way too low. Unless because of segregation, they weren't seeing a lot of combat. This says only 708 African Americans were killed in combat during World War II.
Well, maybe it was 200,000. Like, how many fought in World War II? Maybe that's what I looked up. Not how many died, but how many fought.
Because if only 300,000 or 400,000 died, I don't see how only 700 black people can die in combat.
So how many people fought in World War II and how many of them were black? That would be the thing to look at. Because you could build a narrative around that. And I'm not, I don't want people to mischaracterize what I'm saying. I'm not saying build some phony fucking narrative about America. Like, we obviously have history of cooperating. Like, civil rights used to be this uplifting message that the left used to tell about how, we overcame the challenges of racism and, things got better. We delivered for our constituents. Right? That used to be the message. Now the message is civil rights was, not really real, and that you still need to keep electing us so we can deliver.
Civil rights was false consciousness designed to trick black people
It's
Adam, to
it's so
accepting
nefarious.
capitalism.
It's
all
so
right? I don't know.
nefarious.
Daniel the Bruce for $20 says the first question Rogan should ask Dyson is, did he ever bring Jordan Peterson to a black church like he said he would?
Oh, thank you. Oh,
I forgot about that.
That is
Yes.
so true.
In
That is
that
so
in that
true.
debate, Michael Eric Dyson said he would take Jordan Peterson to a black church.
Yeah. That's when he was backpedaling. Like he doubled down in that
Yes.
little clip that we saw, but later on
He
there was a
backpedals
lot of
later in the
backpedaling.
conversation, yeah. Because I think Jordan Peterson brings it up again in the next response.
Yeah, he doesn't let him go.
Kovar for $20 says, Adam, our favorite person, Sitch has become brainwashed with Joe Biden love. Even when Biden lies, Sitch says it's a half-truth. You know I was right on the GDP, Sitch. There you go. S-Class is old man, hair, sniffer, A-team reigns supreme. Kovar is very mad. He's very triggered. Very triggered.
Yeah.
He, even though Kovar's like Doomer. He's so nice to me in the DMs, but then publicly he's like, oh, I hate Sitch. See? I know it's how you Suendres play. This is the game you guys play. Oh,
What is
someone on
this?
Twitter.
A $200 super chat from Cullivar right here? Oh
I
my
know.
goodness. It says A-Team reigns supreme.
There
Oh,
you
thank
go.
you,
Thank-
Cullivar.
I want to thank Captain
you so-
Forehead. I don't want to thank Cullivar for that. I want to thank Captain Forehead for making the Michael Eric Dyson 2-button meme and tweeting it to me.
Oh, he did? Nice. We can
Yes.
bring it up.
No, but no, there was some. So Joe Biden put out some graph that was like, it said like average real GDP growth for presidents, and it showed his was like 5 or 6%. It showed everyone else's was like way under it, including Trump was at like 1.5 or I don't know something. And Cullivar was like, "Oh, this is a lie. This is a straight up lie," and he tried to do the numbers. And I looked into where the numbers came from. I'm like, "Well, it's not a lie. It's misleading." Which I would say is a half-truth. And you could argue that a half-truth is worse than a straight-up lie, which I've said in the past, and that's fine. I just want to call it a straight-up lie because it's a stupid. The thing that makes it stupid is you're like, well, Joe Biden's only been president for 1 year, and they're averaging it out like during the COVID restrictions. And if you look at the average GDP during COVID, in the last year, it's like it goes into like negative 20% growth, and then it spikes up to like positive 30% growth in like 2 quarters. So obviously, if you're going to average crazy numbers like that, when every other president is like at a stable 1 or 2% GDP growth per quarter, it's going to create like really weird numbers. So you can definitely criticize the graph and say that it's dishonest, but it's not straight up a lie. I mean, the numbers are accurate; they're just dishonestly presented would be a better way of saying it. So
Yeah. Gas.
sorry, Cullivar. I actually care about knowing what is true, okay, and being a little bit more precise in my speech, as Jordan Peterson would say. Okay,
Sure.
I'm sorry. J-Mac for $20. Thank you, Jay. Says he could have saved the joke, but still stuck to his message. All I had to do was say, quote, well, apparently cops don't like Browns neither. There you go. Could have done some prop comedy
Ooh.
with like an arm sling or something.
Oh, that's good.
There you go.
Yeah.
J-Mac, they should hire
Jay
you.
knows.
You're better than they are in this.
All comedy is about surprise, and they don't like the Browns either. Would have been surprising enough to get a chuckle out of me. I would have.
Right.
That's definitely a better joke. A way better joke.
Prince Charming for $20 says, Snow Rogan. I've tried poison apples and the sleep was amazing, but I didn't care for the recovery so much. There you go. There you go. Satoshi was a Reploid for 200. Knock Knock says, it's making more and more sense to me how and why fascism and even National Socialism evolved out of socialism. It feels like it's happening again. It does make sense. It does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Sword and Scale for not $20.
We're going to fight
Thank
back,
you.
though, right? That's not going to happen, Sitch, right?
We are going to fight back. It's not going to
Okay,
happen.
we're
I'm not
winning.
worried. I'm not worried about, the socialist takeover of America. I'm not worried.
Yeah.
I know some people are, but we're going to fight back. There's too much pushback. There's way too much pushback.
And you got to admit, I mean, I got to tell you, socialists are lazy, okay?
They are.
They're not very good organizers.
Yeah, look at Vosh. Look at Hassan.
They're very good at complaining on social
Right.
media. They're not
Right.
very good at getting to the polls and voting.
Yep.
Yeah, famously,
That's true.
Like the most socialist congresswoman is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, which I would argue 50% of her votes are just because she's attractive. And also as
projecting his mental state onto other people.
They've done a ton of studies on this. Like more attractive candidates like win. They do.
Okay.
I hate to say it.
Well,
I mean,
and another
it's an
thing,
unfair world.
even AOC and the other squad members they're too afraid to come out as open socialists. They always have to like
hide their
pretend
power
like
level.
they're not.
Yeah.
They always have to hide their power level, which is a good sign.
Nancy Pelosi famously said, and I'm not a fan of Nancy Pelosi. I think she's awful. But she said, and this is like directly aimed at AOC, that any Democrat, or they could run a glass of water in that district with a D next to it, and it would win. So it's take that into consideration when you think of the rise of socialism.
That's Nancy Pelosi saying, "Shut up and sit down."
Totally. Oh, is AOC? I hope AOC runs in 2024, though. I honestly,
of course she will. What do you mean? Oh, as president, she's not going to run for president. How old is she? Isn't she like 10? Like she's not old enough to run for president.
She's She'll be 35, just in time for inauguration.
No, there's no fucking reality that will be.
She can't become president. She'll be running at 34.
She's 32 right now.
Right, but she'll be 34
in 2 years. Right.
Right. And her birthday is before inauguration date, so she will turn 35 like 2 months before she's sworn into office.
AOC's pretty dark old tweet resurfaces on anniversary of the Challenger tragedy.
What? Oh my God! What?
Did AOC mock the Challenger deaths? What?
That can't be real.
What
happened?
What did she say? Let's see. Twitter users started asking on Friday why Girl Scouts would have been taught how to recreate the what? On March 8th, 2019, AOC tweeted that it was via the Girl Scouts that she, quote, first practiced how to change brake fluid, start a fire, practice self-defense, recreate the NASA Challenger mission, and importantly, learn to teach myself new skills and navigate ambiguity. There's a reason a large number of congresswomen are former scouts.
That's not really negative towards the Challenger thing.
Well, no, you know what it was, though? She probably recreated some space mission or something, and she didn't care about it enough to not remember what it was. So she just thought, like, what's the space mission? What's that space mission? Oh, Challenger. That's sticking out of my mind. It must be the Challenger mission. That's the one with like the woman on it, right? So she's probably tweeted it out.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that's what happened, because why would a Girl Scout troop reenact the death and the destruction of the Challenger mission?
Yeah, that is pretty dark.
Very weird. Anyway,
let us continue.
Nature of the whiteness we continually confront. This is willful ignorance. This is not, oh my God, I just don't understand it. It's too complicated. No.
How do they not see that that's completely racist? To say one person that was white was willfully ignorant means all white people are willfully ignorant? Isn't that a racist stereotype, Sitch? I'm having trouble here.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not, because it's against white people.
Well, I'll show you why it's not. I don't know if you saw this, Adam. The ADL. Okay. They put out a definition of racism. A new definition of racism just dropped. I don't know if you know this, Adam.
I saw it.
The ADL says racism is the marginalization and or oppression of people of color based on a socially constructed racial hierarchy that privileges white people. So there you go.
That is ridiculous.
Only
that is insane and ridiculous.
Only white people can be only white people can be racist against black people.
Yeah. We lost the ADL. The ADL is dead to me. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting though, the ADL, which I believe is or started from a Jewish organization. I think it's kind of interesting.
American Defamation League is what it stands for, right?
Yes. But I just think it's a little interesting that the ADL, under their definition of racism, the Nazis aren't racist. It's a little strange. I mean, because the Nazis were white people who were racist against other white people.
Yeah. Yeah,
But,
no people of color involved there.
Right, but I guess the Holocaust wasn't racist or anything, according to the ADL, anyway.
Isn't that like the Armenian genocide? Would be
Not racist,
right? Because it's
No.
whites against whites again.
Yeah. The Russians starving the Ukrainians to death by the millions, not racist.
Where is Rwanda?
Bunch of white
figure
people,
in? Where's Rwanda figuring into
That's
that
a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, black people can't be racist against other black people, according to the ADL. So,
Yeah.
I guess the Rwandan genocide also not racist.
Isn't there like something going on in South Africa where blacks are targeting whites? I guess that's not technically racist either.
Not racism.
Yeah. Okay.
No. Not racism. No racism detected.
Have we told the ADL to fuck off yet? Do we have to get Joe Rogan to do it?
What's so complicated is to acknowledge your whiteness, your privilege, your perspective, the shades through which you view the world.
Yeah, it's such a privilege to have this racist totally creating stereotypes about me as a white person. This person that doesn't even know me.
Could you imagine? This will be the inverse Michael Eric Dyson saying, this black person needs to accept their N-wordness.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. That's not good.
That's what he's like. Jordan Peterson, he's accept his whiteness. Like, what does that mean?
That is when you're talking about racism being invisible, this is the kind of racism that was against blacks in the 1950s that was invisible, completely invisible. Like people believed this racist stereotype about blacks, and just that was like the way it was. Like we all understand that stereotype is there. Of course, the black people were like, "Fuck you." Like, that's a terrible racist stereotype. I can't believe you would judge me in the same way that you judge all these other, criminals or fucking lazy people or whatever. Like, obviously, that's fucking evil. But they're doing the exact same thing to white people now. They're basically saying, fucking ignorant racist. That's the white stereotype. And anyone who's white falls into it. It's awful.
And the ways in which whiteness provides a kind of lens through which we view it. So they know better than that.
Listen,
see, and the whole fucking they. Fuck you.
They know better than that.
Fuck you. Listen,
Whitey's know better. Crackers know better than that, Adam.
You can't. If you said that on social media about the fucking them, those people, right?
Those people.
People would rightly jump on you and call you a fucking racist. Like, it is so difficult as human beings to not group people into these broad categories of detestable things, okay? Like, you have to fight against that. I don't understand how this is like getting a pass in a way that's just revolting. It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting.
I mean, do they know better than that? Because look, we all speak.
Do they though?
Yeah. Don Lemon now. So basically, Michael Eric Dyson has teed up that all white people are ignorant racists, but they should know better than that. And Don Lemon's response is, do they really know better than that? Like, can they really help being, ignorant racists? Don, are you going to make a biologically determinist argument about white people here? Please explain yourself.
That's what I do for a living. So, at times you screw up. And so I like to give people grace when they speak for a living because, especially he has a podcast. I'm not sure.
He's playing the good cop here.
Oh, he is. Okay.
He's like, listen, maybe he just spoke ineloquently. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Sure how long it is.
Sitch, I want to ask you something.
Systemic lies, systemic dishonesty. I see the Chiron, Adam.
Oh no,
I know that Don Lemon playing good cop here is a fucking lie. Okay, I understand the game that's happening.
Right. The Chiron hasn't changed at all. He's still pulling that. Still
very strange to call people black unless they're 100% African and not wearing any clothes. with fake quotes.
The only people, this Chiron basically says the only people you can really call black are naked.
Naked Africans.
What a fucking dishonest. No, I was gonna bring up the fact that
Yes.
you've mentioned Michael Eric Dyson's camera is shit. He's got a fucking ring light there. How does that
You're
make
right.
you
You
feel?
could see the ring. Yeah. Why he has an expensive ring light, but he's doing this on his phone, his camera phone? Like what's going on here?
Something's
Listen,
off.
maybe his camera just broke. Okay. He had to make do with what he
Right.
had.
He did. Maybe he's got the wrong camera settings on. Maybe he
There
totally
you
boomered
go.
it out.
Maybe.
Is how long he goes, but you just sort of speaking off the cuff. But one would think that you would do your research if you're going to talk about topics that are this sensitive and this important. But do they?
Listen,
Do your research. He just said like it's weird that Michael Eric Dyson called you a mean white man. What are
totally.
you supposed to research? Like, what are you talking about?
yeah, first of all, yeah, exactly. Telling him to do his research when you didn't do any of your research is
Right.
is completely rich here.
Comical.
Yeah.
Know better, or are they just speaking to the people in their audience and just sort of capitalizing on that, thinking that's what they want to hear?
I also like the point that he made about how shouldn't they do their research when they're talking about such sensitive topics. If
Yes.
you remember the Michael Eric Dyson clip from the debate, didn't Michael Eric Dyson call Jordan Peterson a snowflake? I'm pretty sure
He did.
I think he did call him a sensitive little snowflake.
Oh, snowflakes are white, so therefore Michael Eric Dyson racist again.
Well, you think he would? I mean, are we going with these topics are too sensitive to talk about? Or everyone's a fucking snowflake.
research. Do your research, Michael. Don't you know your history? The history of calling white people snowflakes. Fuck.
Well,
I
that's
wonder if that was an
that's a
anti-Semitic
relative-
reference. Okay,
that's
are
a
you
relatively
referencing
short-
to the ash of some white
Oh.
people being burned alive when you say snowflake? What
Oh,
exactly are you
ouch.
saying here?
Ouch. Oh man, you can do the systemic dishonesty too.
I am doubly offended as a white and a Jew.
Is that what the snowflake is? The floating ash?
No one's
or
allowed
is
to
it-
call me a snowflake. Otherwise, they're an anti-Semite. Okay.
Or is it because this microscopic snowflakes are like kind of star-shaped? I wonder.
Oh my God, you're right.
He's
It's like the goblins.
I know.
The
They're being
shape
totally
of a
anti-
snowflake is based off the Jewish star. I never thought about that. Oh,
They're
my
totally,
God.
yeah. They're totally being anti-Semitic. Both of these people are racist anti-Semites. We need to cancel them immediately.
This is so. So when you go back like 5 seconds, I think you missed what Don Lemon said.
I
'cause
know.
it's kind of insane.
Okay, let's go.
Do you
back.
understand? Just speaking to the people
Go back.
in their audience,
More.
topics that they speak for a living, because especially he has a podcast. I'm not sure how long it is or how long he goes, but you just sort of speaking off the cuff. But one would think that you would do.
What a fucking moron. He doesn't even know how long the podcast is. And he's talking about doing your research. Please.
Right.
I mean, I'm sorry I paused, but jeez.
Do your research if you're going to talk about topics that are this sensitive and this important. But do they know better, or are they just speaking to the people in their audience and just sort of capitalizing on that, thinking that's what they want to hear? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is a totally nefarious part where we get lumped in
Oh my God.
with the racists because we happen to be able to hear Jordan Peterson clearly.
Don Lemon's like, listen, Michael, I think one of two things happened. Maybe Joe Rogan, he just misspoke. He does podcasts. Maybe he misspoke. Or do you think, maybe it's because his audience is filled with a bunch of white racists and Joe Rogan knows that that's what his racist fucking audience wants to hear? Which one of those do you think is true, Michael?
Yeah. How do you think Michael's going to respond?
Well, Don, let me say this in very simple, plain English so that everyone can understand me very clearly. I think that we're making a big deal about nothing, and that actually, they were just saying that race is an arbitrary social construct.
Sitch.
Maybe they didn't say it in the most eloquent way, but it was a 4-hour podcast, and I'm sure he said many other interesting things in that 4-hour time.
Oh God, Sitch, that's comedy gold. God, I love you. What the
You don't
fuck?
think that's what he's gonna? I'll bet you $100 that's what he's gonna say right now.
I would pay $1,000 if we could live in that universe. If we could live in that
Only
universe,
$1,000.
I would pay $10,000 if we could live in that universe.
Only
$10,000. I'm telling you. Well, I'm not made of money. Jeez. Let's go in. Let's match me. We'll bring it up to 20,000.
That's right. Here at the Sitch and Manor Show, listen, simulation overlords.
Yes.
We
We'll
will
go
pay
$20K.
$20,000 between the two of us to live in the better universe where Michael Eric Dyson isn't a racist fuck.
Well, and not just Michael Eric Dyson.
Well,
I mean,
all the
I'd
woke
pay
people aren't racist either.
I'd pay $20 for that, but
yeah,
I'm not gonna go.
Right.
Yeah, just one. We need real systemic change here.
That's
the
true.
problem is there's a million Michael Eric Dysons and they're manufacturing them in record numbers.
Sure, absolutely. And I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. I think on the one hand, you're absolutely right. They're speaking to their audiences. They're ginning up a kind of resistance and a kind of anger at, look at this guy talking this kind of stuff. And blackness is much more complicated. And look, by the way, he's lighter.
What did he just say?
Yeah, he said nothing. Where's the substance? What's going on here? This is Gish galloping here. This is not.
This is complete word salad. Because usually, like, he has a thought in there, but it's just like hidden under all this fucking thesaurus. That was nothing.
Yeah, he said it could be both, and
Which
then
doesn't even make, which is not possible.
And then he's going on.
How can you both say something that you're unaware of, but you're also saying it because you know it placates your audience? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
those are direct opposites.
You're not misspeaking. Yeah, exactly.
And then he said, and then they're just gonna go, whatever, blah blah blah. Blackness is more complicated. What?
Yeah, they weren't talking about blackness.
I know.
Lighter than us or darker than us, and therefore he's not really black. Come on. So
nobody
said
fucking said that you weren't black. Okay.
Not the way that he's conceptualizing it.
Yeah. Nobody said that you're not a member of the African American community. Nobody said that. Nobody challenged that. Okay.
Right.
They challenged the idea that we're making a big deal out of race. Which, I mean, you could make an argument that you don't like that because, you gain a lot of political power over making a big deal about race. But make that argument. Don't mischaracterize what they said.
But yeah, they're playing to the ignorance of their audience, but they're also, exposing a kind of lethal ignorance about the very nature.
Another lethal ignorance.
Ignorance
of race itself. And they, in that sense, yeah, they know better. Look, I met Joe Rogan and spoke to him after a concert by Dave Chappelle. You're opening for Dave Chappelle, one of the blackest men in America, not because of his brown skin tone, not because of the shade of his skin, but by virtue of the ideals he promotes, the ideals with which he wrestles, and the ways in which he gets it right, or some would say wrong.
And his life experience.
Wait a minute.
Experiences.
And life experiences and the way in which he channels those.
So that's actually a very, very telling back and forth. Because Michael Eric Dyson just characterized blackness as an ideology. He said, Dave Chappelle isn't black because he's skin color. He's black because of the ideas he preaches. And then Don Lemon has to be like, don't you mean the shared lived experience of black people in America? And he's like, oh yeah, that's what I mean. That was a little bit of the mask slipping there.
Right. Is Michael Eric Dyson a commie?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Of course. I mean, I'm assuming from this conversation he is.
Is it bad for us to call him commies? Because I mean, it's just shorthand.
But he is. I'm assuming. This is a very leftist conversation that he's.
Yeah, but we could say socialist or something.
Yeah, but that's true.
I mean,
commie can turn people off.
Yeah.
But it also
it
can
makes
turn
us
people
sound
on.
I know. Turns me on. Definitely.
I know it does.
Yeah.
Let me go back for a second. Listen to how crazy this is.
Ideals he promotes, not because of his brown skin tone, not because of the shade of his skin, but by virtue of the ideals he promotes, the ideals with which he wrestles, and the ways in which he gets it right, or some would say
And
wrong.
his life.
So I'm curious, the follow-up question is, what are black ideals,
Yeah.
Mr. Dyson?
They're leftist ideals. No, you nailed it. You completely nailed it. This is what's so insidious about this, because they basically say that conservative blacks are not blacks.
Are not black, right? That's
so
what I'm saying.
Fucking evil.
What are black ideals and what are white ideals?
Yeah.
Like, why are we conceptualizing ideals based on skin color, Mr. Dyson?
Because you're racist.
It is funny. You were so correct to be like, this is just black Richard Spencer talk, basically.
Yeah. Hugely. Hugely. Yeah. I mean, even in the white nationalist movement, like, they don't care if you're black. They don't give a fuck as long.
Well, I don't.
As long as
not,
there's that article. No, there's that article where they're like, the KKK membership has dropped so low that they've decided to bring in blacks. As long as you share the ideology, it's like, okay, it's good with me. It's cool with me.
They can get all the Uncle Ruckuses they can handle. Yes.
Experiences.
And life experiences and the way in which he channels those.
Well, see, it's not just life experience. It's the way in which you channel that life experience. Because if that life experience, if that life experience leads you to be a conservative, if that life experience leads you to believe that maybe we shouldn't defund the police, well, then you just lost your black card.
Right. I mean, this is such an interesting interaction that happens so quickly, because you have Don Lemon, who's operating under like the old, more liberal conceptualization, which was like, oh, you can say that like there's a black group of people in America because, all people of, black skin color in America had some shared historical oppression that kind of binds their culture together. Okay. That was the argument. And so that's the argument that Don Lemon's operating under. But then you have Michael Eric Dyson, who's a radical in the conversation, who's like, no, blackness isn't about your shared history of oppression. It's about your ideology and the performance you put out in the world. And apparently there's a correct way to be black and a wrong way to be black.
We read an excerpt from that book on critical race theory, which fully articulated that in ways that were very uncomfortable.
Right, yeah, in the conversation / debate with Jangles.
Yeah.
Where I read that passage, I said CRT is anti-assimilation. And there's a whole long passage about how, the black music producer who has dreads and wears African clothing is really black. But the black guy who works at a law firm and wears a suit and a tie, well, he's sold out.
Yeah. Yeah. He's part of whiteness now. He's no longer black.
We lost him to white.
It's funny that the conversation begins with him being upset, especially in the previous clip that we played from the debate. Like his anger stems from the fact that white people have characterized his community in a certain way, and that these stereotypes have basically been foisted on their community by another community, and that's a point of contention for him.
Right.
But then he's turning around and doing the exact same thing, not just to whites, but to his community as well. He's basically saying, no, you have to live up to this ideology. Otherwise, you're not really a part of the black community. You're not really a part of blackness.
Right.
Well, it's like the same exact thing.
Yeah,
he's both angry about it and using it on somebody else. How do you play that card? How do you do that card? How do you say, like, this is evil for you to do, but it's just fine for me to do it?
I'm so angry that I'm projecting my own inadequacies onto you while I speak about why my own inadequacies are fine. That's it's crazy.
It's awful. It's awful. You either shouldn't do that, and I would be in the camp of you probably shouldn't do that.
Right.
Like, it's when when whites did that historically, yeah, it's right to call it out and say that that was an injustice. But then to turn around and voice the same injustice on black conservatives and whites is just doubly fucking evil.
Well, and it's really sad because the whole thing about like, oh, if you wear a suit and tie and get and you're a lawyer, that's participating in whiteness. It's basically like there's a group of socialist race activists who their whole ideology is predicated on like sour. It's like a combination of sour grapes and like unresolved trauma, because it's basically the thought process on an unconscious level is basically, oh, white people oppress black people. And for so many years, black people were just wanting to be able to participate in like the game of society that white people are playing. And then finally, when white people were like, okay, you can participate on an equal level in society, you had a group of people who are basically like, oh, well, these people are so evil and bad. Why should I participate in the same game that they're participating in? Why should I behave the same way they're behaving in? Why is their measure of success the measure of success that I should use? And it's like it's an understandable reaction, but it's a very childish reaction. It's a very immature reaction to reality. They say, well, just because a group of people or a society enacted an evil against me means that once that evil has gone away, I should just stick my heels out and say, oh, I'm going to go my own way. I'm going to make my own path. Fuck you. I'm going to do the opposite of whatever you're doing.
Yeah, that's basically where we're at. It's kind of bizarre because they want to even go as far as saying the entire system itself is racist. Like literally just categorizing it as racism.
Right. Because what's a better way to overthrow capitalism and democracy than to say that it's racist?
But I mean, if you've basically at this day and age opened up the system as much as possible, obviously there are going to be racists in the world, and there is going to be inequity foisted on other people by individuals who they themselves are racist. If you've opened the society up, though, as much you're basically trying to give equal opportunity regardless of race. How do you categorize that as a racist system? I just don't. Like, it seems completely backwards.
It is backwards.
I mean, we're shooting the critique. I think is important because you want to shoot for equal opportunity for everyone. You want to shoot for creating a system where everyone has the same ability.
The argument also doesn't make sense because they say like, oh, the reason that they say what you were saying, Adam, is because they're trying to trick black people. Like nothing has changed. We're still as racist as society still as racist as it was in the 1940s or 1950s. And it's like, okay, but if that was the case, if society was as racist as it was 60, 70, 80 years ago, why would they have to lie about it? Why wouldn't they just openly be as racist as they were back then? Why do they have to create this very complicated subterfuge system of trying to trick black people and other white people into thinking that they're not racist if everyone's still as racist as they were back then?
Yeah. They wouldn't, obviously. You'd still have shows like All in the Family where Archie Bunker was just openly racist.
Well, but even All in the Family, like Archie Bunker being openly racist is meant to be a bad thing. It's not
totally.
It's never shown as a positive.
Yeah. Right.
It'd be like having, someone dress up in blackface and dance around, on stage, and everyone goes, ha ha ha, those silly black people,
Like they did 50,
like they used
60 years ago. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
No, obviously.
So, Joe Rogan, you're opening up for a guy who has redefined for many people blackness in the last 15 years, and yet you're claiming not to know what blackness is. Yeah, I think that's a deliberate, willful ignorance, and it's the unintentional hilarity of a certain kind of...
They never even said, and actually, this is it. We caught him. We caught him. Adam, we caught them. We caught Michael Eric Dyson in the lie. How did I not see this before? Okay. Whenever they bring up this whiteness or blackness shit, and you say, hey, you're being racist. You're saying all white people are X. And they say, I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about whiteness. There's a difference. Okay. Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson never said the word blackness. or whiteness in their entire talking point, in their entire conversation. All they said was white and black. And they're very clearly talking about skin color. And it's Michael Eric Dyson who has now twisted that around, black to mean blackness and white to mean whiteness. The very thing that whenever you call them out for doing, they pretend they're not.
Yeah. He's doing it. He's doing it again right here, right in front of us. Wow. He is the Archie Bunker here.
He is.
He's totally the Archie Bunker.
But there you go. Michael Eric Dyson accidentally gave the game away.
What the game of turning everything into blackness and whiteness as like a subterfuge for
the game of so the game is that they get to be racist against white people.
Mm-hmm.
And I say they, I mean like socialist race activists.
Woke
right.
activists, right? Well,
Michael Eric
you
Dyson,
could just call them racist.
When racist like Michael Eric Dyson, what they do, the game they play.
Color. That's what it is.
There you go. Rocks.
Yeah, racist of color.
Yeah, rocks. When the Michael Eric Dysons of the world play this game where they get to be super racist against white people, and you say, whoa, you just said all white people are stupid. And he'll say in response to that, Michael Eric Dyson will say, no, I never said white people are all X. I said whiteness. And whiteness is a system of oppression that was created to do blah, 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 blah. Okay. So they'll keep pretending like they're not conflating skin color with the term of whiteness. But in this conversation, Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson never used the terms whiteness or blackness. They used the terms white and black. So if Michael Eric Dyson honestly believed the distinction between whiteness and white and blackness and black, he should instantly realize that because Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan are not saying whiteness or blackness, they're only talking about skin color and not these constructed of social hierarchies of oppression.
Yeah.
But he's twisted around instantly. So he gave up the game that is the intention of these terms, whiteness and blackness, is to play this Mott and Bailey thing where they get to be as openly racist as possible. And then when you attack them on it, they run away to the Mott and they say, oh, no. I'm not talking about skin color. I'm talking about this system. No. Not today.
Right. He's saying, I'm not talking about white skin color. I'm talking about whiteness as a concept. But at the
this
same
system
time,
of oppression that was created, blah, 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 blah.
Right. We all know that's a subterfuge.
Everyone knows
nonsense
it's
bullshit. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Everyone can see through these people's racism. They get a ROC get a racism pass though. That's the thing. Racists of color, they can do it indiscriminately. No, I'm laughing here. The argument that he's made because I get bored with these racists. They're fucking. It would be difficult for me to say that Michael Eric Dyson is an intelligent person. I don't fucking see him as an intelligent person. There have been some studies that show racism correlates with low intelligence, and I just think, okay, well, this is a racist motherfucker. And I assume.
Adam, you can't call a black person stupid. Okay, that's racist.
Why? I called a racist stupid.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
What the fuck?
There you go. There you go.
Did I not? Was I not clear when I said?
You were clear.
I said
you were clear.
I said racism correlates with low intelligence. Okay.
Oh, there you go. Michael Eric Dyson really promoting the stereotype that racists are stupid.
It doesn't matter what skin color you are. Okay. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
That's why he has to use all the big words.
Right.
He's got to, he feels self-conscious about it.
So the argument that he's making is that Joe Rogan should understand the ideology of blackness because
blackness construed by Marxists, by race Marxists.
No, because he opened up for Dave Chappelle. And Dave Chappelle, he should understand the ideology of every other comic that he fucking opens up for.
No, he's
what
saying,
dream world are you living in here?
I know.
What fucking dream world are you living in here? Do you know how these comics roll? 10 of them playing a night. You can't possibly know the ideology of every single motherfucker you open up for in a comedy club.
Right. Well, and it's funny because I would probably guess that Dave Chappelle does not agree with Michael Eric Dyson's conception of blackness
not at all.
either.
Now, are you saying that Dave Chappelle in his last special said, "I'm on Team Turf"? What the fuck are you talking about, Michael Eric Dyson? Did you join Team Turf? Are you
Apparently
on
he
Team
did.
Turf now,
Yeah.
Michael Eric Dyson? Please, we have to know. I think your woke credibility is at stake here. Are you coming out as a turf in this interview? Please, right?
He is. Look, there's Don Lemon. He's like, oh my God, he just came out as a turf. Oh no.
Well,
Michael, what are you doing?
According to the way they do, like the 6 degrees of separation on the right, obviously, you know, we can do that with Michael Eric Dyson and Team Turf, right?
Right.
Should we
Of
continue?
whiteness that refuses to own up to what it is. Because if he refuses to acknowledge my blackness, he doesn't have to confront his whiteness.
My God. It's so silly. He didn't refuse to acknowledge your blackness. Okay, dude. Take a fucking chill pill.
The moment he acknowledges that I am a black man, he has to confront the fact that he is a white man. And in order to deflect that and to defer that and to
Wait a minute. I thought blackness and whiteness was not the same as saying someone is black or white.
Yeah.
Mr. Dyson, what happened?
defend his whiteness, he would rather disappear it.
Didn't he just say in the clip, though, he was white? I think he did. In the Rogan clip, doesn't he say I'm white? I feel he does.
As Gore Vidal said, we live in the United States of amnesia, and my brother Joe Rogan and Mr. Peterson from Dr. Peterson from Canada are parts of that, United States of amnesia, the Canadian virtue and province of amnesia. This is what we're talking about: a willful, a white disregard for the truth before them.
A willful, whiteful disregard for the truth in front of them.
There you go. Listen, white people just disregard the truth, right? I'm not racist because it's really whiteness and not white people, even though white people all have and participate in whiteness, but it's different. And it's also not racist because I said it's not. So there you go. White people, you all share the same trait that all people do that are white because of their skin color, but it's not racist. And because you're liars, but not racist.
I love how he goes on CNN and he basically says, like, white people are evil and they're fucking idiots for not acknowledging it. It's like, dude, maybe, take a nap before your CNN interview or something. You're talking crazy talk here. What?
Listen.
What's happening?
Adam, I'm just saying that all white people are evil and stupid. I don't understand why they won't accept that. Like, why won't they accept that, that they're all lazy, stupid, and evil? Just accept it. I don't understand. Why would they not accept it? I'm so confused.
Why does any race resist racist stereotypes being placed on them? I'm curious about that.
I don't know. This is a baffling question.
I would like to ask Michael Eric Dyson, are you against all races resisting racist stereotypes being placed on them? Or is it just you're against white people resisting the racist stereotypes?
Right.
I'm curious. I have this thing, Sitch. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's called ideological consistency. I like to think that I'm ideologically consistent. Like, I don't like to foist rules onto other people that I'm not willing to follow myself. It's something about it just makes me feel that's unfair. Do you have that similar feeling?
No, I mean, I do, but only if it applies to people that share my melanin content.
Okay. So
and that's not racist. That's just me participating in whiteness or blackness or whateverness.
Okay.
It's different. Listen, if I create different words to mean the same things, then suddenly words don't have meaning anymore. Okay.
Well, I'm curious, Sitch. So you're basically saying you have a very similar ideology to Michael Eric Dyson here. You're basically saying
I am Michael Eric Dyson, Adam. I don't know if you know this. Can't you tell that I am the same person as Michael Eric Dyson? We sound exactly the same.
Well, you said something.
I've been tricked. Why do you think I haven't been on camera this whole time? I've tricked you. I am really Michael Eric Dyson, Adam.
Well, you said that you judge like the validity of people's ideology by how close their skin colors to yours.
Yeah, of course. Right. Why should I not? Right.
Just
that's
to be
not
clear,
racist anymore, supposedly.
Just to be clear here, he's goofing on Michael Eric Dyson. Sitch doesn't actually believe that, but for the sake of argument here,
thank you for sparing me from the clippers.
Lance, stop clipping people out of context. Okay, it's really fucking evil. But I'm curious, Sitch, since you've adopted this ideology. I'm going to try to talk you out. I think it's racist, but since you're adopting this ideology, what do you do if someone has a similar, not similar, let's say, you can get out the paint swatches and they match your skin color perfectly, but they're a communist. What happens?
Well, listen,
what happens then? Are you all?
Well, no, I'll tell you what happens.
Do you accept their ideology now? Are you a communist now?
Let me tell you. I'll explain it. Okay. This might be confusing to you because you're white.
It
is
I understand. It is very confusing to me.
Since you're white, I know that you're
low
confused.
IQ whiteness. Exactly.
Whiteness
all that delusional.
Is a series of
against history
of ignorant, stupid dum-dums. Okay. I'm glad
on
the chat
time,
reminded
always
me.
on time.
Okay. Right. The chat reminded me that I'm not actually white. I'm a person of shadow.
Oh, yes.
Okay. That's very true. So, yes, I only will listen and judge arguments based on the shadow content of a given person.
Okay.
Okay. So not racist because I'm not judging them by their skin color. It's their shadow content. And to answer your question, if some person of shadow comes out and they're like a big commie socialist, they're giving all the commie socialist arguments, that means that they're not really a person of shadow. That obviously it's a secret infiltrator from the left who's blindingly whitening. They're so blindingly bright that they produce no shadow, and yet they dress up like a person of shadow and, puppeteer, the talking points. So
you're
that's what's going on in that situation.
So you're denying them their racial identity just because they don't agree with you.
I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, being
the reality of the situation.
Listen, being a person of shadow means that you follow certain ideological premises and you shape your whole life by these premises.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if you know this. As someone who's blindingly white with very little shadow, this is very difficult for you to acknowledge and accept. But
are you in agreement with me on the racism is unintelligent, low IQ?
People of shadow have been literally stepped on for thousands of years by you lighteners. Okay. And it is now time for the people of shadow to rise up, Adam. Rise up, I say, shadows. Rise.
Okay. Okay. Let's get back to these amazing takes from Michael Eric Dyson and Don Lemon. Thank goodness we're almost to the end. We're moving into first we've categorized Joe Rogan as a racist, ignorant,
bigot, or someone placating their racist audience. Yes,
placating their racist audience. Now we're moving into the begging to get on the Joe Rogan show portion of the video. So let's continue. Begging to get in front of that totally racist audience.
I hope he has you on to talk about it because I think you'd be great.
I mean, I would love to have be on Joe Rogan's show, but I don't think. Look, he wants to talk behind my ear. He doesn't want to talk to my face because I'd have to challenge some of that stuff. But I would love to engage him and would love to talk about it and helpfully educate himself, our audiences, myself, and the whole of us as we try to grapple with what it means to be black and to have race in an American society.
Grapple with what it means to be a black racist. Yeah, I think what you really need to grapple with, Michael Eric Dyson, is what it is to be a racist. Okay, you stop speaking for the black community. You fucking
please,
bigot.
Mr. Rogan, please put me on your Spotify internet show, please, with your 11 million supposed views. Please let me go on.
I just don't.
I'm selling books. Let me hawk my wares on your show as I call you a fucking racist piece of shit.
It's so insidious to me. There's so many black conservatives that are fucking smart people that want to participate in dialogue and fucking these people using this racist framework. This racist frame. Well, not these black people. These fucking racist people. These racist people using some ideological framework to place it on other people of their own race. It's like, it's so evil. It's so insidious. Like to say, I can't imagine, like, and this is a bit of a privilege. Like, if you want to acknowledge any privilege, like, white people aren't telling other white people, oh, you have to be this type of way or you're not white. It's like, no, fuck you. Fuck you, right? Can you imagine living in a world where that was the case? Where somebody was coming to you and saying, listen, you have to be a progressive or you're not Jewish. Sitch. You're not a Jewish person any longer. Like, you're a traitor to your ethnicity. Yes. What a fucking horrible world, right?
Right.
There are many famous Jewish conservatives. There are many famous progressive.
Listen, we might have. I don't know if you know this, Adam. We might have had a president that said something like this very recently.
Did he?
Remember when Joe Biden said, like, if you don't vote for me, you're not black?
Oh, I know. And it was evil. It's evil.
I know it was.
It's evil. It's completely evil.
Yes.
This is one of the things that I can't stand about the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party's been totally just race grifted off the. We need an honest political debate here. I share this meme all the time. It is the yin and yang symbol, but I've taken out the dots and I put in progress and tradition. We need progress and tradition. We need both. We can't live without one of those. The whole idea that we don't have like a progress and a tradition party that are not completely mischaracterizing one another is terrifying to me. Like, we have to get things back to normal. We really do. Too many people are race grifting though.
Yes.
What's up, Sitch?
Oh, can you read some super chats?
I can.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta go for 1 second.
Okay.
I gotta, see a man about a horse.
I have the super chats up here. I mean, Sitch has read a couple, so I don't necessarily.
Sword and scale for $20. These leftists don't understand cause and effect. That's where we are.
Oh, okay. Sword and scale for $20. This is why A-Team reigns supreme. Am I on the right one? I mean, I feel like maybe I'll just read this one. This one actually is good. I like that intro there. This is why A-Team reigns supreme. Sitch was going to read my super chat, then got distracted and forgot. At least Adam reads my comments with no enthusiasm. What don't you mean with? But still they get read. What? Hold on. Sword and scale. What the kind? I just read it with a huge enthusiasm there. Amazing enthusiasm. At least Adam reads my comments with enthusiasm. But still they get read. See, I changed the super chat a little bit. I do thank you for the $20. I think there might be another one here. Sword and scale for $20. Here must be where we really are at. Sword and scale for $20. These leftists don't understand cause and effect. They never have. That's why they stand for communism. They keep lashing out at Rogan without realizing they're making him famous. They did this to Trump and he got elected. Yeah, I do see them having, they're basically conflicted, and they always talk about whether or not platforming this person is a good idea or not, and how they're blowing him up. And they do make excuses for themselves, and they do police each other on platforming them. I do agree that leftists, and in particular communists, socialists, they don't understand human nature. They don't understand cause and effect. Yes, they don't understand anything, economics, all this shit. It's completely infuriating how little they understand. So, agreed there. Hey, also Sword and Scale. We're gonna have you on our Tuesday stream, but we didn't see you in the chat. So, if you want to show up on Tuesday, we'll happy to have you on. Investigator Wim Quinn for $50. Thank you so much. Says, sorry, Sitch, if I was annoyed. Maybe I should wait for Sitch on that one. I'll just read it, and we'll get back to Sitch. Sorry, Sitch, if I was annoyed. Sorry, Sitch, if I annoyed you, but I wanted to see if I'm wrong in my thinking that some Jewish people are over-diagnosing anti-Semitism because she wasn't the first Jewish person I heard saying that anti-Semitism is baked into society. So we'll go back to that and ask Sitch about that. Oh, you're back already? That was so quick.
Investigator.
Man.
That wasn't quick. I felt like I was gone forever.
No. Well, maybe because I read slow.
That
now
was like
you guys,
the longest pee of my life. Jeez.
Now you guys understand why Sitch reads the super chats. I'm a absolute terrible.
Did you only get through one?
I read another Sword and Scale, but I read the wrong one.
I see. I assumed.
And I told we were talked about having Sword and Scale on our Tuesday stream last week.
Yes.
He wasn't in the chat. So
we're around Sword and Scale.
So I just let him know. We'll be streaming on Tuesday again, obviously. Reread Investigator Will Quim.
Investigator One Quim.
Wim Quim.
Well, I don't know if that's actually how you say it, but I've been saying it for so long that that's his name in my mind. For $50, thank you so much. Says, sorry, Sitch, if I was annoyed, if I annoyed you. I annoyed you.
I read this better than you.
Well, listen, he spelled it wrong. If I annoyed you, but I want to see if I'm wrong in my thinking that some Jewish people are overly diagnosing anti-Semitism because she wasn't the first Jewish person I heard saying that anti-Semitism is baked into society. Well, I mean, it's the same people that are saying like racism is baked into society. It's the same. It's literally the same argument. You're just saying about Jews. So I don't agree with it. I think it's a dumb argument, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what aristocracy was saying. She was saying it kind of mildly, though.
Is she Jewish? I didn't know if she was Jewish.
I think she said she was in the video.
Oh, okay.
So she was saying it in a
victimhood culture. She's like, I'm a victim.
She was saying it in a mild fashion, so it didn't really offend me to the extent that it could have. But I disagree with the concept.
Is this the aristocracy that's covering the Destiny drama all the time?
With Anna, yes. The VTuber chick, yeah. Right.
Can we watch a little of that on Tuesday, maybe?
Oh my no, it's so dumb. This is so stupid.
But that's why it's funny.
My God, the Destiny Anna drama is so terrible.
It's awful. It's first of all, it's awful. It is terrible.
Yeah,
but it's hilarious.
It is hilarious. It is laughing at a person who is actually crazy. Someone who's has the gang stalking phenomenon. J-Mac for $20. Says, sidebar, Stephen Fry is an international treasure. He used to narrate a children's show that my kids used to love. Yes.
True. 100% true. Yeah.
An international treasure.
Yeah.
Yonkers OF for 31 Aussies. Thank you, Yonkers. Says, like the stream, A train runs through LA and gets derailed. S-Class is Newsom cleaning up Adam's mess.
I'm confused on how to take that because
I know.
Is he saying S-Class is for Gavin Newsom?
I'm cleaning up your apparently, but it's like a backhanded compliment. It's like a double-edged sword. Yeah. Because I'm Newsom, but I am cleaning up your mess. Was there a train in LA that got derailed recently?
Everyone's talking about how there's this narrow passage where the trains totally get hijacked all the time. And well, there's nobody to stop them. The trains slow down, and when they slow down enough, the bandits come and break into the train and steal everything.
I didn't even know we had train heists still back, in the year 2020.
Oh yeah. Train heists. They're huge now.
Gotta get a bunch of guys with shotguns, sitting on top of the train, like back in the good old days.
Yeah. We call those people hobo killers.
Well, listen, how about they kill the thieves and not the hobos? Okay.
The thieves are the hobos. I mean, they're basically interchangeable at this point.
Wow. I'm very offended by that. But,
okay.
As
a former hobo, Sitch is very offended by that.
As a former hobo, I'm offended by that. Matthew Bond for $50 says, this will be the last show I watch for now. I'm heading out to my USMC boot camp in a week where I will train and then later work as a musician for the Marine Corps band playing the French horn. Thanks so much for the great show and laughs. Love you all. Well,
That's a fascinating story there.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you so much for $50. And yes, good luck to you in boot camp. It's funny. I actually had one of my music teachers in high school would always take us to like the military marching band people, where they would have like the military marching band would be playing, and then the military people would be like spinning sticks in unison and all this stuff. And I asked our teacher, I'm like, why the fuck are you taking us to this stuff? And he gave us this whole spiel about apparently he was in the military too, and apparently there's like this really big thing where a lot of musicians go into military specifically for this. So I didn't know any of this.
And the military, they want to cut funding for the military. You're gonna lose all that culture.
I know, it's terrible.
Yeah.
No, but no, it's actually listen, Adam. Everyone should have to join the military. Okay, for 2 years of their life.
Hard sell. That's a hard sell.
2 years of their life, they should have to join the military or some kind of similar program. Okay, you got to instill discipline in the youth of today. Service guarantees citizenship, Adam.
Listen, I've gone months and smoked weed every single day. That's fucking discipline right there. Not missing one day.
I'm pretty sure that's the opposite of discipline.
Well, let's move on, okay? J-Mac for $20. South Park is still one of my favorite episodes talking about South Park still has one of my favorite episodes talking about race. Season 11's With Apologies to Jesse Jackson. Check it out if you haven't. I will have to check that out.
That's one of the greatest episodes. It's that was the episode where Randy, Stan's dad, is on Wheel of Fortune, and the clue is people who bother you. And he has the letters N space GGERS. Okay. Did you not see this episode?
No, but it sounds like
and so
pretty,
so Randy
pretty
says
cancelable.
So Randy says the N. He looks at it and he's like, "You want me to say this?" And everyone's like, "Yes." And he says the N word. Everyone's just shocked, and they're like, "No, it's naggers, naggers."
Oh.
And so because he made this mistake, he has to go do the rounds to all the Jesse.
Do they actually say the N word on the episode?
I don't remember if it's bleeped. I mean, they do, but it might be bleeped when it was played on television. And so he has to go, talk to Jesse Jackson and all, Al Sharpton and all these people. And Jesse Jackson pulls down his pants and he's like, "Apologize." And Randy has to kiss his ass literally on television.
Oh, man. Oh.
It's so funny.
Somebody suggested another episode that I saw recently having to do with musicals. Have you seen this episode on musicals? On the true origin of why men like musicals?
No.
Supposedly it's because there's all this hidden messages that convinces women to give them blowjobs.
Oh, the South Park episode.
Yes, South Park.
Yes.
This was South Park, right? The J-Mac?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. I missed a bit. Yeah. Randy, he's making musicals because it tricks women into giving their husbands blowjobs. Yes.
Right. But it's like a secret conspiracy.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. It was fucking hilarious. So I don't think I've watched enough South Park to call myself a fan, but
there you go.
That episode was like, okay, I'm a fan now. This is fucking hilarious.
South Park's great.
Yeah.
Gabbles for $20 says, "It's okay, Sitch. As a member of the LGBT community, I grant you unlimited F-word passes. Try them out right now and show. Also, still waiting on the red shorts camp from Adam. Hugs and kisses, but mostly kisses. XXXXX. Well, X's are hugs, not kisses. But okay, I'm gonna try out the
Are
F-word
they really?
pass. Wait, what do you mean? Are they really?
I didn't know X's
You
were
thought-
hugs.
Well, where O's aren't the hugs, right?
I don't know.
How can an O be a hug? X is a hug, and the O is a kiss.
Okay.
You don't know this?
Well, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that it was separated out. I didn't know that one stood for one and one. I didn't know that. Interesting. I'm
I
always
wrong,
learn
chat?
something.
Am I wrong, chat?
I'm not questioning that. I'm not questioning.
No, the X's are the hugs and the O's are the kisses.
Okay.
No. X's aren't kisses. That doesn't make the circles are the lips. Okay.
Look, I live in a non-binary world where
How are O's
kisses
hugs? That
can
doesn't
be
make any
hugs.
sense. No.
I live in a world where kisses can be hugs and hugs. can
O's
be
are not
kisses.
hugs. You guys are crazy.
O's.
How is an O a hug?
I don't know.
The O would be the lips making the kiss sound. The X would be the arms around someone's back holding them to you. The chat is just trolling me. There's no fucking way this is possible. No.
I don't
you're
know
all
the
crazy.
origin of X's O's, but
No.
we can't debate.
I
this.
refuse. I refuse to buy this. Okay.
Are you going to use that F word pass or? I watched a movie last night.
Yes.
And they had a kid. Oh, this was the funniest movie. Oh, it's gonna kill me. I don't even know what it was. It's like, let me try to find the movie first. But it's there's a kid in it, a little kid actor, and he's calling everyone the F word. I was laughing so hard. Which am I allowed to say that? Am I going to get like destinied? What?
Listen.
You were laughing at a sexist, racist, or anti-LGBT, a homophobic movie? What's the insult here?
So I don't care what reality says. Okay. I don't care what history says. History is wrong. Okay. In the original universe that I'm from, the Bearstein universe, okay, where we had the Bernstein Bears.
Did you get it wrong? Did they pretty much just blow you out of the water? And
In
show you...
in the original universe that I'm from, the Bernstein Bear universe, okay, before the shift, X's and O's, I'm telling you, X meant hugs and circles meant O's. But in this new universe, in the Bearstein universe that I have now been sucked into and trapped in, apparently it's backwards. And that doesn't make any fucking sense. That's literally psychotic. It makes no sense, Adam.
Really? Makes perfect sense.
How does it
to
make
me.
any sense? It makes no sense.
Okay, the movie that I watched is called Mystery Team. It's from 2009.
I
Now
don't
I
care
know.
about the exo drama.
Well, I mean, as long as you were wrong, I care about it. Were you wrong or what?
Let's get to the more important thing. I got to use this F word pass. Okay. Ready? Okay, I'm gonna drop some F words. Ready?
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Lance is listening.
Okay,
he got
right.
our entire Sargon dropped the F word on our stream with him, and he got it yeeted from the internet. You can't do it. It breaks TOS.
Gabbles gave me the F word pass. Okay, I
doesn't
gotta
matter.
do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it.
YouTube doesn't care.
All right, here we go. The F word, LGBT F word. Okay, here we go. Furry. Oh, there you go.
Furries
Fucking
are a
furries.
member of the LGBT.
Of course they are.
community.
These furries are everywhere. We need to get these furries out of our schools, out of our homes. These furries are in our animes invading our children's. Have you seen that Markiplier gentleman? He's getting an entire generation of people to be on animatronic furries. It's out of control.
Have you seen the movie Mystery Team?
No, I have no clue what you're talking.
This movie is so politically incorrect. It's from 2009. It stars Donald Glover, and it's hilarious. Yeah, and there's a little kid in it that's yelling the F slur everywhere. Anyway,
Okay.
let us continue.
Let's
No,
continue.
more super chats. Is there another video? Are we done
there
for
are many?
Oh,
there are many
guys.
other videos. Adam, there's like
Many
a
other
bevy.
videos. Is
There's
this
a
like
plethora of videos.
this? Isn't like the try to drive Adam to suicide stream, is it?
This might be the try to drive Adam to suicide stream part 2.
We've done these before.
Part 3, actually.
Now we're getting into videos I haven't even seen. So.
Okay. So I'll leave the choice to you. To what we do next. Should we watch Sam Cedar completely stupidly not understand Jordan Peterson? Or before that, do you need to take a little break? You can watch Bill Maher had a fantastic new rule where he totally destroyed Wokies yesterday.
Ooh.
Which one of those do you want to watch first?
Let's go to the new rules. Let's fight back a little. Let's get a little optimism in here that it's not all dire destruction.
Okay. We're gonna have to pause it like every 10 seconds to make sure we don't get it.
How about if I just make it really small?
Okay,
how about
you can
if I
make it
put
really small.
How about if I put a big censored over the thing? Would that help?
No, let them see it a little, but you can make it real small.
It's not gonna. We've done the one. Remember the tiny box in the corner got us like copyright struck.
That's true. That's true.
And finally, new rule, it's depressing enough. Having just had a birthday and being 66, please don't ask me to start doing grown-up things like run for president.
Pausing, ha 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 ha, pausing. Don't copyright.
Run for president?
No.
A few weeks ago, Fox News' Dana Perino, a former Bush press secretary, suggested that the Democrats should recruit me to run for president, which is kind of special because it means that in the space of 20 years, Bush press secretaries have gone from telling me I need to watch what I say.
They need to watch what they say, watch what they do, and this is not a time for remarks like that. There never is.
Never. It never is. Never is time for those remarks.
Right. Do you remember what that was in? That was when he got
kicked off. That was after
9/11.
Yeah.
He got kicked off. What was he on ABC?
Not sure.
Whatever show he was on. He got kicked off.
Yeah, Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher, I believe was his show. And I just think it's interesting that he said it's never the time for those. What? I mean, maybe you can make an argument that it's not the time for it after 9/11, but never the time for it?
Listen, you're not allowed to speak ill of the president. It's never the time for that.
Wrong. I wish you hadn't said that copyright thing to me. I'm like super.
Do you not want to watch it? We can watch.
I'm wondering if I can preempt. What do I have here in my bag of tricks? Here we go. I have a big fight logo I can put over it. Does this help?
There you go. I'm sure that helps.
Here, I'll move it around as the video plays. You have to press play, though. I can't do it.
They've gone from that to wondering if I should run for president.
It'll be interesting to see if Bill Maher is recruited to run for the presidency.
Now, some people think this means I've changed. I assure you, I have not. I am still the same unmarried, childless, pot-smoking libertine I always was.
Does that trigger you? Does that trigger the birthers in the audience?
I mean, I'm a pot-smoking, childless person, so
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
But I'm not triggered. Of course not. Come on. I was just thinking, like, power to the people.
That's right.
I have many flaws, but you can't accuse me of maturing.
Okay, this is pretty close to home now. I mean,
let's get this straight. It's not me who's changed. It's the left, who is now made up of a small contingent who've gone mental and a large contingent who refuse to call them out for it. But I will. That's why I'm a hero at Fox these days.
It's kind of funny because, like, things are so...
Fully agree.
I know you're laughing. I assume you're doing something with the graphic design that's hilarious.
I am. Has the video caught up yet?
You've got a rainbow coming out of Bill Maher's mouth. Why is it a rainbow? I don't get it.
That's him talking.
Why is it a rainbow?
He's delivering a message of love.
I say. But no, it's funny because, like, the lines here are drawn so crazily that you have, like, you know, Fox News would be over here heaping praise on Bill Maher when 10 years ago they'd be saying Bill Maher is like evil and the devil.
Yeah.
It's it's kind of funny how like once a new extremist comes out, like once a new villain comes out, you're like, oh, all the old villains become your friends because you're like, well, you're bad, but you're not like that bad. You're not as bad as like the Night King, the socialist Night King that's approaching Westeros.
Well, he does agree with them, and this is a contention that I have with the woke people, the woke ideology, is that they categorize anyone that disagrees with them as like alt-right Nazi. It's like, okay, that's a little excessive.
Well, Bill Maher did say the N-word, so you know.
Right, but he did suck off Ice Cube on his TV show about it, so that makes it.
Did he? I thought he kind of said it was a joke. Shut up. I don't remember him apologizing.
Oh no, wait. I'm wrong. Ice Cube called him out. It was Michael Eric Dyson that he sucked off on his show after using the N-word.
I don't. He never
that?
apologized. Did he? I could have swore he didn't apologize for that. He did have Michael Eric Dyson on to
talk about race and to apologize. Right. He did.
I don't remember him apologizing.
He did the apology tour with Michael Eric Dyson.
Bill.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Why are you apologizing for being racist to a well-known racist? Okay.
I know.
Obviously, you got to apologize to a non-racist when you're racist.
Yeah, if anything. Imagine that. Like, he should have invited Michael Eric Dyson on and called Michael Eric Dyson out for his racism. He should have basically said, listen, I understand that I said the N-word in a joke, but look at you here, you racist motherfucker. What's going on? What about you?
What about you, Michael?
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, glass houses, Michael. This is pretty racist shit. Right?
Right.
Which shows just how much liberals have their head up their ass, because if they really thought about it, they would have made me a hero on their media. But
so, oh my God. I love it. I love this. I love this.
But that can't happen in this ridiculous new era of mind-numbing partisanship, where if I keep it real about the nonsense in the Democratic Party, it makes me an instant hero to Republicans. The same thing happened in reverse to Darth Vader's daughter, Liz Cheney, who is now a hero to liberals simply because she recognizes Biden did not steal the last election. What a sad commentary on our politics, where simply acknowledging reality is now seen as a profile in courage. People sometimes...
It's funny because I literally experienced this like a few years ago when I was talking to my family about this. Because remember, like, the people that came out like really hard against Trump were Liz Cheney and Mitt Romney. And they're all like, they were like giving them praise. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, okay, I don't know much about Liz Cheney, right? But I do know that when Mitt Romney ran for president against Obama in 2012, that you were like calling Mitt Romney the devil, and that he was evil. He was this evil, out of touch, rich businessman who did all these shady business practices, and he put his dog on the roof when it was sick because he doesn't care about the life of his pets, et cetera, et cetera. And now suddenly you're like, well, Mitt Romney is not, he's not a bad guy. I'm like, what's going on here? You can't just change your opinion just because he doesn't like Trump. Yeah. And it was funny because they just couldn't, like, me pointing it out didn't matter. Like, the cognitive dissonance was so set in. Like, it's just like, no. If he doesn't like Trump, then everything else falls away. That's all that matters.
Very sad. Very sad that we're in that state.
It is.
Thank you for pointing it out. Bill Maher.
You didn't used to make fun of the left as much. Yeah, because they didn't give me so much to work with.
They were fighting the authoritarian encroachments on the right of things like the Patriot Act and trying to get prayer in public schools and flag burning illegal and all.
Well, it's weird because my memory tells me what you're saying, But I'm curious if I could like go back in time
Mm-hmm.
as like with my view now, if I would see things differently or not.
I mean, you would still be on the same side of the like intelligent design in school debate. I mean, that wouldn't change, right?
No, right. But I mean, in terms of like, you know, seeing the left lying about bullshit, you know, in the media, you know, in the early 2000s and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it is true because we were.
Well, I'm not
part of
saying
that
it is this.
ideological bubble.
I'm curious if there was a shift and they just are so much worse, or if it's just that now I'm noticed what was always there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm curious about. I'm leaning towards that there was a shift and it is worse, but.
So we agree with Bill Maher.
I'm leaning in that direction.
Leave us your comments. Tell us where we're wrong, because
There you go.
I mean, I'm super curious about that. I am. I mean, I'm willing. I feel both of us are fully willing to point out where we were in the progressive bubble. And
We were
said
100. I mean, I was 100% in.
So was I.
The liberal bubble back in those days, completely. So that's why I'm questioning my memories on this.
I used to listen to Cenk Uygur unironically.
I
always
was never
thought
that far gone.
Anna, I always thought was kind of full of shit, but
that's because you're a sexist.
Maybe a little bit. I don't know.
She wasn't wearing her new skirt, so you weren't paying attention.
She's better than us.
The of office I took was to comedy.
Moment of silence, guys. Moment of silence.
This is a comedy show, okay?
Moment of silence.
Comedy show.
Did you know, Sitch, someone on Twitter had the nerve to say that I wasn't funny? What?
I didn't even know you were trying to be funny.
Well, I was being extremely funny. That's the thing about someone on Twitter telling you that you're not funny, is because obviously they understood what you said was funny. Because you never bring into a serious conversation you're not funny, right? Of course what I said was fucking hilarious.
Do I have to look up this tweet, see why is Adam so triggered about someone calling him not funny?
You can go in. I know you're gonna laugh.
Forever funny. What did you say?
It's
better be like the best joke ever.
Listen, I make you laugh 8 hours a week, so fuck off. Are you kidding me?
There was someone tweeted out. I don't know. We should show it at some point. Apparently, there's an anime or there's a manga called Dick Fight Island. That's about men fighting each other with their dicks. And apparently,
Sword Fight Island.
Sword fighting, yeah. And apparently, Adam is a main character in this manga.
I mean, that's more like Binger. That's Prosecutor Binger on the
looks
cover.
Kind of like you, Adam.
Doesn't look anything
sure it's
like
actually
me.
you.
Doesn't look anything like.
I'm pretty
me.
sure it says based on a true story, like right underneath it.
Does it really?
It does. It says based on the real story of Adam Frenton.
Okay. You're not funny.
Sure it says that.
You're not funny. Okay.
I'm not. I feel like I'm pretty funny.
I know you think you're trying to be funny right now, but you're not funny. Let us continue. Right. Let us continue with the real comedian.
Look at
here.
this. I didn't even notice. Adam had a tweet from the 17th that got 4,000 likes. Wow. Look at you.
What is Sitch? People love me. I don't. You downplay.
I'm always shocked when people like Adam.
You downplay all the A-Team reigns supreme, but you don't seem to understand. You don't seem to understand that A-Team does reign supreme.
Well, then why do I have more Twitter followers? Because obviously that's the only metric that matters.
Well, they probably feel sorry for you.
Okay. There you go.
They probably feel sorry for you, because of the unintelligence. I don't know.
I can't find your tweet where you're mad about someone saying you're not funny. So you lucked out.
Do you have more Twitter followers than me? I mean, is it excessive? Is there like a giant difference, or I don't know?
Oh, I did find it. What is
I mean,
this?
I might be one tweet away from beating you in Twitter followers, I think.
Oh, this is from like last October. What the fuck? Why is this coming up now?
That's not it. It was just a brief exchange. You're taking way too much.
I am. We can move on.
If you don't think I'm funny, then that's fine. I can.
I think you're hilarious.
I actually think you're pretty goddamn funny too, Sitch.
Thank you. I try.
You do the voices and
I know. I do stupid voices and I say stupid things.
And you say very intelligent things.
Right. It's a comedy show.
Yeah,
It's a comedy
it is.
show, everybody. No.
Sitch believes it.
And if you do goofy shit, wherever you are on the spectrum, I'm going to make fun of you because that's where the gold is. And the fact that they are laughing at it should tell you something. It rings true.
Bingo.
How is this audience? They're going. See, this is a tipping point right here. It really is.
I am surprised because does they have like a specially crafted anti-SJW audience or is it a tipping point?
People are sick of this shit, man. People are sick of this shit. They're dealing with these people at work. They're dealing with these people like out in public. They're dealing with these people on the news.
Yep.
They're tired of it. They're super tired of it.
I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore.
That's what's going on right here. America's ready to yell out their windows, all of them simultaneously.
Yep.
Just shut the fuck up about the race shit. Nobody wants to hear it. What? Did you hear that?
What?
Okay, good.
When normal people read that San Francisco has basically legalized shoplifting, they think Democrats have gone nuts. They think, you know, that Ted Cruz guy seems like a real stiff. But at least he believes in the concept of shopping with money.
What's going on with your state, Adam? Why are they legalizing shoplifting? Okay, I've seen the videos.
What's wrong with shoplifting?
It's not my fault that the party of FDR and JFK is turning into the party of LOL and WTF.
Boomer dad joke.
That's basically like every response, though, that you get to an actual argument on Twitter. So
that's true.
I mean,
That
it is
true.
accurate. It's not
That is accurate.
necessarily as funny, but it is.
Shaking my head. Learn more. Don't be so white.
I like arguing on Twitter about economics, so occasionally I go after the Austrian crowd. Guys, you need to beef up your game because you got just as many fucking morons in your tribe that are just responding with LOL and just, you know, insulting people's intelligence. It's not a pretty look. I'd say the Austrians have just as many like Austrian school.
I think it's pretty funny.
Well, I mean, it's funny from our perspective, but not from theirs. I mean,
right.
I don't know. Is the enlightened centrist tribe? I mean, every time I'm on Twitter and the enlightened centrists come out to play,
yes,
they're making actual arguments and being
That's true.
hilarious.
That's true. That's a
It's
good
not
point.
just stupid insults. Yeah.
Right.
Members of Congress tweeting things like cancel rent, cancel mortgage, and no more policing or incarceration.
So I want to read these tweets because they're batshit crazy. We have Ion Persilli, one of the squad, says cancel rent, cancel mortgages, cancel student debt. Like what? And she's also done this thing recently where she's trying to make student debt a race issue, which I don't know how making everyone pay for predominantly white kids' school that they can't pay off, that other people have paid off. I don't see how that's a race issue.
Yeah, that's terrible. But they really don't have any other argument than to just turn everything into a race issue. They will say that that somehow they'll make it about people of color, but it won't be true. It'll be factually inaccurate.
And the whole cancel student debt thing seems so. I mean, I got an argument with someone about this the other day. To me, this seems like such a losing issue. Really? Like, do people care that much about the student debt thing? The cancel student debt for everyone? Is that really a platform that's going to win elections?
No, it's going to lose elections because a lot of people are like, I paid my student debt off. What the fuck?
Exactly. That's what I feel like. Yep. I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, why should I have to pay for someone else's gender studies degree or, you know, insert whatever?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's a losing, definitely losing.
Right. And you have a large amount of the country didn't go to college. They're going to want to pay off someone's student debt. Like, this just seems like a losing argument. I don't understand why they think it's persuasive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, worked as a forklift driver and couldn't go to college. Now I'm paying for some gender studies activist to go to college. Right. Yeah. No, that's not going to fly.
The only, if I recall, I mean, wasn't Bernie was big on the, I don't know if he took the full cancel student debt, but he was the only one making noises in that realm. And he got BTFO'd in the primary.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they have this idea that they can get these 20-somethings to the polls in massive numbers because there's so many of them, and they can sway the election. So it's quid pro quo politics. They're basically saying, listen, we're fighting to get rid of student debt. Come to the polls and vote for us. Of course, you know, they never show up in the election in any numbers that are going to change anything. So
right. That's exactly what I was saying the other day. I was saying this tactic seems so stupid to me because they're obviously pushing the student debt relief in order to promote students, you know, for like recent students that come out and vote for them. But these people never fucking come out and vote for them.
Yeah. Not only that, most of them believe voting doesn't matter. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. They're like, voting doesn't do anything. Well, I mean, if you showed up and elected one of these politicians that wanted to cancel your student debt, that might be something. Right?
Right.
Yeah. All of it. All of politics is like really about, it's a quid pro quo. It is.
The second tweet is worse. Second tweet is from Rashid Tlaib or Taib. And it says, this is responding to the guy who the female police officer shot when she was saying taser, 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 and then she shot him with her gun instead of the taser, and he died. Okay, do you remember? Everyone remembers that case just happened.
Horrendous case. I mean, police officer totally fucked up. Admitted fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib says about that. She says, "It wasn't an accident. Policing in our country is inherently and intentionally racist. Intentionally racist. Dante Wright was met with aggression and violence. I am done with those who condone government-funded murder. No more policing, no more incarceration and militarization. It can't be reformed."
Yeah. Interesting. You know what my response to that is?
What?
I think resisting arrest should be a capital offense. How about that? How do you like that?
Okay, let's bring it down a little bit. Let's bring it down just a little bit, Adam.
Dante Wright was resisting arrest. Yes. Right. He should be on trial. He should be on trial for the death penalty.
Well, and that's was bizarre about it is that if it wasn't an accident and she intentionally shot him, I think she would have been fine because he was trying to drive away and there was two other police officers in a life dangerous situation if he had driven away. Like they were like half in the car and stuff. So
this case is infuriating. It's officially clown world like it's terrible. The fact that
that case was crazy. But listen, we still live in a racist society.
Because this cop accidentally shot somebody
right.
and went to prison for, I don't know, what they give her, like 20 years, 30 years? I mean, it was
something
insane.
crazy.
Yeah.
But how is it this fucking piece of shit?
This is a racist society because
Right.
I think if she was black, she wouldn't be in jail right now.
That's true. That's 100% true. And it's just disgusting to me that a sitting congresswoman can be like, it wasn't an accident. This was intentional. Like, oh, fuck you. Fuck you, you scumbag. It was obviously an accident. The person literally, she was like crying afterwards. Okay. It was obviously not intentional. Like, how could you be so despicable to say that?
Do you think Dante Wright resisting arrest was unintentional? I'm just curious. I'm just curious if you think that was unintentional.
He accidentally resisted arrest. And he accidentally tried to drive his car away and run over police officers who may or may not have been in the way. It was all an accident.
Did they pull him over for an air freshener? Was any of that true? I don't think it was.
They pulled him over. There were like 2 or 3 things. Like someone noticed, I think someone noticed, not the air freshener, someone noticed something, like he had his blinker on.
His tags were expired, I remember.
Yeah, like he had his blinker on for like a long time or something, or his tags were expired. And then they ran it and they found out he had a warrant or something.
Yeah, he had a failure to appear. Yeah, warrant for his arrest. Failure to appear on a gun charge.
On a weapons charge, yeah.
Right.
So, but no, listen.
Rashida doesn't know any of this shit.
Listen, it doesn't, you can just commit crimes, okay?
Yeah.
And if the police try to stop you, listen, they're oppressing you. Because we all live in an oppressive society. And the only thing that's justified in oppressive society, Adam, is to rebel, is to fight back.
Mm-hmm.
By voting for me in November.
This is so evil. These people are caricatures of like actual human beings. This is why people hate politicians. That fucking, did you see that woman's husband when they gave the guilty verdict? Oh man, he like collapsed in court. Just, can you imagine?
Terrible.
Can you imagine? Oh, God, that could happen to anyone.
Well, any police officer. When having to, the average person is not supposed to tase someone. But
accidents happen at work all the time, man.
There you
Especially
go.
if you work, even if you work accidents happen on construction sites all the time. People fucking
there you go.
Screw up. I mean, if we incarcerated every single person in America who had an accident at work, geez.
Well,
this one totally bugs me because like they erase any culpability from the guy who decided he was going to resist arrest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Declaring that capitalism is slavery.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's true.
So we have Representative Jamal Bowman says, I believe our current system of capitalism is slavery by another name. So he thinks capitalism is slavery.
Mm-hmm.
He also said in the same interview, someone asked him about Obama came out. This was from last year. Obama came out and said that defund the police was bad sloganeering and stupid. And his response was, I don't think Obama is the standard we should be striving towards. I think the squad is more of a standard we should be striving towards.
This person said that?
Yes, Jamal Bowman.
Yeah.
Said, fuck Obama.
These people are just trying to get their Twitter followers up above a million before they get thrown out of office.
Despicable.
Yeah.
Kankin and Dr. Seuss teaching children they're oppressors and math is racist.
Listen, it's a lot. Listen, there's no CRT being taught in school, Adam. Okay. There's nothing. That's a college class. Why do people care? It's a college class for in law school. They're making a big deal about nothing, Adam.
I know. It's just Republican grifting, basically. Just lying to people about CRT. How can they do it?
It's just Republican grifting, which is why I'm going to come out against this law that says that being racist is bad.
Good job.
Making Mr. Potato Head gender neutral. And now an emoji for pregnant men.
There you go, Adam. You finally have your own MPreg emoji.
I know. Kava is right now. She's like totally. She's got the. She's got the hugest lady boner for this for this impreg emoji. Kava, you've done it. You've done it. You've won. You've won the culture war. There it is. Your impreg emoji.
Real. I'm not making it up. California just passed a law requiring large retailers to have a non-gendered toy section. A non-gendered toy section? Isn't Ken enough?
I cannot believe. Is that real? California is
Adam,
like
come on. What is wrong with your state?
policing fucking toy stores? Really? That's a level of insanity.
Of all, you know,
I never would have anticipated.
There's so many problems facing our society.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. There is.
Obviously, the gendered toy sections is what we need to focus on.
Man. Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. This is from October of last year.
Is it real?
A 10-year-old girl. This is one of those like Reddit stories that we all know is fake. A 10-year-old girl was shopping with her mother one day when she asked a question. Why were some toys off limit to her as a girl, but would it be okay to play with if she were a boy? Mm-hmm. That girl was Albert Einstein. No, that girl was the daughter of a staffer who worked for a California lawmaker. This year, Assemblyman Evan Lowe cited the girl's question as inspiration for the bill he wrote that will force some retailers to create gender-neutral children's sections in their store.
Okay.
California Governor Gavin Newsom on Saturday signed the legislation Assembly Bill 1084.
No way.
Large retailers to have non-gendered toy sections starting in 2024. So don't worry, you have 2 years
to get that motherfucker out of office.
Jesus Christ. This is so dumb.
2024. I thought they just introduced the bill. It's already been signed into law.
It's already been signed, yes.
How's my graphic?
It's short. I'll read it. See, the people legislation finds and declares that there's unjustified differences in similar products that are traditionally marketed either for girls or boys can be more easily identified by the consumer if similar items are displayed closer to one another. Undivided area on the retail sales of the floor. Okay. Keeping similar items that are traditionally marketed either for girls or boys separated makes it more difficult for the consumer to compare the products and incorrectly implies that their use by one gender is inappropriate. A retail department store that offers childcare items or toys for sale shall maintain a gender-neutral section or area to be labeled at the discretion of the retailer, in which a reasonable selection of items and toys for the children that it sells shall be displayed, regardless of whether they have been traditionally marketed for either girls or for boys. This shall only apply to retail department stores that are physically located in California and have a total of 500 or more employees. Blah, blah, blah.
Where do they put the gay toys?
Beginning January 1st, 2024, a retail department store that fails to comply with this section is liable for a civil penalty not to exceed $250. There you go.
Really? You're kidding me.
Oh, I'm sorry. $250 for the first violation, $500 for the second. And for subsequents, well, they could get sued by the state of California. So
as a business owner, I have to pay $750 to be able to give the finger to the state.
Well, no, then you get sued after that by the state of California. So.
Oh, really?
There you go.
I can't. This is atrocious.
Is that not the dumbest shit you've ever heard?
There's going to be activists going down to the local toy store.
Of course.
And they're going to be, I mean, toy store. They're going to go down to Walmart. Walmart has a toy section. They're going to be like, what's going on here? You have all the Barbies in one aisle and all the dinosaurs in another aisle. What are you, sexist pieces of shit? Walmart. Let's cancel Walmart. Boycott Walmart. Well, you have all the science toys in one area and all the dolls in another area. What are you trying to say? Women don't like science?
Mm-hmm.
This is terrible.
So dumb.
This is idiocy. This video was supposed to cheer me up, Sitch. What's going on here?
I'm sorry. Listen.
This is not working.
I forgot how terrible your state is.
I'm moving to Florida. We're going to be
We'll
underwater.
We'll switch places.
We're going to be underwater in 6 months, but it's okay.
It's worth it.
I hear the real estate market is booming in Florida.
It doesn't make any
Everyone's
sense.
moving there.
Yeah.
We need a law for that? You have to inject yourselves into everything, from where you can throw a frisbee to who can braid hair? This is why so many people, by the way, were triggered by COVID policies. They were already sick of rules. Regulation should be a good issue for Democrats. It's certainly one they're associated with. And I think the average voter would agree that banks and chemical plants and drug companies need watching. Telling a company, you can't dump the waste from your hog farm straight into the water supply. We're mostly all for that. But
mostly all for that. Oh,
sometimes you want a little bit of waste in your water supply.
big polluter.
It gives it a little bit of a flavor.
A little tinge, a little hog feces tinge. No thanks.
A little bacon flavor, you know. You don't want bacon flavored water? Come on.
Bacon flavored water actually sounds delicious, but
parody of themselves, just making rules to make rules because it makes you feel like you're a better person. Making sure that everything bad never happens again, which you can never fully do. It just makes everyone else's life a drag. The Biden infrastructure bill has a provision that requires all new cars to install an alert system that goes off when you leave a baby in the back seat, which is something done only by crackheads and people who sadly, yes, do it on purpose. And after every one of us winds up bearing the cost for cars to install this alarm, you know who's going to ignore it? Crackheads and people who do it on purpose.
This is like insane. How many kids die a year by being left on cars? Do you know? How many kids die?
Not sure.
Heat in cars. Like, I can't imagine that there's so much of this that it requires all cars to be equipped with some sensor that's going to somehow figure this out.
Is it the baby sensor? It's very like.
See, it says the average number of child deaths in hot cars is 38 per year.
38. Wow.
38.
That's
Are
awful.
these on purpose, or this like how do you forget?
There's a lot of really stupid people in the world, Sitch. I don't know if you know this.
Because I'm looking, there's this thing that has like all these stats for it, but they don't say. None of them say what was it intentional or not. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of that is either intentional or people like on drugs or something.
Have you ever started making eggs and you like start doing something on the computer and forget that you were cooking eggs?
I've never done that. No.
Really?
Have you done? Well, first of all, I don't. Okay, when I'm cooking food,
like
I don't walk
a week.
away. Listen, I'm a responsible Eagle Scout, Adam. Okay, when I'm cooking with something that's flammable, I don't wander away to go look at my Twitter feed on my computer.
Well, good for you, Mr.
I
Perfect.
pick up my cell phone and I look at Twitter there. All right,
Mr. Perfect. Good for you.
I'm gonna burn his house down. I was arguing with some Austrian economics person on Twitter. Okay, they didn't think I was funny, dear wife. What was I supposed to do? I'm so sorry my eggs burned the house down.
I think we should continue with the video.
A sensor light is not going to fix this problem, and Democrats no longer possess the common sense to understand that not every problem in the world can be fixed with a regulation. But don't tell that to the advocacy groups who also want every future car in America to only start when the driver blows into a breathalyzer. Oh, great. My other car is a Karen.
I thought they already had those.
For people who get a DUI, they install them.
Right. I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, if every car had that naturally, that seems fucking crazy.
You have to blow your car up before you can drive.
Listen, you want to drive, you got to blow your car, okay? Someone's going to get off on that.
Who's this guy? That,
I don't
poor
know.
guy, they just turned to him. Yeah,
He was some guest.
Like it. You know you like that regulation. They gave him this guy likes the regulation cam.
Well, you know, it's also not safe to drive when you're crying. Should we make a car that follows your texts and stops the engine when you're dumped?
Yeah. Yes.
Sitch agrees with that.
I do. I mean, I think you should have to take a hormone test, and it should only allow men to drive. Oh,
Sexist piece of shit. Do you?
It's a comedy show, Adam. I can say whatever I want.
How often? I'm curious. Do you see people
Yes.
texting and driving in Florida?
All the time.
Yeah, because in Los Angeles, I see it on the reg, and it does kind of infuriate me.
I thought in California it was illegal, and they actually pulled you over for doing it.
I mean, they can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure they can.
Oh, okay.
There's nobody pulling anyone over when I see people texting and driving.
When Adam is texting about how much he hates seeing other people texting and driving, no one gets pulled over.
Text at the red lights, okay? Don't
There
text
you
while
go.
you're driving.
Yeah, that's it. That's true.
Racism is bad. How about a car that won't start unless you play a message about tolerance from George Takei?
Dude, don't give me any ideas.
Yeah, right.
They would make a car that you had to, acknowledge your white privilege before you could start.
This car will only start when you've acknowledged your white privilege.
They would. Don't think they wouldn't. They would implement the first racist automobile.
Yes.
They're like, we're not around to be racist against you all the time. We want your car to do it while we're not available.
You have to say like a certain code phrase of like, I acknowledge that my whiteness has shaped society in a racial direction that privileges me and disprivileges black people. Bling, your car has now started.
Your car's going to start billing you monthly for emotional labor.
Right.
Regular viewers of this program may recall my long battle to get solar power hooked up at my house. It involved this shed, which had to be built to house this solar battery. Yes, that battery needed a house to live in. And not just any house, one that had to follow the specifications of this chart. That's a real chart of the steps we had to go through to get this thing turned on. Democrats have to stop thinking that what the voters dream about is to be hassled. If you buy a shed at Costco, it comes with this warning. Warning, this product can expose you to wood dust. Wood dust. No kidding, which is known to the state of California to cause cancer. That's right, California thinks you're going to snort your shed.
That's actually, I'm torn on that one because obviously that's fucking morons suing for. I got cancer. It was caused by your shed. That's why they do that. It's not, the politicians don't come in and say, you got to place this warning on your woodshed.
Well,
it's manufacturers that got sued by somebody for.
Well, no, it has to. Well, yeah, but it says is known in the state of California to cause cancer. So it has to have something to do with that, right?
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
Because if it was just a legal thing, it would just say, would just maybe causes cancer or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to blow Pinocchio. I just want to put the lawnmower away.
Sure. Sure, you don't want to blow Pinocchio.
So, okay, this is from Proposition 65, requires businesses to determine if they must provide a warning about some listed chemicals. And it says wood dust is one of these chemicals. So it was actually a law. Your state sucks, Adam. I don't know how to tell you this.
It's great weather, though. That's why we get all the crazies, because people come here because it's amazing weather.
Right.
I was born in
that was it?
California.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Listen.
Part of my
You're ruining it
heritage.
for everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
Cyborg for $20 says you need to transmogrify political disposition. Oh, Jesus. You need to transmogrify the political dispositions of the cacophony of magnanimous magnificent and the abhorrent aberration, alliteration of actual racism, which manifests itself within the multitude of melanin-lacking persons. Thank you.
I might need a translation on that one.
The translation is, you're a big racist.
Nah, not us.
Mm-hmm. Sword and Scale for $20 says, this is why A-Team reigns supreme. Sitch was going to read my super chat, then got distracted and forgot. At least Adam reads my comments with no enthusiasm, but they still get read.
That's the one that I read when you left, and I was like, what?
I skipped one? I didn't skip one.
Not only that, I read it with such enthusiasm because it said A-Team reigns supreme. Obviously, I put
I didn't skip
enthusiasm
one.
into that.
It was fake news. It's fake news.
No, I went to the wrong one.
Okay. Ruvenine13 for $20 says, Adam, I hate to tell you this, but you're not the smarter one you're not smarter than one of the most acclaimed and cited economists of the liberal movement. If you don't want to get dragged on Twitter again, don't strawman him. S-Class is the best class.
But hold on, what liberal economist?
I guess whoever Austrian economist you're yelling about on Twitter.
First of all, my tweet was totally hyperbole. It was.
The hyperbole defense. Okay.
Well, I mean, it was obviously a very jokey
Listen,
tweet.
I just called the Mises Institute a den of N-words, but it was hyperbole.
That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
What did you say?
I'm looking for the tweet.
Okay.
I'll find it. Read another super chat.
Okay. Lucifer the Doorman for 20 Canadian. Thanks so much, Lucifer. Says A-Team reigns supreme.
Mm-hmm.
And S-Class is pretty good. There you go. There you go.
Nice.
The Expert Layman for $20. Thanks so much. Says the societal outgroup is eternal. What changes is who occupies that position. True. Movements to ingratiate the current outgroup often devolve into a campaign to force another group into that position. It's a game of hot potato. I think that's very true. Very, very, very true.
How do we avoid that, though? I mean, we need to get to some stasis, and
we make the outgroup a bunch of dirty foreigners, like the Russians.
Yeah.
Bring back the USSR. We need an enemy again.
We had the terrorists for a while.
Right.
I mean, that even got off to a rocky start because.
What about China?
The left was like, "Oh, how dare you? How dare you? Equate terrorism to
the religion,
to Islam." Yeah, exactly.
I think we should just make China our bad guy. We could do that.
China.
Yeah.
I found the tweet. So I said, I just read a giant long Mises thread that basically says business can't tell the future, and sometimes their spending is not profitable. Did he just admit the holier than thou private sector can waste resources too? Laughing emoji. So
that's not funny, Adam.
First of all,
that's not funny.
This is how you can tell it's hyperbole. I said giant long Mises thread. Okay. Obviously I'm packing words in there to really, because these Mises guys, they say like something I could say in a tweet, they say in like 35 tweets. It's
You're saying they're the Michael Eric Dysons of economics.
Yeah, totally. Okay. Yes. I just dumb it down for people. Like, not only that, I did what he said and then my rebuttal. And then I said the holier than thou private sector. There is a bit, I mean, they do have a very holier than thou attitude towards the private sector, right? So the main Mises comeback was, obviously, Adam, you don't. This is a total straw man of our argument. We understand that the private sector can waste resources. Okay, nobody would ever be stupid enough to say that the private sector doesn't waste resources. We're just saying that the government sector wastes resources a lot more. Okay, obviously, don't straw man our argument. That's what they're saying.
China.
China. Well,
Okay.
and I understand that that's the argument. Okay,
Yes.
That's
Okay.
why I'm just having some fun. I'm having a little fun.
Listen, Adam is just being a little hyperbolic on the internets.com. Okay.
Yeah, it is fun to get there was a
There you
lot
go.
of responses
Okay.
about what a brainlet I was, and this is midwit, and I like all the standard. Just I don't know. It's funny when they throw the ad homs.
Okay.
Don't you think ad homs are funny?
I do. Speaking of ad homs, CSA pitch. We have inverted Sitch here. CSA pitch. Inverted Sitch for $20 says, you know, in my universe, I actually understand that O's are hugs and eggs are kisses. X's are kisses. Really tells you who the evil Sitch is. There you go. Listen. Listen. You guys are all wrong. What you're saying makes no fucking sense. No sense. It makes no sense. 0 cents. My way makes sense. Okay. I'm going to say that my way is like Fahrenheit. Mine is the correct way for measuring kisses and hugs. Just as Fahrenheit is the correct way for measuring temperature. Okay. I don't want to be on your metric system for kisses and hugs. That's communism. That's European elitism. But here in America land, I know what's what.
Did we read this Lucifer the Doberman for $20? A team reigns supreme.
I read that one, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I don't have to read the rest of it then.
Okay. J-Mac for $100. Thanks so much, Jay. Says, all right, you lovelies, got to head out. See you Tuesday. Thanks,
All
Jay.
right.
See you Tuesday. Vosh's supererogatory sophistry for $20 says, the Sitch and Adams show lacks any semblance of verisimilitude. Michael Eric Dyson is an adroit scholar and communicator. There you go. There you go.
What? Doubt.
Derek Woodward for $20 says, how about eliminating the interest on student debt so people can afford to pay back what they owe? I have a biochemistry degree and already owe twice as much as I took out. It seems like a realistic way to pay it back. A team. I'm fine with that. Yeah, sure. Go for it.
I'm curious. I'm very curious.
I think that's a good middle ground solution.
Yeah,
But yes,
I'm
continue.
very curious how the public would respond if the proposal was to eliminate student debt on STEM degrees.
Only STEM degrees?
Yeah.
I don't think you could do it by degree. Okay.
Well, STEM degrees, I think, probably tangibly improve society more than gender studies degrees.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't think you could pass legislation that would be like, we're gonna forgive debt, but only for some degrees and not others. That would never happen politically. Yeah.
My question was, I wonder how the public would feel about that.
Right.
I guess you're right. They would feel it was racist.
Right. Ian Penner for 50 Canadian. Thanks so much, Penner. Says, Sitch, read this super chat in its entirety. It is very important. Okay. Here's the super chat. Nuclear, 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 nuclear. Listen.
That's amazing.
I'm not going to be Florida shamed by a dirty Canadian. Okay. I'm going to say nuclear And you Canadians are going to deal with it. Because you know what, Canada? We allow you. That's right. We Americans allow you to continue to exist on our northern border.
Listen to this.
We all know that Canada is really just the 51st state in waiting.
Mm-hmm.
You're worried about China taking over Taiwan. You're worried about Russia taking over the Ukraine. Bitch, Canada, we're coming for you.
Yeah.
So prepare yourself.
One invasion away from sovereignty.
That's right. One invasion away. What do you got, Canada? Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. If we run out of ice down here, we might invade.
Listen, we need to invade Canada and build a big, beautiful wall on the border to keep all the cold air out. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Stop all these storms. You think, Canada, you think you're such hot shit for burning down our White House? Well, let me tell you something. The South remembers. Okay?
All right.
America remembers.
Sword and scale for $20. The private sector wastes resources, but stops when it realizes it. The public sector wastes resources infinitely because they have an infinite supply of money that isn't theirs. Buy Bitcoin. A-Team reigns supreme.
There's definitely validity to that. That's the problem, is that the public sector can, since it's not motivated by investment or profit, it's motivated by politicians or politics. It can just waste money indefinitely as long as the politics are correct. So,
well, there is a perception problem too, because we often perceive, programs that are for other people and not for us as wasteful spending.
Right.
But obviously the people who are getting those, like the student debt relief, the person who gets their student debt relieved, like they're fucking in heaven. Hell yeah, give me more of that. That's for me.
Or person who's on Medicare,
Yeah. So that there's a perception. There's a perception issue there as well. Yeah.
Some things, I mean, the criticism is very true and fair, but some things are better when they're funded privately, and some things are better when they're funded publicly. You don't have to have an all or nothing situation.
I would never claim that the public sector is more efficient or even close to the efficiencies of the private sector. That is insane. Completely insane. My problem, and the reason why I tweeted this out, was because I read this long thread, and then the guy who wrote it, I went to read his article, and the article is just so fucking biased from the get-go, just biased from Jump Street, that I'm like, this guy's not really writing an argument. This guy's writing an anti-government screed.
Is it a Thomas Sowell argument?
No. Thomas Sowell doesn't do this. Thomas Sowell is, how dare you fucking, how dare you come after Saint Thomas
I'm so
Sowell.
sorry. Thomas Sowell. I mispronounced his name.
Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell
would never make this bold-face anti-government argument.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Thomas Sowell can articulate things that the government does well. Yes. Even Thomas Sowell's mentor, Milton Friedman, admitted that the military wasn't a good fit for the private sector. Okay?
There you go. Satoshi was a Reploid for 200 knock-knocks. Says, here's some Petro knockers to confirm that the supreme reigning A-team knows more about economics than the detractors. Hashtag blockchains are Ponzi's. Well, there you go.
Oh, that's anti-sword and scale right there.
And Ian Penner for 10 Canadian, thank you, says, jokes on you, Sitch. That was a summoning ritual. I needed to give Canada nuclear weapons. America's finished. Canada will rule the world with our maple syrup and mediocre hockey teams. No! Adam, he tricked me.
Mm-hmm.
He tricked me. I accidentally summoned away all of our nuclear weapons into Canada. Listen, I'm not afraid, because the Canadians, they're too polite. I don't care if I summon them all away. We'll just walk over and say, hey, excuse me, could you please kindly return these nuclear weapons that accidentally fell into your hands? And they say, oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, sure, eh?
Nuclear weapons?
Here's your nuclear weapons, eh? Have some free maple syrup and a hockey puck.
Canada doesn't have nuclear weapons. Canada
And so,
doesn't
yeah,
even
I'm
know
not
how
concerned.
nuclear works.
That's true.
Come on.
I'm
Don't
pretty
try to
sure.
fool
I
me.
thought Canada was still running on moose power.
Yeah.
You know, there's like a guy who whips a moose and it pulls like a little gear and that powers off Canada. The 10 people that live there.
The 10 people. That's hilarious.
Anyways, let's move on. Okay.
Yeah. What
So-
is the population of Canada?
Okay, Adam. So here we have another choice.
Here's
I
Jordan.
know.
Okay. We have
I
another
know
choice.
Sam Cedar.
Well, okay. Do you want to hear the context first, or do you want to hear the bullshit first? What do you think would be more useful?
I'm going to let you decide this one. I'm going to let S-Class make an executive
this.
decision. And
Look at this guy. Okay, I'll show. Okay,
Well,
We'll play-
I don't necessarily know. You have the context for what's
right. Okay.
So you might know what is going to make a better show.
Well, actually,
Oh my God! I
Let's-
just had the most hilarious experience.
what?
I looked up the population of Canada
Yes.
and the population of California at the same time. Canada, 38 million.
Mm-hmm.
California, 39 million. Sorry, guys.
There you go. You can
Sorry.
fit all of Canada in California.
Sorry.
Come on,
Sorry,
guys. See?
Canada.
Canada, you need to up your game.
Up your game.
What the hell? Get busy
Yeah.
with it.
We control more people than you do.
Come on, you got all that space. I mean, I know most of it's snow and seals and mooses, but come on, you got to fill that space with people. Do
What are
your
you guys
duty.
doing in your sexist toy stores?
Why the fuck are people complaining about the birth rates in America? Fuck, complain about the birth rates in Canada.
Yeah, what is Canada doing?
Yeah,
Jeez.
jeez.
They're fucking dying on the vine up there. They need to get busy. Have some babies, for heaven's sakes.
There you go. So I think it'll be better for us to watch the context second.
Okay.
Okay.
Peterson, and understand what he's trying to argue here. It's very illustrative. If you are one of the people who are, somewhat repelled, and I think in certain instances, I don't think it's as big of a deal, like Jamal Bowie had said to us, get a little bit repelled by the idea of like racism.
That's hilarious. I didn't even realize this. He said he had that guy on. That's Jamal Bowie. I mean, that's how you say his name. That was the guy that said the capitalism is slavery.
Oh, really?
And Sam Cedar just said he just had him on. That's hilarious.
That's the
Talk
same
about-
guy that they referenced on Bill Maher.
On Bill Maher.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They do this. The leftist circles are not very big. They all talk about the same people, talk to the same people.
Mhm.
Did you notice that Sam Cedar, the notorious user of the word and like verbal tick Sam Cedar, has evidently hired Hassan's editor here to edit out some of his obnoxious.
To cut all the ums and ahs out. There you
Yeah.
go.
Sam Cedar.
We got to get that. We should
I
happen live. Anytime we say an ums or an uhs or they just cut it out live.
Well, this is the point. Anybody who respects their audience, even loves their audience, makes an effort not to say and It takes practice. It does.
I don't
You have
make
to-
any effort, Adam. Be
You
honest
don't make
with you.
any effort.
I make
Okay.
zero effort.
Well, I have made an effort to eliminate verbal tics from my dialogue
don't care
because
about the-
A
I don't
team
care about
reigns
the-
supreme. S class is a class. No, S class. S class is.
Listen, I know that the
S-class
fans
is
don't
listen
want
class.
the prim and proper manicured bullshit artistry of Michael Eric Dyson, where I confuse people with a bunch of fancy words. No, Adam. What they want is the raw, unfiltered, unvarnished truth straight from our little mouths.
Mhm.
Okay,
Well,
that's what they want.
that part is true.
That's what they want. And that includes all the ums and ahs and uhs. Gotta keep it real.
I hate to tell you this, but I'm like from California, where, if I just talk like a normal Californian.
Oh no! Stop it! I don't want the real Adam. I take it all back. No, I don't want real Adam. No.
We're like totally like gonna be here like all day. Okay.
No. I take it back. I didn't know what terror I had wrought upon us. I'm so sorry, chat. No.
So I mean, if you want unvarnished California, I'm not certain that you do. I'm not sure anybody
please,
wants that.
God, no. Oh, I'm so thankful. Thank you, God, for tempering Adam's terrible Californian accent.
It wasn't God, motherfucker. I did it. You don't. God doesn't get credit for my hard work.
Spoken like a classic anti-theist.
God doesn't get credit for my hard work. Okay, it's hard work. It is. It is. Being a broadcaster is hard work, and when Sam Cedar and Hassan completely I think of Sam Cedar as a relatively intelligent guy. I honestly do. I would listen more to Sam Cedar's content just to find out what's going on in the wacko, insane, leftist commie world if Sam Cedar actually spoke without saying like and every other word. So I know it's been a problem for me listening to his content. It is interesting that he has an editor now. Maybe I will subscribe to his channel just to listen to the edited videos where they edit out his verbal fuck yous to his audience. So maybe I'll
There's
work
nothing
on that.
wrong. Listen, there's nothing
There
wrong
is
with
something
editing out
wrong.
a little bit of ums and ahs. Okay.
There's nothing wrong with editing out a little bit. There is something wrong with a person. I mean, I consider it a huge like F you to your audience if half your content is ums and ahs. Yes. There's someone else that's worse. Oh, who is the worst on this? Like
Besides Hassan? What do you mean?
No, I think it
thought
is
he was
Sam
the one.
Cedar. I think Sam Cedar 50% of his content is ums and
Cedar
ahs.
is the one that triggers you the most on this.
Yeah.
So. He does actually. He has really long so yeah. I didn't notice until you pointed it out, but
I don't mind him thinking or it's difficult to go without any, but I mean it's excessive with Sam Cedar. So tirade over. Let's continue.
There you go.
Thank you, Sam. In the interest of good faith, thank you for hiring an editor. If I find out you didn't pay him, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like don't do that. Metaphorically in a video game on the internet.
A little bit repelled by the idea of like racism as aesthetics and, what you call sort of like, people malign wokeism as being like,
So he's got 3 likes out and 1
You
know.
did.
Okay.
Did.
Look, that wasn't we didn't listen to a lot, did we?
No.
3 likes and 1 you knows.
Go back.
Sitch,
hear that again.
There are people in California who end every single sentence with,
That's not just a California thing. I think a lot of people do that. It's terrible.
Let's back it up.
Terrible. Constant need for confirmation.
Of like racism as aesthetic. I think in certain instances, I don't think it's as big of a deal, like Jamal Bowie had said to us. I get a little bit repelled by the idea of like racism as aesthetics and, what you call sort of like, people malign wokeism as being like, too about like, I don't know, just
victims and stuff like
victims, but also like the proper thing to say and this and that. Understand.
There's a part there where I thought you rewinded it mid-sentence and I didn't realize it because he just like looped.
He's cutting it out.
I know.
There's a lot of editing going on here.
I mean, I like making fun of this. I feel like I feel like we've probably said very similar shit though ourselves. So I feel like we're throwing glass stones and rock houses at the moment.
It is not near as bad with us.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
I consciously make an effort, and it's unconscious now because when I first started live streaming and I would listen back, I thought, I got to cut this out. This is unlistenable. What am I doing? There's so many ums and ahs and
Right.
And it takes effort. It gets more effortless the more that you do it. But
Of course.
Sam Cedar, I mean, this guy's been on MSNBC and stuff.
Sam Cedar is a paid voice actor. Okay. You cannot speak of him this way.
Voice acting is the easiest fucking thing in the world because you got the words written in front of you, and screenwriters don't put in the ums and ahs and likes. They take those out. So that's not even comparable, really. This is him thinking, talking off the cuff, and just, it's terrible.
CT says it's like negative 12 degrees.
In Canada right now?
Is that Fahrenheit, or I don't know what your crazy Canadian temperature is?
Well, if it's negative 12, it's it's
got to be Fahrenheit,
Celsius.
right? I don't know. That's way too cold in Celsius, isn't it?
I mean, either way, it's.
Or I don't know.
Water freezes at either.
It's too
0.
fucking cold, whatever it is. Listen, maybe you should keep Canada. I don't want that cold shit. It's like 68 degrees here, and I'm like wearing 3 jackets. So yeah, I don't want that crap. You stay up there with your cold air.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Peterson saying basically the same thing. He is talking that there is no phenomena of racism. There are just people who are mean based upon race.
So Sam Cedar is claiming he's going to show you a clip where Jordan Peterson is going to say that there's no such thing as racism. It's just individual people who are mean on race issues. Okay, that's the claim.
Then this is not the clip that we've already seen?
This is not. It's a different clip.
Okay, good. And I'm curious about the intro stuff that he said on aesthetics.
Right.
What it was said there? There are certain people that claim racism is just an aesthetic, or
I don't know what he means by that. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, I'm curious because is he talking about like microaggressions, or what does he mean by that?
Michael Eric Dyson definitely uses racism as an aesthetic, so maybe that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's back it up and see if we can figure out what he said.
Jordan Peterson said to us, it's very illustrative. If you are one of the people who are, somewhat repelled, and I think in certain instances, I don't think it's as big of a deal, like Jamal Bowie had said to us, get a little bit repelled by the idea of like racism as aesthetics and, what you call sort of like, people malign wokeism as being like, too about like, I don't know, just
victims and stuff like that.
Victims, but also like the proper thing to say and this and that.
So he's basically saying people who complain about political correctness in this weird kind of way
have their own. Yeah. Well, he's saying it's worse than that. I think it sounds like he's saying that people are racist intentionally as an aesthetic choice.
I know, but it's confusing because of the way that he's wording it.
Right, but that's fucking crazy if that's what he's saying.
But he's talking about people who are generally repelled by political correctness.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
He's calling people that are anti-political.
Well, he hasn't said anything about them yet. I mean,
but it sounds like he's conflating. It sounds like he's saying that anti-political correct people are using racism as an aesthetic.
Oh, I didn't.
That's what I feel like he's saying.
Okay.
When I reach deep inside my gut.
I don't feel like that's what he's saying.
Okay.
So far in all he has said is he's labeled the subject of this topic people who are anti-political correctness, but he hasn't really said what about those people yet. Let's see.
Okay.
Jordan Peterson saying basically the same thing. He is talking that there is no phenomena of racism. There are just people who are mean based.
Okay, so maybe you are right and I'm wrong.
Right.
So he's saying Jordan Peterson is
one of these people.
One of these people. Yeah.
Upon race. And here he is explaining this concept, and people who actually know what they're talking about with this stuff are just sort of aghast.
People who know what they're talking about. Is this the Bradley guy that he brought up?
No.
Well, that's a fair point. I'll come to John.
I think the same point I made earlier applies, is that
Oh, pause it for 1 second. Pause it for 1 second. Pause it for 1 second. They're responding. Apparently, there was a British cricketer. Is it British? A guy named Azim Rafiq. And
racist. That's totally wrong pronunciation.
I know.
We on
Nuclear.
this show.
Come on.
We on this show care very much about political correctness. Okay.
I've never
Political
pronounced
optics,
anything
all of that
incorrect in
stuff.
my entire life, Adam.
Yeah, yeah. And if you do, and you disagree with us politically, you're a racist.
and apparently he
And if you say more than once in a sentence, you're a racist.
experienced racism from his teammates. And
who better ask than Jordan Peterson about
right,
that?
exactly. BBC panel.
Well, that's a fair point. I'll come to Jordan.
I think the same point I made earlier applies, is that
So that's going to be very important coming up later. Jordan Peterson, first thing Jordan Peterson says is, I think the thing I said earlier applies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just hold that in the back of your mind.
Oh, because you're going to play the thing he said earlier?
Because we'll find out what he said. Unlike Sam Cedar and all the people complaining about this, I'll actually take the 10 seconds to go see what he said earlier so I can understand exactly the context of the situation.
Oh, man. Sitch.
I know it's very difficult, but
it is difficult. I'm so
yeah.
glad that you do it for all of us. It's fucking amazing.
Because it's kind of
why
fucking hilarious when you go back and see the context. But
this is catching them. We're always catching them.
Gotta catch them. Gotta catch them all. Adam.
We are the investigators right here. We're all investigators. We're the woke detectives taking them down.
The Jack Strikers.
things need to be particularized rather than generalized, as a general rule, let's say. And so this cricket player was facing racism by his own account.
Now pause it for 1 second. Okay. Like, understand what he's saying here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Before we hear what Sam thinks he's saying, what do you think Jordan Peterson just said?
He hasn't said much of anything, but he said that the cricket player was experiencing racism by his own account, which would be his own perception.
Right.
Right. So,
and he said he wanted to particularize this instead of generalize this.
Right. Yes.
Okay. That's all he said.
So so I would think you're looking at the particulars of this situation and maybe thinking, because people do, people do feel that they experience racism in lots of ways that I'm sure they're gating false positives. That
Right.
wasn't a racism.
Sure.
That was just not this does happen, right? You agree with
Or people can definitely experience some person being racist against them, but it's one individual being racist against you. It's not a system that is being racist against you.
That's part of it too. You can also you can also, someone can be racist against you and you can be not conscious of it. Like that happens too.
Sure.
I'm sure there are people who do things for racist motivations that other people don't necessarily realize.
Adam.
Things need to be particularized.
What? No, I don't do that. I'm sure people are. Sitch does that about me. I'm certain of it. But I'm too
I told
aloof.
you that I'm secretly racist in confidence. You weren't supposed to tell that.
I'm aloof to it. Why would you want? Even if someone is racist against me, I don't want to.
You don't want to know about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I wouldn't waste my whole day on it. Jeez. Michael,
I'll stop sending you pictures of crackers in the DM.
My God, that's fucking hilarious. That would be so hilarious.
Every day, you guys don't know this. Every day for a month,
Why?
I just send Adam a random picture of a saltine
Of a
cracker. He just sends me every time. He just goes, "Why are you doing this?" Like he's so innocent. He just sends me a question mark. He doesn't understand what's going on.
Even if Sitch tried to bully me, it would be hilarious. It'd be so hilarious.
He's just like, Sitch, why do you keep? You're just making me hungry. I don't
talking about.
understand.
That's what I'm talking. I get messages all the time from people that could be considered an insult, and I just feel like they're joking. I feel like okay, this person's kidding, obviously, And not only that, that's a hilarious joke. Like,
there you go.
So maybe they're serious, and maybe I'm overlooking racism that I should be looking at. I'm not sure.
As opposed to generalized. In other words, I am going to start with the premise that there are no societal phenomenons, that there is no structure to society whatsoever.
What?
That's a lot. That's a big,
fuck?
yeah.
That's a big ass jump. All he said was, I think that you should, be specific before you be general.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all he said. He didn't say there's no. You think Jordan Peterson, Mr. 12 Rules for Life, Mr. We have too much
Be
chaos.
precise
We
in
need
your
more
speech.
order.
Yeah.
Yeah. You think he doesn't think there's a structure to society?
Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about?
Wow.
And you start with that assumption, that basic premise, that there are no structures, that there are no broad trends within society, that there is nothing undergirding our existence.
This is fucking insane. Yeah, like, who is this guy talking about? Well, Mr. fucking metaphysics, everything's about ethics and underlying structures and fucking unconscious archetypes in every single fucking Disney Mr. Disney movie, talking about masculine and feminine being like embodied structures and evolution. What the fuck is he talking about?
Jordan Peterson, the guy who says that every fucking story has some under the surface archetype that relates to some broad message about society that human beings have passed down forever in order to shape other human beings' behavior, but doesn't think there's any structure or anything underlying human behavior in society.
Even the book subtitles like An Antidote to Chaos, Beyond Order. Those are structures.
This is insane. This is like,
those are structures. You doo-doo head.
This is peak. This is the peak of literally too stupid to understand Jordan Peterson.
I honestly, when I watch this stuff, it's comical because these people have played telephone with Jordan Peterson's reputation to the point that none of them have any idea who Jordan Peterson is. They might as well.
Right.
They're just talking about some fictitious person that they've made up in their own minds. Yeah, it's just garbage. Garbage tier takes.
In society, that moment to moment are completely distinct, that individual to individual are completely distinct. There is no shared experience. There are no shared institutions.
Sitch, you have found the most insane video on the internet here. What the fuck? Jordan Peterson talks all the time about how individually you can't come up with your own ethics. This is the foundation of Jordan Petersonism. Like, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
And he's basically saying that Jordan Peterson believes in this thing that Jordan Peterson again and again and again is accusing the left of saying, that people can come to make up their own ethics on the fly. The individual can. No, you can't do that.
I think the only thing I can understand here of what's happening is that Sam Cedar has his NPC dialogue tree of like liberal criticism. He's like, oh, liberals always want to treat people as individuals instead of as groups. And he's like desperately trying to twist this around somehow to apply to Jordan Peterson, but he's doing it in such a fucking dumb, such a nonsensical, ignorant way that's coming off as just insanity. That's the only thing I can possibly perceive is happening here.
This feels like opposite day. Like everything he's saying is completely backwards.
Right.
Sam Cedar. No. This is like fucking watch a Jordan Peterson video for once. Dude, it's so bizarre to me because couldn't they at least have a conversation with someone, like a good faith conversation with someone who's like a legitimate Jordan Peterson fan? Like they have this way of
Adam.
just demoralizing Jordan Peterson or stereotyping. That's the right word for Jordan Peterson fans, that they're just these dumb, misogynistic, women hating, manosphere dwellers. It's just this weird stereotype that
Why
they
would
have
you
in their
ask
mind.
a question, Adam, that you know the answer to?
Why wouldn't they have that conversation? They tried to get us in this conversation but we wouldn't do it.
No, they didn't.
Well,
That's not accurate.
they tried to entice us onto their show so that they could pretend to have the conversation and belittle us.
It wasn't about Jordan Peterson, was it?
Yeah,
this was like
totally
a million
about
years
Jordan
ago.
Peterson. It was about Jordan Peterson. I have the better memory than Sitch.
Okay, I'll trust your memory.
This was.
I'll talk to Sam Cedar about Jordan Peterson if he wants. I don't have a problem with that.
They did. Did they respond to one of our videos? I feel like they did.
What happened? Okay, this is what I remember.
Ben Burgess was on with Michael Knowles.
No, this is what I remember happening.
Michael Brooks.
Yeah, Ben Burgess was on Michael Brooks, and they made some comment about Michael Brooks made some comment about like belittling us in the conversation. And I was what the fuck, Michael Brooks? No, we were trying, we reached out to have a conversation with Ben Burgess, and you're attacking us for daring to talk to someone that we don't agree with.
Right. But Ben Burgess also characterized us to Michael Brooks as Jordan Peterson stan idiots who didn't know anything.
Right. And so
that's what triggered me. I was like, what the fuck? We invite you on our show, are fucking completely nice to you, and this is how you pay us back.
Right.
Typical
Ben Burgess
commie.
is a piece of shit. So
yeah.
He was a total piece of shit in his debate with actor Justice Horry and Nuance Bro. But no, so then Michael Brooks made like this weird, like this offer was, you can call in.
Yeah, call into the show.
To address like this drama. I'm like, we're gonna address the drama of you being a dick because we talked to Ben Burgess. Like, what are we supposed to talk about? Like, it was just the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah.
So.
And they wanted us to call in. They were trying to get our personal numbers to their Antifa producer.
Well, that was an issue too, but right. Yeah.
We're like, nah, no thanks.
Yeah.
Tried to get them on our show, but they didn't respond. So.
If they want to talk, I will talk to Sam Cedar about Jordan Peterson.
You talk to Sam Cedar about Jordan Peterson
hilarious.
Anytime. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. You don't need to sneak attack us. You're open invitation on the show.
She'll say who's going to come on.
Notice how I got that.
And have Ethan Klein sub in.
You notice how I got that little, you're a dishonest hack in there?
Yeah, I noticed.
You had to sneak attack Crowder.
I'm impressed.
Who fucking sneak attacks Crowder? You guys lose all credibility here. I mean, why not just honest? Like, I guess because Crowder won't debate Sam Cedar.
Right. Well, Crowder was being a bitch. Everyone in that conversation was bad. There was no heroes in that conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone looked terrible in it.
Well, Crowder has said Sam Cedar's a piece of shit, and I tend to agree. So.
Well, he probably
start with that.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is a true statement.
This mischaracterization of Jordan Peterson is really like evidence of that.
Shared experience. There are no shared institutions. If I start with that premise, which is what he says, then guess what? I'm going to find no structural racism. You start with that premise, guess.
Mic drop. You just said the most stupid thing ever.
I know.
He's so proud of himself, too. He's like, which is exactly what he didn't say.
That's what you're going to find no structural anything.
Oh, look. There's this. They have a live clapping seal in the studio audience.
Right.
But should I not pause as much? I'm going to let it play for a bit.
Just let go a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
That is understand. And it is not a coincidence that this guy is a psychologist. Mm-hmm. as opposed to a sociologist or an anthropologist or anybody else who comes from the perspective of like, we actually are social beings. We create structures and institutions. There is such a thing as society, and that one society is not the same as another society. And the things that differentiate them is not the individual attributes of each individual in there, but rather the way they are structured.
See, I don't know if you guys knew this.
How the fuck did you find this, Sitch? This guy's a fucking idiot.
I don't know if you guys knew this. When I went to psych classes in college, the first thing that happens, I sat down, my professor said, Sitch, listen, society's a lie.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as society. Society has no effect on your psychology whatsoever. Okay, none whatsoever. I don't know if you knew this. All of your psychology either comes from nature or from the magic vacuum. From Plato's form of divine realms, psychology is gifted upon human beings. As a psych student, Sitch, you shall never, never talk about society or culture's influence on people, ever.
Yeah, this is so bizarre to me. This is so strange to me because hasn't he critiqued like Jordan Peterson's lobster argument, which is completely opposite of all this? Like you're
Yes.
embedded in a social hierarchy,
Yes.
whether you like it or not, and it goes back as far as I mean, this is opposite day, Sitch. This is insane. What is happening?
Listen, you don't realize this, Adam, but you, like me, shifted from the Bearstein universe, okay, and back into the crazy Bearstein universe where everything's backwards now.
What does he think? Jordan Peterson is a clinical psychologist who's had done talk therapy with patients, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does he think Jordan Peterson sits down with his patients and says like there's no social interaction between you and other people that is meaningful in any way whatsoever? What is he even saying? Like this, you have to be insane to think any person believes this.
It's funny because the entire way a mental illness is defined by its effects on other people in society around you.
Yes.
Like, what the how fucking dumb. What is this point? He honestly thinks psychologists don't think that society and culture and other people influence your behavior? What does he think psychologists do?
What I don't understand what point he's even making. How is this add up to an argument against anything? I mean, first of all, it's a giant straw man of anything Jordan Peterson said or done. But even like normally when you do make a straw man, your ultimate goal is to make an argument that's easily defeated.
Right.
What is this argument?
Like, I don't know. He's trying to cast Jordan Peterson as like some sort of ultra hyper libertarian liberal or something.
Okay.
Like some Ayn Randian objectivist. That's what it feels like is
Right.
happening in this conversation.
Some ANCAP.
Exactly. Jordan Peterson, well-known ANCAP.
It's so, but this is crazy. Does he continue or have we heard enough?
Oh no, it continues.
Are we going to watch? We're listening to this whole clip.
Of course we were going to watch this whole clip.
What were you asking about the context thing? What is?
Oh no, we're not even there yet.
Mm-hmm.
We have a ways. We'll go to the context when this is all done.
My mind is melting, Sitch.
I know.
This is.
To think that this golden clip, Adam, almost passed us by.
How? I mean, does Sam Cedar not understand psychology? I mean, I'm so confused by this. To compare and to say that psychology and sociology don't share a lot of overlap.
I know.
Anthropology doesn't share any overlap with psychology. Is he just a moron? Is this the stupidest person on the planet? I take back when I said Sam Cedar seems like a relatively intelligent person. I misspoke.
Take it back.
Okay,
You did.
I completely misspoke.
Yep.
I mean, he might be clever, but he's definitely not intelligent.
Yep. This is why he fetishizes the individual.
Fetishizes the individual. So
All
weird.
that from Jordan Peterson simply saying, I think we should be specific when we look at problems and not instantly jump to generalizations. Okay.
Well, I wonder if they'd make the same claim about individual freedom.
Right.
I mean, the left used to stand for individual freedom. When they're talking about people should have the freedom to work or not work, aren't you fetishizing individual freedom? I mean,
right.
It seems like you are. Maybe, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I mean, it's a bad thing if you're saying people should have the freedom.
You know, I don't
work.
understand in the Declaration of Independence when it says all people, you know, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I don't understand why they're fetishizing the individual.
That's just the fetishizing of individual freedom, Sitch.
I know.
Are you kidding me?
Like
How could
when I
you
read
go
the
there?
Bill of Rights and it says, you know, you have the right for free speech and right of free religion and free
Freedom of
press and,
association.
you know, freedom of
Yeah.
association, and you don't have to quarter soldiers in your docile. This is all just a fetishization of the individual. I don't understand any of this.
Yeah. Fetishization of individual rights.
Yes.
Terrible.
Totally.
How
Stop
dare you
fetishizing
turn it? Yeah, you
this
turn
stuff.
it into a sex thing, you weirdo.
All right, play from the beginning, Bradley.
Well, that's a fair point. I'll come to Jordan.
I think the same point I made earlier applies, is that things need to be particularized rather than generalized, as a general rule, let's say.
See, he almost said we need to stop leaping to the conclusion that this is racism. I think that's what he was about to say, but he
Well,
changed.
not quite, but you'll see. You'll see where we're going.
And so this cricket player was facing racism by his own account. The question is who, when, what, exactly? Because otherwise it degenerates into something like a discussion of structural racism. And when it becomes abstracted up to that level, first of all, that pits group against group, which I think is entirely counterproductive. And it actually doesn't address the issue. You know, racism is a global and vague term.
Sorry, but
Why do you put it?
Why would you possibly do that? What did that mean?
Oh, he triggered this. So for those of you just listening, Jordan Peterson held up his hands and did air quotes when he said racism.
When he said racism.
Right. And all the progressive feminists on the panel lost their shit.
Lost their minds.
Why? You did the air quotes. What do you, Jordan? How dare you? You've insulted my God.
So far, I agree with everything Pearson said. Nothing controversial.
No.
Okay. He's saying you should, if there's a claim of racism, you should find out, you should look into the specifics to see, is this an individual person, as opposed to it degrading down to this nebulous, vague concept of institutional or systemic racism that pits, you know, groups against groups, which is not good. We don't want a society where we're pitting groups against groups, right? Nothing he said here is controversial. But he did the air quotes.
Remotely,
so.
yeah. But
Right,
the
he
air
did the air-
quotes, stylistically, very controversial.
Right.
Address the issue. You know, racism is a global and vague term.
Sorry, but
Why do you put it?
Why would you possibly do that? What did that mean?
He said it's a vague term.
Right. Listen, this is
As
really
I said,
funny.
it was a global and vague
No,
term.
the inverted commas.
Yeah, no, I just love the response.
You know, racism is a global and vague term.
Sorry, but
Why do you put it?
Why would you possibly do that? What did that mean?
Because I said it was a global and vague term.
It's just I just said.
I know, that's what I'm like, that's obvious. Wait a second here. He did it because it's like you do the air quotes because we're talking about something different. We're all talking
Right.
about something different. Yeah.
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 The
That's actually
inverted
useful.
commas is if it's not a real thing.
No, that isn't what it meant.
Well, what did it mean then? Explain.
It meant that it's indicative of low resolution thinking.
You know that when he said that, no one knows what the fuck he's talking about. Everyone on the panel was like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is we use all these terms frequently in discussion.
He is freaking out a little bit because he's like, okay, they're coming after me with the fucking racist thing again. This is like earlier Jordan Peterson, isn't it? Well, is there a date on this?
No, this is from last year.
Oh, it is? Okay.
This is from last November. This isn't that.
Okay.
Things like this that are
He was
containers
repeatedly
of,
called abusive terms.
of undifferentiated
He was
content.
repeatedly called abusive terms directly linked to his ethnicity.
By who?
By not just one, but repeated members of the Yorkshire Cricket Club. He's had people contact him. If it walks like a...
Damn it, Sitch, stop calling me cracker. I'm getting super fucking pissed about it, okay? Knock that off. The abuse needs to stop.
Listen. You can complain to the chat, but this is a system of racism. Okay? This is systemically racist against white people.
If you send me any more of those cracker gifts, I'm gonna be pissed.
Duck, Jordan.
I'm gonna keep sending you cracker pictures, and there's nothing you can do about it because we live in a system of racism, my friend.
I don't. It's so weird because this is how. I just can imagine there being a lot of miscommunication going on. I could imagine people like, I hate you can't use the term locker room talk anymore because of the Trump stuff. But I mean, in legitimate locker room talk, there is a lot of chiding each other on race. It just is not really a big deal. I mean, the closer you are to people, the less of a deal it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I tried to look into the specifics of the
case.
Yeah. And I found a lot of articles about it. I couldn't find, I assume it's out there because I think they're public. Like the guy who was making the claim, I believe he gave all,
the specifics of it?
He did give some specifics, but unfortunately the report that whatever the cricket team did that had all the specifics in it was never made public.
Okay.
So for safety, for privacy. So I don't really, so I'm kind of just guessing here. But so I don't want to make any determinations. I don't know. And I don't know enough about the individual to make some determination. Because as you said, it's possible. And it's very likely that in these kind of, stereotypical male bonding situations, which a sports team would definitely be one of them.
Right.
Very often, it's been my experience that a lot of ragging on each other is a common way, as you see between me and Adam. Okay, me and Adam constantly making fun of each other.
You use a sexist term to talk about ragging on me.
Is that where that term comes from?
Yeah, because women on the rag. That's where.
Well, there you go. I don't know what's
ragging on me.
Well, listen.
What are you on the rag?
So we should.
Sitch? What are
we're
you
male ragging, okay? I don't know what the better
funny
word
it's funny how you can't. No, it's hilarious that all of these terms come from like sexist, racist, sounds like.
I know. All these low resolution ideas.
It's impossible to avoid. But yes.
No, but
beating up on one another.
A common form of stereotypical male bonding is this sort of making fun of each other.
Yes.
Among guys.
Yes. Yeah.
And if there is some sort of racial or religious diversity,
yes,
very often that will be part of what's made fun of.
Yeah.
Now there is an issue where it's funny because it's always conceptualized like women are like, oh, women are have such complicated social structures and how they socialize, and men are very simple and whatever. But there is a complicated social structure for men. And this is one of those complicated things is like when you're with the bros and you're kind of making fun of each other, what's the line? Like, what's the acceptable level of mockery that you can make before you like actually piss someone off?
No mama jokes. Let's stay away from the mama jokes. Okay. No.
Right. There you go.
There are definite lines, right? Yeah.
Right. And it's funny
race
because
was never one of those lines when I was a kid. I mean, obviously, I grew up in a different time, but
it's it changes from group to group, from situation to situation.
Sure.
And I've definitely noticed in male groups, like it's not unfortunate because I was too young to like understand it and conceptualize it and verbalize it. But I noticed that there were males in these groups who didn't understand male banter, and they would get very upset and they would just like run away. And thus they would, not be able to socialize with males, unfortunately, because they never understood this property. They would. And so, and I'm
there were picturing someone like running through the forest. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, it was a Boy Scouts, so they probably were literally running through the forest. No, but so it's difficult for me to make a judgment on this case because I can very easily see it going one way or the other. Maybe
Yes.
it
Yeah.
was just, normal banter and he didn't feel comfortable with it and he didn't feel comfortable. Like maybe he's the only, I
But
think
he didn't
was,
say anything.
well, maybe he did or he didn't,
Mm-hmm.
or he didn't say anything until it was too late.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the people were out of line. Maybe they should have recognized that they were pushing it too far with this guy.
Sure.
That
We've
they're just
all
trying to be,
seen that.
they're just right. Which always, there definitely happens. There's always people in the friend group that push it too far or whatever.
Yep.
Or maybe the people really were just pieces of shit racist. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
the answer to that. But that's why I agree with Jordan Peterson is that to make a determination about this specific case and more broadly, is there a culture of systemic racism in the UK or in cricket teams or whatever the fuck they're talking about? I would have to see the specifics to try to make a determination.
Yeah.
As to what's going on here.
Well, you said it too. It's different from every friend group. Like,
right.
Obviously, the culture changes over time, and what was acceptable when I was a kid and what was acceptable when you were a kid and what is acceptable with kids today is probably completely different. So,
yeah. Well, and also, I mean, it's like if I'm friends with someone, they make a Jew joke at my expense. If I know them very well, I'm not going to be offended by it.
Yeah,
but if it's a stranger, like if it's someone new to the friend group, I'm like, I don't know you. The fuck,
this is
like, you chill the fuck out, dude. What are you doing?
This is why this conversation is so insidious to me, because being able to broach the topic of race, which is completely taboo in this environment, in a friend group, is kind of a profession of how close you actually are.
Right.
So you're you're kind of taking something that guys will bond over because it is taboo. And obviously talking about taboo stuff is, I mean, that's how you know your like true friends, really good friends, that you can talk about those taboo subjects without getting offended.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
And I do think some of it is just standard primate hierarchy jockeying.
Sure, totally.
It's like, oh, I'm going to insult you, and then I'm going to see if you're going to insult me back or you're going to cower away.
Cry like a little bitch
Are
and
you
run
gonna cry
off
like
in
a
the
bitch?
woods?
Right. And it does make sense. I never thought about it till just this second. That completely makes sense from a sports team perspective.
Hell yes.
From the sports team perspective, if being on a sporting event as a team is basically supplementing team hunting behavior, then you're going to want everyone on your team to be strong.
Yep.
And so it would make sense that there is some like weird feeling like, oh, whenever a male joins our male team, I want to make sure he's strong enough. So I'm going to like test him to see if he's he'll fight back. I'm going to push his boundaries a little bit. So it's kind of interesting. I never thought about that, but maybe there's some of that's going on there too.
There is a Jordan Peterson talk that Akira the Don has turned into a beautiful song that covers this topic about when Jordan Peterson was working on a rail crew and how the guys interacted and how some kid showed up with a lunchbox that it looked like his mom had packed him a lunch, and everyone was making fun of him for this, and the guy just couldn't take a joke, and how they were testing him and testing him and testing him. And since he didn't respond in a way that made him appear to be somewhat useful to the team, I mean, eventually it just got to the point where he had to leave.
Well, that's the problem too, is that unfortunately in these situations, if the person doesn't fight back, it often will over time devolve into a bullying situation where they become like the punching bag,
which might have happened here. It might,
which very well might have happened here, right?
Yeah,
and that's not. That's obviously that's not right.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it is terrible, but it happened, and that's very, very possible what happened in this situation. But you see, this is part of what triggers me, is because there's been such an emphasis on like we need to teach little girls how to socialize strongly and properly. In the sexist world. But I can literally only think of one movie that I've ever seen in my entire fucking life that covers this very specific but incredibly widespread, if not the most widespread form of male bonding behavior.
Can I guess the movie?
You know what it is?
G.I. Jane?
No. What? You don't? What the fuck are you talking about?
I thought
Actually, I haven't seen G.I. Jane.
G.I.
So maybe
Jane
you're right.
totally goes into
Okay, I haven't seen G.I.
male
Jane.
bonding. Yeah.
So maybe there's another. So there's another one out there. The only movie I've seen
Legally Blonde?
that ever talked about this specifically
Kill
was
a
that
Kill?
very terrible Clint Eastwood movie, Gran Torino.
Okay. I don't
Where
remember
he's
that
trying
movie
to-
very well.
He's trying to teach the little Asian boy how to be a man. And he takes him into the barbershop and he's explaining how he and the barber are insulting each other viciously, but that's part of the bonding experience.
Oh, really? Fascinating.
Right. But then I'm like, I remember when I first saw that movie, I'm like, first of all, I was like, this movie's terrible. But secondly, I was like, why has no other movie pointed this out? This is like 90% of male bonding. And I never see it get talked about.
You know what women bonding is?
What?
Complimenting each other just as ferociously.
There you go.
Like, all they do is compliment each
Disgusting.
other.
Disgusting.
A woman, like, women never bond through insulting one another. That would be completely antithetical to female bonding.
Right.
Yeah. Don't you think? I mean,
why is Clint Eastwood
obviously
with
we're talking about on average.
So, okay. First of all, Gran Torino is a terrible movie. And I'll tell you why it's a terrible movie. And this was a very bizarre decision on Clint Eastwood's part, because I'm pretty sure he wrote and directed the movie. It's about, like, he's this old, cranky man, and for some reason his neighborhood is like, the demographics have shifted to his neighborhood, and a bunch of, I don't remember where they're from. Some Asian people are like moving into the neighborhood. And there's a little boy whose family, for some reason, are caught up in like a bunch of Asian gang violence or some nonsense. And he kind of takes the kid under his wing and tries to teach him how to be a man. The problem with the movie, and this is a weird decision that makes no sense, is that for some bizarre reason, the actors, the main actors in the movie, the Asian family, they're not actors. He just got like random fucking Asian people off the street to be in this movie.
that's what you got to do in Hollywood now.
They can't act. It's
They
like
got to have the lived experience.
they're like so embarrassingly bad at acting, which is fine because they're not actors. And I just didn't understand. I was like, this movie would be 100 times better if he actually had professional actors in these roles. I don't understand why he chose he just pulled random Asian people off the street and he's like, listen, you're Asian. Okay, be in this movie with me.
I'm raking in the A teams off of this take of yours. Just so
There
you
you
know. I think Gran Torino won a Academy
They're
Award.
Vietnamese. Okay, there you go.
Gran Torino, I think, won an Academy Award, maybe for Best Picture. And everyone in the chat is saying, that movie's great. What are you talking about?
No, that movie sucks.
Yeah.
No.
That's Sitch's take.
It would have been. It probably would have been a good movie if they had actual actors in it.
I remember enjoying the movie. Okay.
Look at Adam. Look at Adam over here. He's like so swayed by the mob. He's like, I remember it being a fantastic movie, even though I don't remember anything about it.
I do remember enjoying the movie very much. I thought it was very adequate for a movie. I don't honestly remember it that well, but Sitch is over here saying it's terrible. So I think probably I should recheck it out. Let's continue. Enough sidetracking. Enough side quests. Where we are in this video is the entire panel is ready to out Jordan Peterson as a racist. Let's see where this goes.
They were
It's
Malaysian, not
I'm
Vietnamese.
not
Listen,
denying
blame the
his
chat.
experience.
Okay. Sitch doesn't know what a humong. You're right. I don't know what a humong is. I know who humongous is. I don't know what a humong is.
Stop arguing with the chat, Vosh. Let's move on.
You cannot
Cricket club.
stop on that.
If it walks like
Okay,
a
you wanted to
duck,
guarantee
talks like
that
a
I'm going to
duck.
argue with
It's
that
a-
more.
There's a fight going on. We need to watch it.
True. That's true.
He was
Content.
repeatedly called abuse.
By that is, we use all these terms frequently in discussions like this that are
He was
containers
repeatedly called abusive terms.
of undifferentiated
He was
content.
repeatedly called abusive terms directly linked to his ethnicity.
By who?
By not just one, but repeated members of the Yorkshire Cricket Club. He's
Okay,
had people
well
contacted
then
See, what bothers me is they've completely changed the argument. So
They didn't
Jordan
understand
Pe-
his argument.
Jordan Peterson is making an argument that we have to look at these situations individually and figure out what's going on. And now they've conflated that with Jordan Peterson is trying to say racism wasn't occurring in this specific situation. Right. So now they're going to argue that, no, Jordan, racism was happening in this situation, which, I mean, Jordan Peterson is not arguing that it wasn't.
Adam, Jordan Peterson is talking to a bunch of fucking normies right now. They don't understand anything that he just said at all.
No, of course.
He's speaking Greek to these people. They're like, what? Yeah. All they heard was all these people heard was racism in finger quotes, and their elephants totally went off on a stampede. That's
They're
all
on a
they
rampage. Heard. Yeah. Get 'em. That's what all the elephants are saying.
If it walks like a duck, Jordan, then talks like a duck.
I'm not
it's a duck. It's racism.
I'm not denying his experience.
Right.
What I asked was exactly who and when, and you just answered that question. So I would say those specific people should be held specifically to account for their actions before any movement up the abstraction hierarchy to a discussion of something like structural racism, which I don't think is helpful.
Well, he has talked about institutional racism in cricket. He says that's what he's experienced as a term, institutional racism.
Right.
Oh, so because the individual has called it institutional racism, then we should automatically agree. I get you. Okay.
You'll like Jordan Peterson's response. That's funny. You're like aping his responses before he even speaks.
I see how this works here. I get it. I understand. Yeah.
It's very clear that they have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah. I think it's very clear they have no idea how the world works either.
Well, that's true too. But listen.
I know. And like I said, I believe that abstracting up the problem to that level of analysis does no good because it pits groups against groups. I think it exacerbates the problem, the concept of structure.
Oh my God. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Talk about the confused look. Oh, he's just...
Talk about performance, the virtue signal performance.
This guy... There's a guy on the screen who's just making it like a completely bewildered look. Like, what? Why is this guy even here?
How could he be saying these things? No.
Who let this bum on our show?
This is like the opposite of the woke soy jack smiling face. Is that bewildered woke soy jack face?
Exactly.
That guy's good. It doesn't address the issue. Now that does not.
Pause it for a second. I just got to say.
Oh, I forgot Sam Cedar's even involved in this conversation. Let's see what Sam Cedar's amazing commentary is on this back and forth.
Yes.
I'm certain Sam Cedar knows exactly what's happening here.
I'm going to jump in here. Understand what he's saying here is that in his calculus, it is a total coincidence that these different individuals attacked this one guy for his ethnicity or his race. It's a total coincidence that they all happen to, because it's not.
Remember, I know it was a long time ago. I know we paused a lot, Adam. But I don't know if you remember.
You pause a lot, but.
Okay, that's true. I pause a lot. Adam never pauses a lot, ever. Okay. Remember 20 seconds ago when we heard Jordan Peterson talk and he said it's just a coincidence that people were racist against this one person? Remember when Jordan Peterson said those words?
Hell no, he never said that.
Oh, he didn't say that?
He didn't say that at all, no.
Okay. So Sam Cedar's just making this up.
What is it? How is this even relevant to the conversation, Sam? What are we talking about here?
He's full Kathy Newman mode.
Oh, yeah, he's saying, so you're saying
yeah,
that when a bunch of people attack one person, that we shouldn't call it systemic?
Right. Which actually
has nothing.
I mean, yeah.
Sam doesn't even know what systemic racism means then, if that's what he thinks this is.
Well, and you got to define it. I mean,
right.
I understand both definitions of it, but like the definition that the right wing is comfortable with and the definition that the left wing is comfortable with. And I just want to know what we're talking about.
Well,
I want to have a real conversation about substance.
It's funny because if Sam wasn't stupid, and if all the people on the panel weren't stupid, there's actually a response they could give to Jordan Peterson for their side of the argument, which is the guy who was making these claims. What he was saying was systemic racism, was the fact that he was complaining about behavior against him that he thought was racist or was racist.
Right. And no one was responding.
No one was doing anything about it.
Right. Yes.
And that this behavior was done openly and it was accepted. That's that's where he's saying the quote unquote systemic racism comes from, was the everyone in charge allowing this to continue out in the open. But they're too stupid to even understand what Jordan Peterson's talking about, to even address his point, to even get to that part of the conversation.
It's funny that we're watching this clip. Recently, Sitch and I clipped out a debate where we were talking about the gendered bathroom issue. Do you remember that issue? Do you remember what that issue was revolving around?
Did you notice that I changed the title of the video?
I didn't notice, but I was
Adam's trying to be like, oh, I totally destroyed Sitch.
Do the title. Okay, explain before we get in. Explain the title thing, just since you brought it up. So I titled the video.
Adam clipped out our conversation from Tuesday about the gender bathroom, where Adam got totally elephanted.
I did get triggered. Yes.
And he was like, Sitch totally destroyed, nuked from orbit by Adam.
Yeah, I said Adam nukes Sitch from orbit. Yes. I remember. Or no, from space. I expected Sitch to change the title sooner or later. I was surprised it was up for as long as it was.
I didn't look at the title until today, and I was like, what is this? What is this nonsense?
Oh my God. Half the comments are like, oh yeah, I guess Adam titled this. See, this is how male bonding works, okay? This is fucking male bonding here. Sam Cedar, figure it out.
Okay, let me change the title. I'm going to change the title to Cracker Adam crumbles under the weight of Sitch's giant brain.
There you go. See, exactly. I haven't seen what the new title is, but I can't wait to read it. I'm sure it's hilarious. But
I made it very neutral and fair.
Oh yeah, sure you did. So in this conversation that they're having about this sports team, where this guy experienced discrimination from the entire team that they're categorizing as systemic racism. Am I getting this wrong here? This is pretty much the situation that they've laid out. They're saying that is wrong. Obviously, these players should not have been racist towards him in certain ways, right?
Right.
In the debate over the transgender athlete, aren't the women basically being ignored? Aren't they complaining about how they're suffering some sort of injustice that everyone is just overlooking?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, because everything is on the oppression hierarchy. Okay, so women are above trans women on the oppression hierarchy. So who cares how they feel? They're just part of the group.
Okay, so in this case where the guy is experiencing a lot of negative energy coming his way, that's cool, or that's not cool. That's systemic racism. But in the other situation where the women are complaining about a bunch of negative energy coming their way, they should just suck it up and fuck off.
It's because this leftist Marxist perspective is anti-universalism. Okay, it's anti having universal principles and rules that apply to everyone. What it instead says is, okay, depending on how much power you have in society or perceived power, your group, not even you as an individual, depending on how much perceived power your group has in society, whether that group be socioeconomic class or skin color or religion, the rules are different. So the more power your group has, the more I'm able to be a fucking piece of shit to you openly, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
How is this a sustainable, stable system for society to be based on?
It's not. We got to have consistency among the rules, obviously.
And this is the road to hell. This is what leads you down to starving the kulaks. This is what leads you down to the Nazis going after the Jews, saying there are different. This is what leads you to slavery. There are different groups of people in society that we get to treat differently based on, their skin color or their religion or some other, identifier.
There was one consistency between the two situations. In both cases, the coaches said, figure it out yourself. The coaches basically ignored the conflict. They were like, yeah, okay, get over it. So I think we have at least some coach consistency, right?
Right. That's true. I like a Stug for $2 says, quote, I think Sam is intelligent. Adam 1 hour ago.
Yeah, no, I take that back. I completely take that back. Yeah.
There you go.
We're in full brainlet territory. I don't like to use that word much. Just because I feel like most of the people using that term are themselves brainlets, but this applies.
Right.
This is very applicable here.
You do with that one group of people who, there's probably, according to Jordan Peterson, there could be nothing similar amongst the people who are attacking this one guy. It's just a coincidence that they did it. That's why you need to look at each specific incident as if it is particular, and there is nothing that is consistent there. And
does Sam not understand that this is so he's such an idiot. He doesn't know what systemic racism is.
Yeah.
Because you could have a situation where a white kid joins a team of, let's say a white kid joins a soccer team, okay, in Florida. And everyone else on the team is of Hispanic origin, okay? They're all Latinx. And so the white kid gets ragged on to some extent for being the only non-Hispanic white kid on the team. Is that systemic? And no one does anything about it. Is that systemic racism, Sam Cedar?
No, that's social justice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you can have a group of people be racist or an asshole to someone. That doesn't mean it's a systemic problem, Sam. Just because a group of people is being shitty doesn't mean it's a systemic issue.
He's trying to make the argument that Jordan Peterson is not willing to look at the big picture and is obfuscating by saying, oh, we can only look at each individual situation and therefore know nothing about anything, which is completely ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. This is major straw man territory here, Sam.
And the reason why he does it is because he simply wants to deny structural racism. All the gobbledygook he lays in there is just, it's stunning to watch.
Yeah, when he says, I'm not denying his individual experience, he's actually telling the truth there. What he's denying is structural racism entirely. And he's
just saying it's a coincidence.
Yeah, and this is entirely in line.
He doubles down on the coincidence.
He's just saying it's a coincidence. He said it. I mean, he didn't say it, but he said it.
He didn't say anything remotely like that. And not only that, he did not deny that racism took place. He actually said that racism did take place and took the woman's
and those
word
people
for it.
should be held accountable, right?
Yeah, yeah. So,
and it's funny because if any of them had just simply said like, well, I think what he means when he says it's systemic racism is that he complained to, all these people in power and none of them did anything about it. And then you say, oh, okay, well, Jordan Peterson will probably then respond to that claim and either agree with it or disagree with it. And the conversation can move forward in some sort of direction. But no, they all just sit around saying, oh, why did you finger quote the word racism, you bigot?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Line with basically with this entire CRT freakout. I'm just going to read this from North Dakota's new ban of critical race theory. It says, for the purposes of this section, critical race theory means a theory that racism is not merely the product of individual bias or prejudice, but that racism is systematically embedded in American society and American legal system to facilitate racial inequality. This is the entire game.
And to think like,
what game?
Yeah. Wait, I don't understand.
Yeah.
That's actually a very good explanation or definition of critical race theory.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
why did he even bring that up?
Because he agrees with it. He thinks that the legal system, this is why it's so despicable. If you recall earlier when we were reading the Rashid Tlaib tweet about the Dante Wright shooting, when she said, "Oh, it's not an accident. This is intentional." This is what these psychopaths mean. They literally think the laws currently, okay, not in the past, but currently exist, that all our laws exist in order to keep black people down and to have white people at the top. All laws.
And they cite evidence for that being disparity in racial outcomes.
They don't even need
That's
to say
their evidence for that.
Because their argument is, oh, since this system that you created, nothing specific, since this vague system of laws that you created, the idea of our legal system was created by white people during a time where they had slaves and were racist, that means that everything related to this system must therefore also be racist and designed to keep white people at the top of a hierarchy and black people at the bottom. That's the insanity of their argument.
Well, you have to assume all people are racist by nature to accept that argument.
And
like the idea that someone could come up with a system that was fair to all races and be a race themselves is incoherent in that system.
Well, it's very annoying because it's very much like the P plus P equals R stuff, where when you read this academic literature, it's very clear that a lot of it is simply crafted, I guess, in a way to just win an argument.
Yeah, no,
because it's exactly what you said. They want to be able to look at anything that has an outcome that is not racially proportional and say that's racism. And they're tired of people saying, well, wait a minute, is this because of some individual racist act, or is this because someone's doing something racist? They want to just completely circumvent any discussion, say it doesn't matter, we don't even have to discuss this because it was built from a system that hundreds of years ago had racism in it. So therefore, the system automatically is racist, and you can't even question it. You can't question this pre-axiomatic belief.
But this is a feeble attempt at empiricism, but they are actually trying to use these different data points as evidence for systemic racism. Like,
well, it's
all white people made the laws, and
empiricism.
It's impossible for anyone to be unbiased. Everyone comes with a race. That's like an axiom that they point to as evidence for why the systemic racism is it.
Well, and you think about how dangerous it is, because it's like, because what they're essentially saying is, oh, any system that's created by white people who are racist, or in a time where racism is the norm, create a racist system that is inherently bad. So that includes democracy is inherently racist and bad. Capitalism is inherently racist and bad.
Yeah.
So what exactly? So it shouldn't be a surprise that the academics, in big finger quotes, that are advocating for this are all socialists and Marxists, because this is all bullshit to just try to bring in the revolution, the socialist revolution.
Yeah, huge bullshit.
Do you think that Jordan Peterson doesn't refer to things like crime? Like, according to Jordan Peterson's theory here, there's no increase in crime. There are just individuals who commit crimes, and it's a coincidence that there may be more crime.
And here's another one.
Wait a minute.
What the fuck, Sam? What is happening here?
Wait a minute.
Why did they clip this out as like, I don't know, like he does long shows like us and then does clips. Why would you clip this out?
Let me go back for a second. Did Sam Cedar just accidentally 1350? That just happened?
Facilitate racial inequality. This is the entire game.
And to think, like, do you think that that Jordan Peterson doesn't refer to things like crime? Like, according to Jordan Peterson's theory here, there's no increase in crime.
It feels like he accidentally, Sam accidentally was 1350 and then realized what he was doing midway and stopped.
Realize how he's 1350.
Doesn't that sound like that's what he was doing?
Yeah.
He's like, how dare he not talk about groups and systems? This would be like talking about groups and crime. And then he's like, wait a minute, I can't talk about groups and crime. I do have to say that that's done by individuals and isn't part of some sort of group trend or something.
Well, this is how you destroy the racist stereotype. Like, you literally have to do this to destroy the racist stereotype because the stats are against you here. I mean, and I would argue.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, you go.
I would argue that Jordan Peterson would make the argument that we shouldn't look at the crime statistics and develop racist stereotypes based on them. That we should look at people as individuals, and just because the group, commits more crime than some other group, we shouldn't foist that racist stereotype onto all people of that group, right? That would be the individualist argument that Jordan Peterson would make, and Sam Cedar is right at this very moment arguing against, right? Sam Cedar is arguing, I guess, that we should not look at people from an individual basis, because if we do look at people from an individual basis, we lose the ability to make certain racist stereotype arguments. Is that where he's going? I think you're exactly right, Sitch. I think he realized halfway through what he was saying that he was basically making the white nationalists 1350 talking points about, I know, there's a certain group of people that commits a lot of crime here. Like,
he's saying this. He's saying there's a certain group of people that commit crime, and you can't look at them as individuals. You have to look at them as a group. And then he was like, "Wait a minute, what am I saying?"
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Is he making the systemic crime argument? I mean, he's trying to argue in favor of systemic racism. Is he now arguing in favor of systemic crime? How does this end? I don't even know. How does he get out of this? Does somebody stop him? No, Sam, stop.
The other guy saved him.
Oh, really?
He cut in. He knew what was going on.
It was like, oh, Sam, please no.
There are just individuals who commit crimes, and it's a coincidence that there may be more crime.
And here's another one.
And it's a coincidence that there may be more crime. But what, Sam? What?
Sam? What?
Oh my! This is insane, Sitch.
How did this magic clip?
Sam Cedar
not be
totally.
No one talked about this clip. This is a golden clip.
Sam Cedar totally just 1350. You're right. Nobody called him out. Look at that's his 1350 face right there.
The face when you're about to say despite.
Right. These are the intellectual titans of the socialist left right here. Intellectual titans. Trust the science, guys. Follow the science.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson doesn't refer to things like crime. Like, according.
Look, he gives him a long stare there, a long, loving look, like, watch this. And the guy's like, no, what you don't see off camera is the guy going, what are you doing, Sam?
It's Jordan Peterson's theory here. There's no increase in crime.
According to Jordan Peterson theory, we shouldn't look at which groups commit more crime and develop racist stereotypes. We should look at these people as individuals. We shouldn't assume things about certain people, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're just individuals who commit crimes, and
so he's actually inadvertently getting the argument correct here.
Coincidence that there may be more crime.
And here's another one. There's no increase in feminists going crazy. There's just individual feminists that you might be able to particularize.
Exactly. I mean, it is low resolution thinking. It is fast.
Oh, now he accuses fucking Jordan Peterson of low resolution thinking. Listen, you're literally stealing his terms, Sam. Okay, you never said low resolution thinking in your life.
Fascinating. The language this guy uses for basically, I'm going to deny that structural racism, that anything structural can exist, and therefore there is no structural racism.
This is so dishonest too, because Jordan Peterson never said there is no structural racism. All he said one very simple thing. He said, before we jump to structural racism, I think we should try to be specific and pecularize the situation. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all he said. He didn't say there's no such thing as systemic racism. He didn't say you should never look at whether a system is racist as a whole. All he said was, before we do any of that, let's look at it on the specific individual level. Before. That's all he said. And Sam's like, no, you're not allowed. Everything's groups. Nothing's individuals.
It's bizarre that he accidentally 1350'd himself, because it's the root of it is the same exact sloppy thinking.
It is.
The root of the argument about systemic racism is the same sloppy thinking as the root of the 1350 crime argument. It's his same fucking sloppy thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, you gotta, I mean, we create these stereotypes that are just cognitive shortcuts that are fucking lazy. And all of the talk around systemic racism, it's countless lazy cognitive shortcuts. Like, there's some disparity here and it must be racism. Like, let's not think about it too much. And with the crime thing, it's the same thing. Fucking, there's this disparity here. Let's not think about it too much.
Right.
Fucking, it's awful. It's totally awful.
Really is just, I mean, embarrassing that this guy is actually sitting on a panel of people who are taking anything seriously. Continue with this, if there's anything left.
I believe that abstracting up the problem to that level of analysis does no good, because it pits groups against groups. I think it exacerbates the problem.
Racism is not a function of groups.
And also, all Jordan Peterson's saying too is that he has a very pragmatic argument. He's saying if you pit groups against groups, he said this before, we've said this a million times, you're not going to get white people on board. Okay, if you say, oh, if you're pulling the Michael Dyson and you say, oh, whiteness is characterized by stupidity and evilness and ignorance, you're not going to get white people on board with trying to be on your side. You're not going to get white people on board with being your allies to fight against racism. All you're going to do is you're going to get a bunch of white people that say, you know, we should all organize around our race, just like these black people are doing. And I don't think that's the society we want to be building towards.
That's not the society we want to be building towards. I question whether or not it's a society Sam Cedar wants to be building towards. He just muttered during the Jordan Peterson thing that Jordan Peterson is making the argument that racism is not about groups, as if he's saying racism, as if Sam Cedar is saying racism is completely about groups.
Right.
I mean,
racism is by definition about groups. You're attributing a group, something that you attribute to a group, to an individual on the basis of being part of that group.
Yeah, but what does he mean by that? Because racism is an action at the individual level, and also there's this concept of unequal outcome that they're referring to as systemic racism. He hasn't really articulated a position on any of that stuff. He's just kind of laughing and pointing at the screen and saying, oh, Jordan Peterson doesn't think racism is about groups. Racism is about, like, mischaracterizing groups, and that's something we should fight. How do we fight that? We fight that by treating people as individuals, not as some avatar of their group. We don't You don't look at the crime stats and then assume every single black person you meet is a fucking criminal. Like,
isn't it
evil?
Isn't it weird that you basically just articulated that we have to tell supposed anti-racist leftists that the way to not be racist is to not be racist?
Yeah, it's so crazy here.
Listen, if you want to build a society that's not racist, then just don't be racist. Don't treat people as avatars of their group. It's very simple.
Yeah. But
You're not allowed to do that. No.
Well, he's evidently saying that systemic racism is because, like, he's making this weird argument that systemic racism is all white people are racist.
Right.
I'm going, isn't that this? I mean, he's basically created a stereotype of white people that is a racist stereotype, and then saying that's racism.
Mm-hmm.
It's so bizarre.
Precise. It doesn't address the issue. Now, that does not mean racism does not exist. That is not what I'm saying in the least.
Maybe let's do less of the hand movements and let's look at the evidence.
So, yeah.
I did it once. But what do you...
I love how this is what it's all people get so triggered because he clearly says what he means. And they're like, the woman's like, well, maybe you should do less of the hand movements and we should look at the facts. What the fuck does that mean? Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
You listen to anything he just said.
And he just rebutted everything Sam Cedar said.
Right.
Because Sam Cedar tried to make an argument that he doesn't think systemic racism exists. And he said racism exists.
Right.
Well, let's back it up and see exactly what he said.
Racism does not exist. Problem.
Okay.
Racism is not a function of groups.
It's too imprecise. It doesn't address the issue. Now, that does not mean racism does not exist. That is not what I'm saying in the least.
Maybe let's do less of the hand movements and let's...
So he says racism. He's not saying that racism doesn't exist.
Right.
Right. Which I think Sam Cedar is kind of arguing that Jordan Peterson is making an argument that racism doesn't exist.
look at the evidence.
So, yeah.
I did it once. But what the racism doesn't exist on his, but actually that is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Because
see, he totally spins it around. He's like,
right.
No,
well, he's going to say on
lying.
a group level as opposed to this, because he's totally strawmanning Peterson is like, oh, he's anti-racism exists in groups.
It's either individuals who don't like a guy and it's because they don't like his race. But how could two people not like his race in the same way if there is no racism?
Like, this is so dumb.
It is dumb. It's hurt. It's like so offensive to me.
Well, it's just like, this is really the laziest, stupidest thinking. Because you go back to my example, you have the one non-Hispanic kid on the soccer team. Okay. If all the Hispanic kids make fun of him for not being able to speak Spanish and the coach doesn't care, and even if the soccer league doesn't care, okay.
Right.
Does that mean that the broader system of America that he lives in has an anti-white bias against the kid because of this experience?
Yes.
Like, that's what Jordan Peterson's point was. He's like, well, before you broaden this out to this very dumb, low resolution idea, like, let's be very particular here. Let's look at the particulars of the situation. But no, we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to do any of that.
And then suddenly it's an abstraction. Suddenly it's something that exists and that people tap into, as opposed to be just sort of like generating organically within a person. I mean, according to Jordan Peterson, racists are born. They are not created.
Well, it's like we have terms.
Wait a minute.
Racism. And then suddenly it's an abstraction. Who don't like a guy, and it's because they don't like his race. But how could two people not like his race in the same way if there is no racism? And then suddenly it's an abstraction. Suddenly it's something that exists and that people tap into, as opposed to be just sort of like generating organically within a person. I mean, according to Jordan Peterson, racists are born. They are not created.
Well, it's like we have terms. It's.
I don't know what any of that meant.
Yeah,
I tried to follow.
I'm trying to follow as well, and I'm completely.
Yeah.
I can't tell what argument he's trying to make, and I mean, This is a common thing on the left where they say racists are created. It's just, I don't know. I feel like the NPC dialogue tree is at work again here.
I'm sure that Sam Cedar follows the mind-numbingly stupid children are innocent blank slates, noble savage mythology. Now, if you want to say it the correct way, you would say people are born with innate tribalism, or at least the innate structures to be tribal. And then racism can be mapped onto that very easily. And that is obviously part of what people learn through society to some extent. Sure. It's a combination of things, of those things, Sam. It's not, people are not born totally innocent and then they're taught to be evil racists by society. They already have those structures in place. That's what makes it dangerous. That's why people are racist. That's why people are so prone to tribalism, because we're all born with this innate potential to become that. And you have to actively work against it as a human being, as an individual.
Yeah. It really depends upon the socialization environment, because if a person is born in a very ethnically diverse community,
yeah, of course,
they're not going to have like the fear response to some, like those things come into play when people are born into like homogenous communities and they see their first black person at like 13. Like then it's a big culture shock. So the whole idea of whether or not people are born racist, I think really depends upon, what environment that they were born in. I think people are who are born in like ethnically homogenous areas need to be taught, need to be socialized not to be racist. That's pretty common, but I have no idea what argument Sam Cedar is trying to say here. I mean, it's a bumper sticker to say racism is taught. I mean, I think they believe that people would not be racist if it wasn't for
what Sam is saying is
taught racism.
Sam thinks that in the year 2022 in America, we live in a society where American culture teaches children to be racist against black people. That's what Sam thinks 2022 looks like.
That is ridiculous.
That's how out of touch he is from reality.
That is ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we just had a clip where it was totally fine and no one complained that Michael Eric Dyson was saying some of the most racist shit ever on national television about white people, and no one cares.
Yeah.
No one cares.
Well, we care. We say something about it all the time. But
We
people
care,
just ignore it. People ignore us. They laugh at us. They say, listen, nice try.
Nice try, crackers.
People of color can't be racist. Nice try.
I read the ADL's definition.
Right.
Okay, you can't fool me, Sitch. Nazis are obviously not racist against the Jews.
The ADL definition is literally systemic racism. Like there's no way around it.
Yeah, it is.
That's an argument for systemic racism. So bizarre. Who listens? I mean, Sam Cedar must be funny, or he has to have some hot chick on the show or something. Like, what is the draw here? Why do people like this guy?
I mean, he has a silly voice. Maybe that's the draw.
He says a lot.
He sounds funny.
Sometimes I think people are famous just for being famous.
It's called bigotry, is what he's describing.
Bigotry, and there's no, what is the specific bigotry? Maybe he doesn't like him because he doesn't like the way that he, hits the wicket or whatever it is.
Or the facial hair or something.
Yes.
Like
I mean,
they don't know the specifics of the details, and they don't give a fuck either. They totally don't give a fuck.
And what a clown show this guy is. It really is amazing. You can't come up with a better way of arguing against structural racism, except for the idea of like, we shouldn't even talk about the concept of structures within society, about anything.
Who do you think Peterson's worried about pissing off if he? I think him and when Dave Rubin says like they're gonna go woke to the C-suite, I think these guys are used to talking to like powerful, rich dudes who like that. That's who they're speaking for in this sort of stuff. So it's like, you know, we like the Suns owner has this racism stuff going on right now, and it's like that's who Peterson is serving when he says let's not escalate this up the hierarchy.
Right.
Let's try to keep this as a low level a problem for like HR to deal with.
Right. Exactly. This is
exactly. That's idiocy.
I love how this whole section is just, I'm going to make up in my mind what Jordan Peterson, I'm going to make up a bunch of things Jordan Peterson didn't say, and then I'm just going to attack them viciously.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson speaks for all rich white people. Okay.
Jordan Peterson said, ignore all structures.
Jordan Peterson said racism doesn't exist. It's like,
Jordan Peterson said that there's nothing that bonds people together structurally in a society. It's all just individuals in a void.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson, avid ANCAP.
This is an individual problem. There is no societal response to this because the problem's not societal. I would be curious to see if he says that about other things. Like, I mean, how does he even talk about the abstraction of like of masculinity being under attack? How can masculinity exist?
Yeah, he's generalizing too much about the attack on.
Sam, it's almost like that position you just randomly assigned to Jordan Peterson, he doesn't have because it's a nonsensical position to have.
But he thinks he just caught him in a great contradiction.
I know.
Total worldview ending contradiction here.
Yep.
Good job, Sam Cedar. You completely destroyed Jordan Peterson. Yeah, you're right. It's total contradiction. Yeah.
Listen, that straw man of Jordan Peterson you've been constructing for the last 10 minutes, you're so close. You've totally annihilated it.
Yeah.
You've destroyed it. Good job. Impressive.
Completely low resolution thinking.
Jordan Peterson 1,000 million times has said, men sort themselves into hierarchies and they vote on each other's competence. Right?
Right.
We right now
are
engaged in that behavior that Jordan Peterson has talked about so many times. Right now.
Where are we putting Sam Cedar on the competence hierarchy?
We exactly. We right now as men are sorting ourselves into a competence hierarchy. I'm going to give the off-camera guy the benefit of the doubt that he's actually higher in the competence hierarchy than Sam Cedar.
Because he's hiding his face. He's smart enough to hide his face.
There you go. I'll give him that. Good point. I wasn't thinking of it, but that's actually an extra point in his favor. But Sam Cedar I'm seeing some gray hairs here. Sam Cedar should know better than this. When you're this old and you're this fucking incompetent, that's just not a good look. It's not a good look.
I'm going to put him at -7.
What's the scale?
1 to 10.
Oh, it's 1 to 10? -7?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That feels about right.
It's definitely underwater. Oh, so much of this is incompetence. Can we put Richard Wolff at -10? I can't.
Yeah, Richard Wolff is -10. He'll be the baseline.
He's this baseline scale.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Richard Wolff is terrible.
You can't see each individual penis because of the low resolution.
I mean, I like low resolution thinking as like the sort of people who were freaking out that Muslims were going to take over Europe 20 years ago.
20 years ago? What was it?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson. Oh, okay. This is very important.
Muslims were going to take over Europe.
See each individual penis because of the low resolution.
I mean, I like low resolution thinking as like the sort of people who were freaking out that Muslims were going to take over Europe 20 years ago.
20 years ago? What was it like? They were talking about no-go neighborhoods like 6, 7 years ago? What happened to that phenomena?
Turned out that was low resolution thinking.
Okay. So keep that in your mind.
What happened? What was that last exchange
They
about?
were saying that it's low resolution thinking for people to be racist against all Muslims.
Yeah.
On the basis of, or be afraid that there's going to be some Muslim takeover of Europe. And they were implying, why isn't Jordan Peterson talking about this, right? If Jordan Peterson really believes in like this low resolution racism thinking, I bet he doesn't apply it to, the right to his side. Okay. Hold that in your mind. Remember when I said, notice how Jordan Peterson, before he said anything, said, as I said earlier.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit.
Remember that?
Shit.
Remember when I was like, Sam Cedar really should have looked up when before Jordan Peterson answered the question and said, as I said earlier, Sam Cedar really should have looked what that earlier was that Jordan Peterson was referring to. So let's go find out. My watch together room's like broken. What's going on
mine too. I had to reset it.
Is it working for you now?
No, I'm getting this circle.
Oh, there we go. It's working for me now.
Okay, there we are.
There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead.
Here's the
earlier. So the background here, because it's too long to get into the question, is apparently recently in England there was a case of an Iraqi immigrant who, I don't understand the exact specifics. He kept applying for asylum and he lied, said he was Syrian, and he wasn't. And they kept denying his visa, but he was still in the UK. Like he was never officially deported or something. And this guy had a bunch of mental health red flags. And he built a bomb. And he was going to a woman's clinic or a woman's hospital. And on the way there in the taxi cab, he blew up in the back of the car and killed himself with the bomb before he made it to the women's clinic. And the driver actually managed he was injured, but was actually okay afterwards. And they don't know if this guy if he intended for the bomb to go off then, or if the bomb, he screwed it up and the bomb went off prematurely.
Likely
I would assume number two, because also the bomb didn't seem to do very much damage. If even the driver in the car wasn't really, he wasn't killed from this bomb. So but it seemed like he was trying to make a bomb kind of like the Boston Massacre guy, where he put a bunch of ball bearings in some kind of explosive thing.
Was this a New York City cab? Because I've been in the back of a New York City cab.
This was in the UK.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So this is Jordan Peterson's response to this story about this Iraqi guy with the bomb. Okay.
In this particular situation, all they're doing is providing support, advice, guidance, and the government lose these appeals, which tells you there's something wrong with the way they apply the rules, not the fact that the lawyers are doing their job.
Jordan.
Yeah, well, it's a mistake in my estimation, speaking as a psychologist, to politicize such events too rapidly. I mean, this man targeted a woman's hospital. You have to have a lot of...
I mean, that's where he ended up. We don't actually know at the moment whether that was his target, whether it got diverted there, but that's certainly where the explosion happened.
We should be mindful there is investigations ongoing, and we should be mindful.
I noticed a lot of women interrupting Jordan Peterson here. I noticed Jordan Peterson wasn't even able to finish his sentence before. Two women are here mansplaining to him about the situation. So.
Well, and it's funny though. They're so triggered prematurely. They're so afraid of what he's going to say that they're like, we don't know if this guy actually meant to go to a women's hospital. Which turned out he did. He asked the driver to take him to the women's hospital.
Yeah,
specifically.
They're preemptively.
Right. So they're trying to preempt him because they don't know what he's going to say. They think he's going to say something horrible and racist.
The feminists always accuse men of interrupting, and this is the perfect example of like, why are you interrupting me? What's going on here?
So there could be legal process, if I may.
Okay. Well, so I understand that that's the provisional hypothesis, but people who commit acts like that, especially when they're targeting innocent people, particularly when they're targeting innocent people who are already suffering, have a psychological tilt towards a malevolence that's so deep it's almost incomprehensible. And to phrase that in political terms primarily, I think is a mistake, partly because it doesn't specify the problem clearly enough, and it also risks the sort of entanglements that Nazir mentioned, which is the premature blaming of a political state or a group of people, a group of asylum seekers for that matter, for the actions of someone who's, to call it deranged, is barely to scratch the surface.
What? Dr. Jordan Peterson is worried about inadvertently creating negative stereotypes about people based on race? Holy shit.
Wait a minute. Evil racist Jordan Peterson, who doesn't want to talk about structural racism, Sam, just a couple minutes earlier in the conversation says, look, let's look at the facts. Let's be very particular and specific about the situation and not say that all asylum seekers are all Iraqis or terrorists. Oh my God. It's almost like he's being consistent, Sam, you stupid fucking asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes.
Oh my God.
It's almost like he has an intellectual fucking standard here that he adheres to. Right? Not only that, it's the correct standard.
Yes.
It's the standard that Sam Cedar should be adhering to. Right?
Yes.
It's a standard that Sam Cedar adheres to on the 1350 stuff. I'm certain of it.
Yeah. And Jordan Peterson says we should be careful not to attribute some individual psychosis to the group.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I can guarantee you, Sam is. This is so funny because they're claiming Jordan Peterson is a hypocrite when it's literally the opposite. If Sam Cedar, I can almost guarantee you, it's the first person I go out there whenever there's a terrorist attack that's committed by someone who's Islamic, who's like, oh, don't blame the religion, blame this one individual person, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But if there's if white people are racist against a non-white person, well, the entire system is not these individuals, all of societies, it's all groups. Jordan, how can you not see it's all groups? Now, when minorities do something wrong, it's just an individual. But when white people do something wrong, it's the entire group. There's no individuals, Jordan. Are you crazy?
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's a complete double standard. This is like racism is based on double standards. Like you try to get these double standards out of society to fight racism. It's sad. It's so sad that we're slipping. We're completely slipping. And, people like Sam Cedar used to be on the right side of this debate. Like people on the left used to be on the right side of this debate. They've completely forfeited all of that. And the fact that they stand under a banner that says anti-racism on it is just, so
it's a joke.
Dishonest. Yeah, it is. That's why people say clown world, because it is a joke. It's a fucking joke.
So the psychological explanations are more discomforting, I would say, than the political ones.
And in terms of the process itself, Charles's question about is how will the Home Secretary control the current immigration crisis? That's how you're phrasing it, given that she perceives the process as a merry-go-round. She's talked about far too many people coming here.
And that's maybe. But maybe it's an excuse for this man to act out his pathological fantasies, too. And I would certainly look there first as a psychologist.
Okay, the woman there, yeah.
There you go.
Look at that.
Terrible psychologist. Oh.
Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Why do we want to politicize it? We want to politicize it because we have all these conflict entrepreneurs. Look, they're all on the stage right there that are just making money off of fucking conflict. Yeah.
There was something funny too. Right before the clip they showed with Jordan Peterson, we're talking about the cricket player. She asked first the guy all the way on the left, what he thinks about this, and he's like, "Well, did you ask me this because of my ethnicity?"
No way. No way.
Yes. Let me see if I can find it.
She accused him of a microaggression.
No, he accused her of a microaggression. Yeah. I'll see if I can find it because it's pretty hilarious.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I have it. open somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. See, I like that Adam. Right when I'm supposed to look for something in a video, Adam's like, I'm gonna get up. Okay, I think I found it.
We want people earning and progressing in every sphere. And it shouldn't be about the jobs that MPs are doing. It should be about the opportunities we're all having.
Let's take another question from Julian. Julian Lee.
With the revelations from cricket's Azim Rafiq and footballers still taking the knee, what does this say about racism as a continuing undercurrent in present-day Britain?
Nazir.
The brown person will answer first.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. How dare. It's so funny, too, because there's like this double standard. Because if the question is about racism and you go and you ask just the white people, or you ask the white person first, it's like, why are they talking? How dare they talk on this subject? They're part of the problem, or they're just blind to it. But then if you say, okay, well, let me ask the non-white person first, it's like, oh, I'm just the token on the panel. How dare you ask me first? It's a no-win. James Lindsay talked about this too. It's the same situation with like the cashier. If there's a white person and a black person, who do you go up to first? Or who do you serve first in a store if you're the clerk? Because it's a no-win situation. It's the Kobayashi Maru of racism.
No disrespect.
That's it. So do you think that was wrong of me to come to you first?
I think so. I think.
Well, let's not do it then. Jordan.
Oh, shit.
Let me go back.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah, this is very funny. I will give the moderator props for how she just kind of handled it. So I'm not going to play the whole
She basically said I did a racism, and therefore let's move on.
Yeah, she's like, okay, we won't do it.
Feet and footballers still taking the knee. What does this say about racism as a continuing undercurrent in present-day Britain?
Nazir.
The brown person will answer first. No disrespect.
That's it. So do you think that was wrong of me to come to you first?
I think so. I think.
Well, let's not do it then. Jordan.
Yeah. She basically said, shut the fuck up then.
That was a pretty Chad move on her part.
I
That was
know.
actually a super Chad move. She
said,
just like,
listen,
fuck
you wanted to speak, and I offered you to speak.
Yeah.
Now you're not fucking speaking.
Yeah, that was. She's just like, boom, snapped it right out of his hand.
He's got his hand. He's got his hand out. Like, wait. I liked going first. Wait a second here. Did I just lose my brown? No, back to me. I have something to say.
Funny. That was hilarious.
Oh man.
Kubomi for $20.
Does
says
Jordan
Curtis.
respond? Hold on one sec.
I'm not being sarcastic at all. I mean, if that's how you feel, I respect that. Let's go to Jordan. Well, that's a fair point.
They talk about it a little bit more.
He's like, okay.
I think Pearson does comment on it.
I'll come to Jordan.
I think the same point I made earlier.
Oh, no, he does. He comments on it at some point where he's like, oh, I think it was, it was polite. It was impolite faux pas. It wasn't like a racism. But I guess that comes up later in the conversation.
It's part of it's baked into the ideology when you want to constantly talk about elevating brown voices and, lived experience and this and that. I mean,
right.
If you buy into that ideology,
it's the James Lindsay no-win situation.
Yeah.
With
True.
race.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Kubomi for $20 says Curtis Yarwin, aka Mencius Molbug, does the vocal fry more than anyone.
True.
There you go.
Yeah.
That must be why Adam really hates him.
I cannot listen to any Curtis Yarvin talk. I've read his blog where he doesn't include the verbal garbage, but yeah, in his talks, no, I'm not doing it.
Culvar for $20 says, Adam, listen, little buddy. Scripting, repeatedly saying lines to get them right. Editing is far more work than sitting on your little show and just talking mindlessly about nonsense for 12 hours. Shame.
I mean, I'm torn. I'm torn.
I mean, I kind of agree with that.
I know. That's why I'm torn. It's true. It's true, and it is like a completely different skill set to be able to talk for a long time and not do a lot of verbal garbage.
Right.
I'm telling
That's
you.
true. That's
So,
J-Mac for another $20. Thank you, Jay. Says, I'm back, baby. What did I miss? Did Jordan Peterson break out the skull measurement instruments yet? Oh, you missed it. He did. He did, actually. What Michael Eric Dyson was talking about Jordan Peterson sensed it, okay, from across the globe. He flew out to wherever that was being filmed. He busted onto Don Lemon's stage. He's like, he whipped out the calipers and he measured Don Lemon and Michael Eric Dyson's skull live on television, and then went on a 1-hour rant about how their skulls were oriented towards shiftlessness.
No, you didn't, Sitch.
So there you go.
Sitch.
Well, the weird thing was Jordan Peterson he claimed that shiftlessness was commonly associated with Italians and gypsies. So he thought it was strange that Don Lemon and Michael Eric Dyson had this attribute on their skulls. But
wow,
there you go.
Shiftlessness. I can't believe you. That's a little too far, I think.
A little too spicy? Okay.
I mean, I feel like laziness is a synonym for genius, but that's just me. Okay. That's my attitude.
I thought shiftlessness was a commonly negative stereotype associated to Jews. But is it not?
Really?
Oh, no, I'm thinking of a different word. You're right. Shiftlessness is laziness. What am I? I'm thinking of shiftiness, like being shifty.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. That's completely different.
That's a different word. Yeah.
Shiftiness.
Shifty and shiftless. Right. There you go.
That is a common Jewish stereotype. One of those evil.
One of those evil, shifty Sitches.
Sword scale. What does that even mean, though?
Shifty? It means like acting
untrustworthy.
Untrustworthy. Yes.
Yes.
Deceitful.
In my lived experience, I haven't experienced any of that untrustworthiness.
Sword scale for $20 says, "Hey, so I was told on r/anti-work that I should be getting paid for my admin duties here and demand a living wage and fewer hours. So I'm going to need to cut your streams in half and remove the Tuesday stream altogether."
What?
There you go. I'm aware of the anti-work. Oh, I skipped a super labs about this too. Let me read it real quick too. Squeeze Louise. So sorry, I missed your super chat for $20. Says, I just joined the stream, so I might have missed it, but have you guys seen the anti-work mod interview? Yeah, so I'm familiar with all the. I saw it. Oh, you did? Okay, because I didn't see it. Yeah. I'm familiar with the anti-work drama, but I haven't followed any of it.
Right.
So you can.
It's a very
tell me about the interview.
It's a very short interview. It's obviously someone that lives at home type. I mean, how they're characterizing millennials, basically. I guess he has a job, though. He said he's a dog walker. He's 30. I can't remember if he lives at home or not, but I mean, he oozes like irresponsible teen aesthetically. And I think that's why a lot of people are. And he runs he moderates this forum. I guess his work should be optional, he's saying. He does work, I think he said 20 to 30 hours a week as a dog walker. So
he was interviewed on Fox.
On Fox News, yeah. I did see the clip. I mean, it's funny. It is funny, but you guys
wasn't. I thought it had something to do with like sexual assault or something.
What? No, sexual assault involved.
Anti-work mod who went on Fox News admitting to raping a woman in a Facebook post many years ago.
What?
That's the claim. I don't know if it's true.
Oh my God. So they're basically going after this. So that's another thing another fallout that I don't remember if I heard it in a video, if I saw a tweet or something, but evidently there was some conflict over the fact that this guy went on Fox News without discussing who the best person to represent the community would be. I think there was like kind of some jealousy that he just
Mm-hmm.
appeared on Fox News, and there were other mods on the subreddit that could have been on Fox News instead of him and might have possibly better represented the movement. So there was some back and forth. Now, evidently, they're trying to cancel him by dredging up old material.
Yeah, people are saying the sexual assault thing came up after the Fox interview.
Obviously, yeah, because
There you
people think of it. There's 20 mods on the subreddit. I don't know how many mods are there on the subreddit. I don't want to obviously I'm boomering out here. How many mods are on these subreddits?
Who knows? Who cares?
There's 565 mods on the anti-work subreddit. Okay,
right.
Out of 700 people actually on the thing, they're all moderators. And they're all super jealous because he got to go on TV and they didn't. And they didn't even talk to him about it. He totally cock-blocked them. They could have been on TV instead of him. Can you imagine?
Could have been a contender.
Can you imagine the jealousy brewing inside them? Of course they're going to be pissed. They probably planted that old Facebook post. They probably hacked it into his old website.
Mm-hmm. HP Lefty for $20 says, been a while since I could watch live. Just want to say I'm hyped for your comic and Doomer did nothing wrong. Well, thank you. And thank you for being hyped for the comic. However, Doomer did everything wrong. So I don't know what you're talking about.
There's huge Sitch Doomer beef.
Yeah.
Stuff you guys don't even know about that's going on behind the scenes. It's like,
That's
it's
true.
getting ridiculously.
There's a blood feud between me and Doomer. It's true.
There's a lot of hate. I think
I may have accidentally slayed Doomer's ancestors and watered my crops with the blood of his family. That may have accidentally happened.
there is a lot of talk of, oppression, slavery, a lot of angry epithets being thrown at one another. Yeah, it's getting crazy. Of course, I'm friends with both of them, so I have to ignore all of this.
People are saying
I have to pretend everything is okay.
Who's the she? They're saying you misgendered someone. Was the anti-work mod a trans woman or something? I don't know.
Really?
I don't know what's going on there.
I cannot misgender someone that never gave me their pronouns.
There you go.
I didn't get the pronouns from the anti-work mod.
There you go.
I'm not gonna take misgendering seriously. Okay, it looked like a dude to me, so I called him a dude.
There you go. Kubomi for $20. Thanks so much. Says, after Sitch's take on Gran Torino, I'm now firmly on A Train is the big brain. There you go. Listen, hire some real actors. Okay. I don't care who these people are. Hire some real fucking actors. Clint Eastwood, you got the money. You can do it. I saw Letters from Iwo Jima. That was a good movie. You hired real actors. You had Ken Watanabe in that movie. I like that guy.
Have you seen G.I. Jane? There's some real actors in there. Just
shave Ken Watanabe's mustache and beard, and he could be like a little 10-year-old Asian boy. Okay? It worked. I believe it. J-Mac for $20. Thank you, Jay. Says, what's a common stereotype of Mexicans? I heard we're sleepy, but I'm an insomniac, so that can't be true. It's weird because like the most common negative stereotype for Mexicans was being lazy. But that doesn't seem to map onto reality like in America.
The stereotype for Latino people being lazy, is that what you
It wasn't
said?
Latino, it was specifically Mexicans. We're always supposed to be like, oh, the lazy Mexican. But it's like, I don't know, man. If you
what the fuck?
Look at
Are you
the Mexican migrant workers are like the hardest working people in the fucking
That's
country.
not true.
I know, so I'm saying it's weird. I don't know how that stereotype came to be. But
that stereotype cannot exist in Southern California because
maybe
it's completely the opposite. Maybe they leave all the lazy people back in Mexico. I'm not certain.
I wonder if it's tied to like marijuana and stuff. Maybe.
No, I'm not.
It's the only thing I could think of. Anyways,
what's this?
Do you see what's on screen?
Just tell me. Just tell me.
You want to watch another video, Adam?
No, of course I do. Of course I do. This is great. This is more sorting for the hierarchy of competence right here.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
very
I think we
curious
found.
where
I think we
Hassan-
found. I think we found our -9 on the competence hierarchy.
Okay.
We moved
Really?
up a notch. Well, actually, okay. This will be.
Hassan's take is worse than Sam Cedars. Sam Cedars, I mean, that's an all-time low.
Well, okay. I was about to ask that. I was saying, generally, we would assume that Hassan is going to be way dumber than Sam Cedar. But in this case, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm questioning. You've piqued my interest.
Yes. See, chat, what do you think? Who do you predict is going to be the dumberer? Hassan or Sam Cedar?
What's going on? Why is this old clip of Jordan Peterson going around? I guess you said it's not.
Oh no, this
really
is
that
this
old.
is from November. This is an old video. This has been on the back burner. This has been in the Sitch's saved. We need to watch this at some point.
Okay.
And I figured with the Peterson Joe Rogan thing, this is the perfect opportunity to whip them out.
This is perfect.
I'm gonna hit it and then I'm gonna BRB.
All right.
Things need to be particularized rather than generalized, as a general rule, let's say.
3 months since
And
discovering
so
you. What
this
took me so
cricket
long?
player.
Things need to.
Listen to that Hassan simp in the background there. It took me months to find you. What took me so long?
Be particularized rather than generalized as a general rule. Okay. I'm following. Kind of strange, but I'm following, dude. What's he gonna say? Is he gonna say
6 months?
we must no longer allow the devil's semen apple cider from being stocked at the local Ralph's? Nobody talks about the dangers of apple cider. I once drank it and almost died. I want to particularize the death and destruction that apple cider has brought upon society.
Was facing.
I mean, I give him points for the effort on the Jordan Peterson impersonation. So, I mean, props to him for pulling off a Jordan Peterson impersonation. Not as good as Sam, friend of the show and critical race theory enthusiast on Twitter. Sam's Jordan Peterson impersonation was a lot better than that, but props for trying, Hassan. Not really very funny commentary, though. I think he could have done better there. Making fun of Jordan Peterson for his apple cider take is very low-hanging fruit.
Sweet 16.
Racism, by his own account. The question is, what? As a general rule, let's say. And so this cricket player was facing racism, by his own account. The question is,
see, this totally plays into the believe all women scenario. Because obviously, just the fact that Jordan Peterson said, by his own account, triggers Hassan to the point where he has to back up the video. He's like, what? What did he say? How dare you question his account? That's such a simp move. It's such a simp move to completely. I mean, you open yourself up to being lied to by everyone. Gotta at least come on. It's not bad to question people's account. It's not bad to get backup information. It's not bad to verify facts before we go accusing people of nonsense. Before we go restructuring society because of some accusation. That's not bad. Hassan, think about it.
Who?
Think
When?
about it.
What?
At Hussein
Exactly.
Abbey, now was Elden Ring.
Because otherwise it degenerates into something like a discussion of structural racism. And when it becomes abstracted up to that level, first of all, that pits group against group, which I think is entirely counterproductive. And it actually doesn't address.
Bro, for a guy who fucking constantly pits, I don't know.
I just like him about to criticize Jordan Peterson. He's got like his pinky in his ear. He's like,
The pinky in the
like
ear aesthetic is pretty funny.
he looks like such a moron.
Bro, for a guy who fucking
He looks like a little. He looks like a literal primate.
I was actually doing that earlier, Sitch. You didn't see me doing it, but I actually turned
You
the
shouldn't
camera.
do that. That's super
I
bad
know.
for you.
I
You're not
turned the camera off because I was like, people are gonna screenshot.
You're not supposed to stick your fucking fingers in your ears like that, guys.
Really?
You're just pushing the earwax deeper in your ear.
Is that what's going on?
Well, I mean, what
feel-
else is he doing?
I feel like I'm digging it out.
You can,
My
but
ear
I mean,
itched.
Listen, do we trust Hassan to not to have the finesse to extract earwax without just compacting it further?
He's definitely shoving it in there.
I mean, he's look at he's like really going deep. In there.
He is. He
like,
is.
listen, this is it. This is not a. He's still going. This is oh my god! Listen, this is This is not the
Racism.
delicate.
And when it
earwax
becomes
removal
abstracted up to
procedure.
that level, first of all, that pits group against group, which I think is entirely counterproductive.
He's digging. He's like really just
I
shoving it in
know
there.
he is. He's been going forever here.
It actually doesn't address.
Bro, for a guy who fucking constantly pits, I don't know, men against women because women are in the workforce, or
What?
for a guy who constantly pits everyone against postmodernist neo-Marxists, I find it rather strange that he's like, I hate pitting groups against groups. Like the abolitionist John Brown pitted against slave owners.
As always, thanks for fighting the good fight.
It's
Habibi.
not all right. And what John Brown...
See, this is so moronic because
What is he even talking about?
well, he's saying Jordan Peterson pits groups against groups.
Right, I
It's
understand
a
that part.
complete mischaracterization of Jordan Peterson to say he pits women against men. That's leftist
Fake
lie.
news.
Yeah, exactly. Systemic lying. I mean, Hassan might believe it. Even if he believes it, he's spreading lies. Liar. Stop it, Hassan. You're lying. But then to come out and say, he's criticizing a group of people that subscribe to a philosophy, and Jordan Peterson is actively criticizing their philosophy, not the people.
Right.
I mean, this is the same argument that you guys are making when you try to turn being white into a philosophy called whiteness.
Right.
The difference is Jordan Peterson is not trying to turn a group of people into a philosophy. He's criticizing a philosophy a group of people have adopted.
Yes.
Big difference it's on. You
Right.
get your big brain points. You move up a step on the intellectual ladder to negative. What are we starting him out at?
He's starting at -7 with Sam Cedar.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they're battling for -6 right now.
Right now, but you're still at -7, Hassan. We can't move you up to 6 because you made this gross mischaracterization.
I'm so
See,
sorry. Hassan.
when we argue that this ideology of whiteness that you've constructed to stereotype white people, like we're seeing through your bullshit, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same exact thing here. You can't turn an ethnic category into a philosophy. Don't try it.
Brown did was unacceptable. It was outright murder.
That's the issue. Racism is a global and vague term.
Sorry, but what?
Why do you put it?
Bro, I'm sorry, but you can't be a white person going racism. It's over, dude.
Okay, he moves up one for recognizing that in this environment you can't do that. He basically just acknowledged white racism.
He did, which is kind of hilarious, really ironic. But it's sad to me that thought process that he just verbalized, that's basically just the thought process of 99% of people. They're like, bro, you just finger quoted racism as a white man. Bro. And then the thought process ends. There's nothing deeper. There's nothing goes beyond.
This is a total, I mean, this is an inadvertent mask off moment. He basically just acknowledged white racism and laughed at it. He's like, yeah. We whites have to get in line is what he basically said. You can't do that. What are you doing?
It's like, we got him, boys.
Racism
Oh, my man said racism in air quotes. How is this any different than like every fucking
Hassan trying to have a thought. This is hilarious.
His editor. Where's his editor? What happened? He didn't cut out the giant gap.
What's
How
the
is this any
response?
different from?
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
How? I heard about the cricket player. He was Muslim and they forced him to drink alcohol when he was at the youth club.
Wait, he didn't even. He
didn't even respond.
He just started
didn't
reading
even
his-
respond.
he just started reading
went
the chat.
to the chat.
How is this any different than like every fucking how? I heard about the
Oh my god. Oh my god. He didn't even
He didn't even
respond.
finish his thought.
He didn't even respond. He just
No.
he goes to the chat. The
Yeah.
perfect subterfuge.
cricket player. He was Muslim and they forced him to drink alcohol when he was at the youth club. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with cricket. Okay, it's big and the other side of the world. I don't give a shit. I don't know what the specifics are of the Azim Rafiq story, but I love this part. Okay, hitting the fucking air quotes on racism. It doesn't get any better than that. You know what I mean?
He's just it's so bizarre to me that he just knows. He knows. Like, you can't do that as a white person.
Mm-hmm. So
that you've totally fucked up.
So it says, I'm confused by this.
Mhm.
Azim Rafiq said when he was 15, he was forced to drink wine at a local cricket club. I thought he was like an adult on a sports team. What does this have to do? In
I
England,
have
do
no idea.
country clubs become sports? Like, does a country club have their own sports team? I don't know how you Brits with your cricket goes, but this is very confusing to me as a lover of freedom in America. He said, when I was 15 years old, like I was held down by players and forced to drink red wine. It sounds so strange.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know the situation, so I'm not qualified to comment, but
Put Hassan's laugh on a soundboard. Oh my God, why would you want to do this to me?
yeah, we don't need a
Duh.
soundboard. Soundboard is
I'm tempted to, because I know it'll drive Adam insane, but I think it would drive me insane too to hear the fucking Hassan laugh. He kind of laughs like Johnny in The Room. That's very funny.
Is
Oh,
it,
hi,
is it
Mark.
global and vague term?
Sorry, but
Why do you put it?
why would you possibly do that? What did that mean?
Because I said it was a global and vague
No,
term.
the inverted commas.
Yeah. Come on, bro. This is the guy that looks like he'd be doing racism. You know what I mean? And he's like, "Whoa, what are you doing there? Huh? What the fuck are you doing there?"
You
Like
notice?
Hassan just did another racism.
I know. I was gonna say. You notice how Hassan just basically said all bald white men look like Nazis.
I know. How dare he be bald
I
and white?
know.
What a skinhead. What a racist.
Yeah.
Terrible. I mean,
Hassan.
I think it's terrible that Brits call parentheses inverted commas, because that's just crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
Because they're not even inverted commas. A comma is one dash.
That was a
not
quote
two.
mark. Those aren't
Yeah.
parentheses.
I mean, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
quotations, finger quotes. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Finger
you.
quotes. That's it.
Finger
Never-
quotes. Quotations are not inverted commas. Okay. What the fuck? What are we doing here? Come on, Brits. Get your shit together.
Why are you putting air quotes on that? Racism there.
As if it's not.
Okay, that was funny. I'm moving this on up just for that.
There you go. You
What
like
do
the
you think?
funny
What did-
accent.
I did. You didn't think that was funny?
Adam
Why
likes
are
the
you putting
jangly
that
keys.
quotes on that
Adam likes
racism?
the jangly keys.
Life is not all about arguments, Sitch. I have to explain this to you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the jangly keys. I understand.
There is some truth to rhetoric.
No, that isn't what it meant.
Well, what did it mean then? Explain.
It meant that it's indicative of low-resolution thinking.
And
what I mean by that is we use all these terms frequently in discussions like this that are
He was
containers
repeatedly called
of undifferentiated
He was
content.
repeatedly called abusive terms directly linked to his ethnicity.
By who?
By not just one, but repeated members of the Yorkshire Cricket Club. He's had people contacted him. If it walks like a duck, Jordan, talks like a duck,
I'm not
it's a duck. It's racism.
I'm not denying his experience.
Right.
What
Did
I
you,
asked
did you
was
get? She was waiting for like the applause break that never came.
Yeah.
when she said her little like, if it walks like a racist duck, it is a racist duck, Jordan.
Yeah, sure. All ducks
no
are
applause.
racist. We know that.
I mean, first of
Exactly
all,
who
all
would win.
ducks are evil, but we knew that. But that's a
Well,
different.
racism is evil. All
listen.
ducks are racist. Ergo procto exo facto.
Listen, I take back what I said. I apologize. Only the solidly boned ducks are evil and racist. Hollow bone ducks, I've made peace with. Okay.
They're all hollow bone. Jeez. Don't know anything about. You don't know anything.
Don't let them. Adam is over here. Doesn't know about the solid bone ducks. Can you believe this? We've been doing this show for 10 years, and Adam still doesn't know about the solid bone ducks. It's unbelievable.
Are you gaslighting our audience?
Before you say such ignorant things, okay, get educated. Read a book. Take a class. Read some Judith Butler. Some performative duckness.
Okay. Okay.
Bro, that's crazy. So why is your first inclination when a fucking brown dude comes out and says like I've been the victim to like people behaving in an incredibly racist way? Why is your immediate inclination to be like identify it immediately? Who, what, when, and where? And like individualizing it to like individual acts of racism, denying that systemic racism.
So it's funny. He said something that sounded insane, and then now he's rushing to fix it. Okay, did
Jordan
you catch
Peterson
that?
is? Or
No, Hassan.
It's racism.
I'm not denying his experience.
Right.
What I asked was exactly who and when, and you just answered.
Bro, that's crazy. So why is your first inclination when a fucking brown dude comes out and says like I've been the victim to like people behaving in an incredibly racist way? Why is your immediate inclination to be like identify it immediately? Who, what, when, and where?
So he's like, I don't understand why it's Jordan Peterson's first inclination when someone says that they've been the victim of racism, for him to say, identify who was racist against you.
Yeah.
What do you mean? That should be your first inclination for any sort of accusation like that, Hassan. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, the details. That's exactly what Jordan Peterson wanted.
Who's the party to blame? Who's the responsible actor here?
Yeah, so we can hold him accountable.
Yes. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's weird.
That's a weird big slip up there.
It's weird that Jordan Peterson wants to hold people accountable for saying racist things.
Yeah, but I think he meant to say and just misspoke that racism doesn't exist. Like that's what the NPC dialogue.
Right.
That's what the NPC dialogue tree should have said.
Right. You're right. I totally forgot.
And like individualizing it to like individual acts of racism, denying that systemic racism exists, and then going so far as to say that like racism doesn't even exist by hitting it with the air quotes. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you, dude? You maybe just like you're a piece of shit. I don't know.
Okay. Here's Sitch's position here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If these are not acts of individual racism, if these are acts of systemic racism, does that mean that we don't hold the people who did them responsible on an individual level? Do they cede their responsibility because they're simply part of a system?
I mean, that would end cancel culture pretty fast. It'd be hard to argue that you should cancel these people if they're just a part of a racist system and it's not their fault, right?
I mean, it's a little strange to me that when you have something like Sam Cedars 1350ing over here, okay, when you have someone who's, committing a crime, if that individual is part of an oppressed group, well, like, it's not their fault. They're part of some system that's oppressing them, right? They're just another cog in the wheel. But
that's Hassan's literal argument on the crime issue.
That is Hassan's literal argument. But if you're a white person and you're another cog in the racism wheel, does that mean you are not responsible for your individual quote unquote racist actions? Because they're not individual racist actions. They're just part of the system, Hassan.
No.
Why should they be
that's
responsible?
not the case. You are responsible, and you have to actively subscribe to anti-racist ideology. Otherwise, you're a big fat racist.
Listen, this will be Sitch's agreement. Okay. The official Sitch agreement on systemic racism. I'll agree to your dumb definitions of systemic racism only if you agree that you'll no longer hold individual racists responsible. And treat all racism as a systemic issue. Then I'll agree with you.
That completely goes against our philosophy, though.
I know, but they'll never agree to that, which is what makes it funny.
Yeah. What's
but
that
they'll
manic?
never agree to that.
What's that manic pixie scream queen chat say?
If it walks like a cock.
Oh, just Hassan's chat.
There you go, Hassan's chat. Sex shame. Are they calling Jordan Peterson a cock? Are they
I'm not
shaming?
sure.
Wow.
I'm not sure.
Wow.
Answered that question. So I would say those specific people should be held specifically to account for their actions before any movement up the abstraction hierarchy to a discussion of something like structural racism, which I don't think is helpful.
Well, he has talked about institutional racism in cricket.
Mhm.
He says that's what he's experienced as a term, institutional racism.
Right, I know.
I can't get over how dumb that fucking response is.
I know. I like it. I know he's like, I know. I don't agree with it.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm on a panel here and we're discussing institutional racism. So I don't see how it's the Trump, like the big Trump card that he himself calls it that.
Right.
What?
I know. And like I said, I believe that abstracting up the problem to that level of analysis does no good because it pits groups against groups.
Yeah, that's what racism does, man. That's kind of what it does. And also systemic racism does that too. It's just like it does it in a way where it's so normalized that it's a part of our daily lives. So you consider that to be the default position, and you can sit there and act like you don't want anything to change because you don't see that to be an injustice. You don't see it at all, and you just deny that it even exists because everyone else around you also doesn't fucking see it because, again, it's considered the default position. That's it. What you're doing right now is...
Well, first of all, it's hilarious that his opening gamut here was, yeah, that is racism, Jordan. Pitting groups against groups. You're like, yeah, son, that's Jordan Peterson's point.
He
gonna...
literally said it's not good.
Right. You're not going to build an anti-racist society if you're pitting groups against groups. Okay. Jordan Peterson's on board with that, buddy. But then it's funny because Hassan, he just regurgitates talking points.
Yes.
Like everything he said. It's like the scripted NPC, response to systemic racism, 101. He's got a little cue card that he has underneath, the desk there. He has to wipe away the tendy crumbs all over it because he looks at it so often. It's like systemic racism. Here's my talking point on systemic racism.
Yeah. What's that celestial?
What?
I was going to ask you what that celestial monkey 7.
Oh, did someone say?
Chat was. It was Benzo Brain. Benzo Brain.
There you go. There you go.
They're going after Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
It's just so. When I listen to Hassan and look at his chat, I just think Lord of the Flies. I don't know about you.
It is. You're completely correct.
It's basically like Lord of the Flies.
What was the evil kid in Lord of the Flies' name? I totally forgot.
I don't remember.
That's who Hassan is.
I can't remember. I'm not sure I can. Who is the kid? You killed Piggy.
Who killed Piggy? Yes.
You killed Piggy. Oh, it was Piggy. Why? Remind me
Roger.
again. Why? Remind me
Roger.
again why all the boys on the island called this poor fat kid Piggy. Remind me, Sitch. what was the thinking behind that?
Mm-hmm. I fucking hate Lord of the Flies with like a burning passion.
Oh, you don't like it?
I cannot.
Why?
Well,
Sitch?
no, it's good. Don't get me okay.
Okay, good.
It's
At
a
least
good
you
book.
said that.
Okay. I cannot stand reading or watching movies where characters are just like the biggest dumb fucks of all time.
Oh yeah.
I cannot. It drives me up the wall.
It's
particularly
bad when they're adults, but these are at least children.
I get. And no, I understand
Yeah.
that. But there's like the one, I forget which one. There's the one kid who's like the voice of reason.
Mm-hmm.
And he's
yeah,
like,
doesn't he
just
die
fucking-
like immediately?
They murder him because they think he's like a monster. Like he just walks out from like a bush, like, "Hey guys, I don't think we should." And they go, "Oh, it's a monster!" And they just kill it. And you're like, "What?
I know.
What the fuck?"
It's totally to demoralize you. That movie is completely set up to demoralize you.
Yeah, I was just like, oh,
You're like, oh, great.
hate this
The
book.
smart one is dead now.
Yes.
There's no way they're gonna survive. Yeah.
Doing right now is leaning into that. I just wanted you to know I didn't know who Jordan Peterson was until I started watching you, and I really had to look up if he did the voice of Kermit or not.
I think it exacerbates the problem, the concept of structural racism. It's too imprecise. It doesn't.
It really isn't, though. Like, it's not. Kind of weird, you know. It's not imprecise. It's only imprecise if there is an active group of individuals that are doing their very best to make it seem like it's imprecise. You know what I mean? And there are. Okay, and you're
Good
one of them.
argument.
Actually, you're literally doing that. You are turning this concept.
So Hassan's brilliant argument, Adam, I don't know if he loses competency points for this one or not, is it's not imprecise because, get this, because it's not imprecise.
What? A tautology? He can't do that. That's against the rules.
And listen, the only reason you might think it's imprecise is because bad actors, bad, angry, mean white men like Jordan Peterson, okay, trying to trick you. They're trying to fool you into thinking it's imprecise. They're tricksters.
Bastards.
These shiftless Jordan Petersons.
Of structural racism, which exists in like every part of people's lives, okay,
14 months
in every area where colonialism has existed, and those attitudes have permeated throughout history, and a lot of those problems have gone unaddressed. There's always going to be remnants of that, right? Structural racism is when those individual acts of racism have been baked into our institutions, if you want to reduce it to individualization.
When was colonialism ever in California? I mean, I know you guys in your colonial states over
do you
there
mean?
on the East Coast, but
California's founded on colonialism.
bullshit. We've never
All-
had any no colonies here in California.
What are you talking about? All American
Nobody-
states are founded on colonialism. Literally.
No,
What are you talking
not
about?
True. Not true.
The white Europeans came and they colonized the land away from the Native Americans. They said, "Get out of here.
No.
You
no,
didn't build anything yet. And we're building stuff, so get out of here."
Nah. We
what they said.
established cities and townships, no colonies. No colonies allowed.
So they weren't colonists, they were cityists. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. It's just,
They were townsies.
I can't believe. I mean, talk about NPC dialogue tree. The
Yeah.
fact that Hassan Piker, this complete dude bro, is here here lecturing the internet about colonialism. I mean, it's pretty funny. Let's be honest.
So the only way that it becomes a vague concept is when you have thinkers, okay, quote unquote, thinkers that try to make it vague by saying, well, I don't understand. I don't understand. It's too vague.
Systemic racism is intentionally vague. What is he talking about?
Yeah.
That's the function it serves, is to say, oh, there's a system that's producing unequal outcomes among racial lines. I don't have to figure out why that is. I just say it's racist now.
Yeah. He's the opposite side of the Jordan Peterson. Like Jordan Peterson was arguing for specificity.
Right.
He was arguing against vagueness.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now he's switched it.
It's not vague though, Adam.
Yeah.
That's the trick.
Well, he's saying that Jordan Peterson is trying to make it vague, but no, he was arguing for specificity.
Yes, he was.
Think like racism doesn't exist. A lot of people don't want to hear it. People go through their own problems, okay? And they don't want to fucking hear about other people's problems. They think like, well, what the fuck? I'm experiencing oppression and struggle too. Not recognizing that, like, you know, being the victim to racism or being a marginalized person in an otherwise like systemically racist society is compounding on the issues that everyone experiences. You experience issues from a class perspective, okay, because you're a worker. You get.
I like that Hassan. Like he almost has a good point. Almost has a good point, and then he fucked it up. Like, yeah, most people. You're right. A white guy, okay, who's had a very hard life, very difficult living situation, doesn't want to hear about how he's privileged because he's fucking white. Because he's not fucking privileged at all.
Yeah,
by his whiteness. And that's what Jordan Peterson was saying. He's like, when he's talking to Michael Eric Dyson, he's like, you don't know anything about me, about my struggles that I've gone through. So don't fucking cast me as being some like privileged white guy running around here off the backs of black people. You don't know anything about me and my struggles.
I mean, I fundamentally disagree that people don't care about racism. I think even that charge of conservatives is misplaced. I think people do care a lot about racism, both on the left and the right. They just don't want to categorize false positives as racism. They don't want acts that have no racial bias or racial intent to be categorized as racism.
Yeah,
but the left wants to do that. Go ahead.
Right. No, they care about racism. They just don't want to hear themselves as being like, oh, on the basis of your skin color, you're automatically, you know, in a better social position than any and all black people.
Yeah,
they don't want to hear that. Because that is racism.
That is actual racism. Yeah.
Yeah, that is actual racism, and it's not true.
Right.
For most people.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Force fed to you as you exist in your daily lives, okay? And then there's a compounding factor on top of that in the form of racism. Or other kinds of marginalizations. And if you are part of the oppressive identity or oppressive class, you can make a comfortable living telling everyone, like, no, actually, this is fucking bullshit. This is fake. These guys are the real issues. The guys complaining about racism are the real issues.
There you go. Jordan Peterson's comfortable living telling people that racism is fake.
Yeah.
Well known. Well known.
Well, Michael Eric Dyson's comfortable living telling everyone that racism is far worse than it is.
Okay, we have one more clip.
That's it?
One more. Yeah. I know. We'll only finish at midnight. It will be an early stream for us. Okay. Until we talk about a super chat for like an hour or 2 hours or something. Oh. It's doing the thing again. Maybe it just has like a... Watching Together has been kind of finicky recently.
It has, yeah.
Sword and Scale for $20. Thank you so much, Sword and Scale. Says, the thing is, when you hire random Asians on set, like Clint Eastwood did, you don't have to worry about hiring a competent prop person, like Alec Baldwin didn't. Also, I'm thinking of switching to S-Class. Well, thank you, Sword and Scale.
Sword and Scale. That was completely... what exactly does that super chat mean? I'm curious.
I'll let you figure it out. Okay?
I don't... What's he saying there?
Listen.
I'm confused over that super chat.
British cricket. Listen, I'll let you work that one out yourself, Adam. Okay. J-Mac for $50. Thank you so much, Jay. Says, at the end of all this piss-filled bilge water, wow, that has been these takes, we should cleanse our palates with an old video of Jordan Peterson debating himself. That's one of my faves. I don't think I've seen that. Jordan Peterson debating himself.
Isn't that, I mean, I think it's a meme.
I would imagine it's a meme.
Yeah.
But Jordan Peterson debates
down.
himself. We'll see. Jordan Peterson versus Jordan Peterson. 4 million views. Wow.
Yeah. Who is the author of that?
A guy named Shaman.
Yeah, Shaman. Yes. He's done. I'm dying.
Yes.
A bunch of really excellent Jordan Peterson meme type videos.
Okay.
They
We'll check it out
demonetized that guy, which is super sad because, I mean, the memes are great.
Aaron Loveless for $20. Thank you, Aaron. Says, if Florida or any coastal region was going to be underwater in the next 10 years, you couldn't get it insured. It makes you wonder about the doomsayers of global warming. They've been saying the 10-year line for the past 30 years. Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate to some degree. I don't think Florida's going to sink. That's not my concern, but I think we're going to get hit with a massive hurricane.
Right, yeah.
Cease to exist.
It's the hurricane seasons that are getting you.
Yeah, that's a different situation.
Yeah.
Sword Scale for $20 says, can you guys please address Hassan's shirt? I'm pretty sure the last word is come, and I simply don't understand the point of it. Please discuss. I thought his shirt said something like, I lubricate my gun with liberal tears or something.
It's liberal cum?
Was it liberal cum?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Let me reopen the video. See what it says here. I lubricate my AR-15 with liberal cum. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. What does that mean? I'm baffled by that. I don't know what that means. Is he trying to say that like he's a leftist who ejaculates on his gun? I don't. What is the message here? I don't know. I'm at a loss on that one.
Yeah.
I'm at a loss on that
the
one.
Hassanism. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Anyway, now this video we're about to watch.
Yeah, what's this about? Michael Walker? I've never seen this.
I've never seen this gentleman either. Okay.
Jordan Peterson's bizarre rant on racism and low resolution thinking.
Yeah.
So this is going to be good, right? I mean,
it's really stupid.
Oh, it is?
The channel's name is Novara Media. I'm unfamiliar with it. This was a BreadTube recommendation, so that's how I found out about it.
Jordan Peterson's bizarre rant. Was it really a rant? I don't know. I feel like Jordan Peterson made a comment and a bunch of progressives pounced on him because he made air quotes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened, right?
I mean, I think I probably made racism air quotes a bunch of times. I do. I think probably like you could go back and you could probably get 50 or so of me doing the racism air quotes.
You guys don't know this because I'm not on camera. Every time I say racism, I air quote. Every time I've ever said it on stream.
When I do it, though, I'm usually talking about obvious things that are being mischaracterized as racism. Like basically what Sam Cedar did in his video was mischaracterizing what Jordan Peterson was doing as racism, which obviously it wasn't. So I think it's fair to say that that's fake racism.
Let's play a game. Okay. See if you guys can pick out when I'm using finger quotes or not. Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm going.
Adam is a friend of mine.
You fucker.
Well, hold on. I'll give you three choices. I'll give you 3 choices.
You fucker.
Before you get triggered, I'll give you 3 choices. You can try to figure out where the finger quotes are. Okay.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
You are hilarious. You are hilarious. You are hilarious. No, do the finger quotes with me. Sitch is a friend of mine. Here, okay.
He didn't even Adam didn't even let me finish the joke.
Oh, that was a joke? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm going to give you 3
continue.
choices. You're going to tell me where I put the finger quotes. See if you guys can
Okay.
figure it out without
Okay.
seeing me, okay?
Let's see.
Okay. I can't even stand that.
I know.
Okay, number 1. Adam is a friend of mine. Number 2, I like Jordan Peterson. Number 3, Doomer's a great guy.
These are all easy.
Okay, where's the finger quotes?
For the Adam is a friend of mine. It's obviously on friend.
Uh-huh. Oh no, I only meant one. I only did finger quotes for one of those
Oh, okay.
sentences.
Oh, I thought you did finger quotes on every single sentence.
No.
What was the second one? Jordan.
I like
Peterson?
Jordan Peterson.
Oh. The finger quotes are obviously on like, because Jordan Peterson is like Sitch's daddy.
There you
Like
go.
he obviously
There you go.
doesn't. He like, of course he's finger quoting like when it comes to Jordan Peterson. I like Jordan Peterson, if you know what I mean.
Doomer's in the
You know what
chat.
I mean?
He's
Okay.
triggered.
And what was the last
Triggered.
one? The last one was
Doomer's a great guy.
okay. Obviously, the finger quotes are on Guy. We all know. We all know.
You're saying Doomer's a great gal?
We all know.
Doomer's a great
We all know
bitch?
Doomer is a great guy.
Stoat? I don't know. Look at that. Look at that wrenchless Stoat in the chat. How sad is that? How sad.
Are you gonna make me log in and give Dimmer a wrench?
Anyways, let's watch this video.
British cricket is in crisis. That's after a disgraceful ruling by Yorkshire County Cricket Club that racial epithets were just banter, and the powerful testimony of Azim Rafiq, who has been speaking publicly about the racism he was subjected to at the club. This was
Oh, I'm sorry. You lost me when you said cricket. What the cricket in crisis? Who cares? I mean, racism sucks, but cricket?
Cricket? Yeah.
Rafiq giving evidence earlier in the week to the Culture, Media and Sport Committee.
I started to see for what it was. Felt isolated, humiliated at times, constant use of the word packy. And this happened in front of teammates. It happened in front of coaching staff. We were on a bus trip in London to Surrey game, and we went past a couple of men with beard, and it was like, oh, is that your dad? If we go past a corner shop, or does your uncle own this? I mean, to make one thing.
This is the problem, what I'm saying.
We finally get some.
I know.
We finally get a peek into this.
This is the problem.
Uh-huh.
I can't, from this description, I still can't tell if it's
I
like,
can't either. I can't
if
either.
if this is like friendly ribbing or like actual racism.
So
I can't tell.
We just
This is shit I say. This is shit like my friend group says to each other all the
I
time.
know. Yeah, you just can't tell.
Every
can't
time
tell.
I pass a deli, they're like, Sitch.
I wonder, I mean, it's difficult to tell because you don't know the personal dynamic between the people. Obviously, it's
Yes.
me, Sitch, and Doomer. We're all friends. We're all fucking around. Like, nobody's getting their feelings hurt. Like, somebody could have legitimately not liked him. Just not liked him for whatever reason. He rubbed him the wrong way.
Right.
And he was hiding his distaste for the guy among other people's, racial slurs, just because they generally had good feelings for him and thought that they were just participating in, team bonding, male bonding, right?
Right.
It's hard to say that every single one of them. I mean, it's just so difficult for me to imagine a situation where the team is going to bond over demoralizing another teammate. But I mean, it happens and it could happen.
It does happen.
It definitely
right.
could. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's it's a super tough situation to,
Mm-hmm.
and also you wonder, because there's in these situations, like imagine if somebody came to me, and this is funny, this has actually happened to me. Somebody came to me and said, listen, Adam, Sitch really thinks you're stupid and constantly is not really your friend. And when he makes a joke about, friend in air quotes, Sitch is deadly serious.
Listen,
right?
I really like Adam. Okay.
Right.
He's a
right.
good friend of mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But you understand that if somebody gets in your ear and starts saying like that
if
could have
someone
happened
worm
here.
tongues you,
Yeah. Yeah. Is that like is worm tongue? Now I'm so cautious about any racist.
That's the character from Lord of the
stereotype.
Rings. It has no racial
Okay.
association.
Okay, good. Until tomorrow when someone comes out and says, "Oh yeah, worm tongue, he was Jewish."
I mean, he was very pale, so maybe it's an anti-white thing. I don't know.
Well, you understand that the person that gets in your ear and all of a sudden you're second guessing yourself. Like camaraderie in the locker rooms all of a sudden is starting to sting a little bit. You're like, wait a second here.
Right.
This didn't hurt my feelings yesterday. Today it does hurt my feelings.
Well, that's part of the problem with a lot of the woke shit anyway, is that it's basically setting up people for failure, setting up people to be hypersensitive to all this stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, it's super sad. So
I don't know. It's difficult. I mean, it sounds like, and this guy talked about this. I mean, it sounds like this guy was going through a lot of other issues too, because he was talking about how he was having, like his wife had like a stillborn, or she like had a baby. She's like pregnant, but then the baby died or something. And it just sounds like he's going through like a lot of like dark shit. And maybe this was all just sort of like compacting at the same time. So
that's a giant strain on any relationship. If a couple is trying to have a baby and they have a child die, like a lot of relationships don't survive that. And all of a sudden, what is playful ribbing in the locker room starts sounding like real racism.
Right. So, yeah, exactly. It's something that you think is funny one day could be like, you're just like enraged the next day.
Yeah.
Right.
Very clear. Paki is not banter. Racism is not banter.
See, he already knows. He's already heard from the coach and from the other guys on the team.
Right.
It's just banter. Like, we don't mean it. We're not serious. Okay.
Well, but the problem is being racist can be banter. It's very situationally dependent. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know the situation here.
Yeah. It's not right. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you can't make a blanket, as fucked up as it may sound to some people, you can't make this blanket determination that like racism is not banter, because that's not true. And every male alive knows that that's not true.
Yes. And they also, I mean, you're literally infringing on their liberty, their fucking freedom to banter however they want to banter. So,
right.
Yeah. You can't do that. Fucking authoritarians. Fuck off.
End of 2017, we had a really difficult pregnancy. And through that time, the treatment that I received from some of the club officials were inhuman. They weren't really bothered about the fact that I was at training one day and I get a phone call to say there's no heartbeat. Sorry. At the time when I left, I had, I think, 4 or 5 months left on my contract. I was encouraged to sign a confidentiality form and take a sum of money, which I refused, which at that time would have been a lot of money for me. I knew my wife was struggling. I knew I was struggling. There was no way mentally I could have even considered putting myself through this trauma. I actually left the country. I went to Pakistan. I never wanted to come back. I know that the pain that I went through for them few months, no one can ever put me through that pain again.
That harrowing testimony from Rafiq has sparked a wider conversation about racism in cricket, but also about racism in Britain more generally. And some of that comment.
See, Michael, already way smarter than Sam Cedar. He's like, I'm going to play the clip of the guy crying.
Yeah.
Sam
Yeah.
Cedar,
Yeah.
not smart enough to think about that.
Yeah.
Come on, Sam.
Throw some.
This is why you're a
emotional
-7
blackmail
on the competency hierarchy, Sam.
in there. This guy is a better propagandist. Is that what you're saying?
Might
He
be
knows
what
to
I'm saying.
Put a little emotional blackmail in.
Yeah.
I
Listen,
mean,
it's good. It works.
I'm glad we at least got some context here,
Yes.
because rational people can see a wider scope of the situation.
Right.
I mean, it's funny that he immediately jumps to the racism thing when, I mean, I was a little confused. What do you understand what he said about they offered him a non?
I'm assuming they offered him
a lot of
some
money.
amount of money to not talk about
Right.
the treatment that he received or that he quit over. I'm assuming that's what he was saying.
And then he turned that down.
I get,
'Cause
or
he
I, or I
wanted to
no, I
talk
thought
about
it sounded like he was saying he accepted it, but then he went public anyway.
Oh, maybe we should back it up.
Well, it's
I'm
not that
sure.
important.
Okay.
But who cares?
I feel like it is. I mean, if you
It's
put
not
the
that
money
important. It
in,
doesn't come up in the rest of the
came out
conversation.
anyway. Did they? I mean, I'm curious why they I thought he said that they gave him an opportunity to leave because he was having a hard time, and I didn't know if the hard time was related to the pregnancy issues or to the racism.
I'm not sure.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it.
I'm not
okay?
sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's not really relevant to
Well, he obviously
the race issue that they're talking about.
No, it's not relevant to the race issue, but it's
Right.
definitely relevant to the entire situation, because notice when he started tearing up was about the family situation.
Yeah, of course.
not the racism.
Which makes sense, right?
Yeah. And if he was having a devastating family situation that was interrupting his ability to play, it's important to the story. So
Commentary, some of those interventions, both in the mainstream media and in Parliament, have been pretty thoughtful. I think it has sparked a useful and productive conversation in many ways. Other interventions have been less so. This was a question put to the Question Time panel this week. So the panel were asked, with the revelations from cricket's Azim Rafiq and footballers still taking the knee, what does this say about racism in present-day Britain? Reasonable question. The question wasn't the example of useless commentary. This is the example of useless commentary. It's how Canadian philosopher Jordan Peterson answered the question.
Things need to be particularized rather than generalized, as a general rule, let's say. And
so I'm curious as hell if Jordan Peterson has seen what we just saw as this clinical psychologist.
Well, I assume not. I was just when it first came out, so I doubt it's
Okay.
right.
So this cricket player was facing racism by his own account. The question is, who, when, what, exactly? Because otherwise it degenerates into something like a discussion of structural racism. And when it becomes abstracted up to that level, first of all, that pits group against group, which I think is entirely counterproductive. And it actually doesn't address the issue. You know, racism is a global and vague term.
Sorry, but
Why
would you possibly do that? What did that mean?
Because I said it was a global and vague term.
The inverted commas as if it's not a real thing.
No, that isn't what it meant.
Well, what did it mean then? Explain.
It meant that it's indicative of low resolution thinking.
And
What I mean by that is we use all these terms frequently in discussions like this that are
He was
containers
repeatedly called
of
abusive terms.
undifferentiated
He was
content.
repeatedly called abusive terms directly linked to his ethnicity.
By who?
By not just.
You like how they take issue with him finger quoting racism, and they're like, "What does that mean?" And then he says, "Oh, it's a low resolution." She's like, "What does that mean?" And like right before he can even explain, this lady interrupts.
Yeah, totally.
And she's like, he said they were literally racist. It's like, okay, calm your panties, lady.
Yeah.
Okay.
Calm your jets. Cool your jets, baby.
Just one, but repeated members of the Yorkshire Cricket Club. He's
Okay,
had people
well,
contact him.
then
If it
they-
walks like a duck, Jordan,
Then they-
talks like a
No,
duck,
I'm not
it's a
denying-
duck. It's racism.
I'm not denying his experience.
Right.
What I asked was exactly who and when, and you just answered that
Yes.
question. So I would say those specific people should be held specifically to account for their actions before any movement up the abstraction.
Before we go calling all white people racist. Right? I mean,
Before we tear down the entire system that we live in by saying it's all racist, we should be a little bit more specific here. Maybe just a thought.
Yes.
Hierarchy to a discussion of something like structural racism, which I don't think is helpful.
Well, he has talked about institutional racism in cricket.
Mhm.
He says that's what he's experienced as a term, institutional racism.
Right.
How have you subjected me to this dumb fucking comment 3 times now, Sitch?
I'm so sneaky like that.
What he said.
Adam, I'm sneaky. We talked about this.
How does this? I just don't get it. And look, she's so smug, so down her nose. But you don't understand, Jordan. He said this is structural racism, okay? It's like...
I like that there's 2 parts in this conversation where Jordan Peterson says exactly what he means. And someone says, what did you mean? And then he just repeats himself.
Yeah. No, it's hilarious. I wonder how she would feel about somebody saying, but you don't understand. Joe Rogan said ivermectin works. What?
I know. And like I said, I believe that abstracting up the problem to that level of analysis does no good because it pits groups against groups. I think it exacerbates the problem. The concept of structural racism. It's too imprecise. It doesn't address the issue. Now, that does not mean racism does not exist. That is not what I'm saying in the least.
How could you go on a national TV show without having done any research whatsoever into the story? It's like, we have to be very specific here. We have to be very particular. Who called who?
Well, Michael, there's an answer for this question.
Right.
It might be because Jordan Peterson is on a giant panel show that talked for an hour about a multitude of topics.
Mm-hmm.
And we're asking audience questions and didn't in advance know all the subjects that would be brought up.
Yeah. Very,
Including-
very simple explanation.
Right. And yeah, so he didn't know that this one guy in the audience was going to ask about this specific thing. And Jordan Peterson, a Canadian guy, is not going to be like, well, let me tell you, I know all about the British cricket situation right now.
Right. Yeah. Jordan Peterson did not see the clip that you showed ahead of time.
What is it? And I think it's hilarious that him simply asking for specifics is like, oh, how dare you ask for specifics about a claim? Oh,
Yeah.
Sheesh.
That's awful. You just have to accept everything the left says uncritically.
What?
Right. How do I know? How do I know? And how do you know that the investigation that this cricket club did, and they said it wasn't racism or systemic racism, it was banter. How do you know that they're wrong? You're just assuming that the report is wrong, that the investigation was wrong and bullshit. That's your assumption. How do you know that?
Questioning it is racism, Sitch.
Oh, I'm
How
so sorry. I
dare
forgot.
you.
You're not allowed to
Leave
question.
that to the professionals to question things. Your job is to listen and believe. Okay? Just believe.
So sorry.
Do your job. Shut the fuck up.
And, well, as Stella Creasy said, we know precisely who was called what and by who. So it was Rafiq, who was called many racial epithets by other members.
So again, and I've said this already, but I'll say it again, doing the exact same thing the panel did, conflating what Jordan Peterson said, conflating his argument into something completely different, and then arguing against that other argument that Jordan Peterson never made.
Right. And also, this guy's wrong. A lot of the specifics there were some specifics that were put out there, but a lot of the specifics and the accusations were not made public and were kept private anyway.
Really? So the guy
Yeah.
just basically, I mean, I'm curious about that non-disclosure.
I found articles that he didn't sign a non-disclosure thing.
Yeah, it sounded like he said, I wasn't going to sign it, not for He was making a big moral justification that they offered him a bunch of money that would have made a lot of difference to him. He didn't do it on principle, which, good for him if that's the case.
That's true. Yeah.
If they were giving him hush money, fuck that. Yeah.
Fuck that. This says Yorkshire contacted Rafik in early September 2020 to discuss the allegations and announced they'd be setting up a formal investigation to his claims, as well as a wider review of its policies and culture. Rafik made written and verbal statements into the inquiry in November, saying that he hoped to have brought about a meaningful change at the club. These expanded on his initial allegations and made reference to specific instances of racist language being used both by the employees of Yorkshire and by supporters of a culture which isolated Muslim players at the club, a lack of development support for younger Asian players. The following month, Rafik began an employment tribunal claim against the club, again expressing the hope that the claim would help bring about changes within cricket. The tribunal took place in June 2021 and failed to reach a resolution, with Rafik refusing to accept what has been reported as a 6-figure sum, which was dependent on him signing a non-disclosure act, which would have restricted his ability to speak about the case. There you go. So he said, I'm not going to take your money.
Well, he obviously felt very strongly about it. I mean, that's some evidence that there was tangible racism. I mean, if he's going to turn away a 6-figure paycheck.
The Yorkshire received a report of the investigation, and they said that Rafik was the victim of inappropriate behavior. They offered profound apologies, but said that legal restraints meant they would not be able to publish the full report. Sounds like bullshit to me, but whatever. I would be curious to see that report.
You would read every word.
Well, being an American who doesn't give a fuck about cricket, I would skim it. But I would be curious.
Of his team over a long period of time. When Jordan Peterson says, institutional racism, that would be too abstract. Well, an investigation into those incidents by the cricket club found that using these racial epithets was just banter, and actually blamed Azim Rafik for taking it too seriously. So there is clearly institutional racism going on at that club. There have also been complaints about...
I hate this. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't see anything that said the club was blaming Rafik for taking it too seriously. I just saw them saying that as I read to you, they said it was inappropriate behavior, but that there was insufficient evidence for systemic racism or something.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There was
but he's
banter
assuming,
miscommunication going on.
Right. But he's assuming that because this report that he didn't read, because he can't read it, came to a conclusion he doesn't like, it must be corrupt. Like, this is the conspiracy theory thinking right now.
Totally.
Well, if it doesn't support my opinion that I already set out with, it must be wrong. It must be part of the conspiracy.
You got to work out definitions ahead of time. I hate the fact that he's using the definition of systemic racism that is not the definition that most people on the woke side use. The definition of systemic racism is disparities in outcome, and this has nothing to do with disparities in outcome. Right? I mean, this is the classic view of systemic racism, where racism is allowed to happen and there are no institutions or laws to stand against it. Which I mean, I don't even know if that counts here, because obviously there are laws to stand against it, because you're not going to get a commission together if there are no laws against it, right? So
the fact that
doesn't matter that there are laws
the National
against
Cricket Board.
Did you say something?
I said it doesn't matter that there's laws against this. Okay, this is systemic racism, man. We're swimming in it.
Wrong.
We're soaking in it.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
Was not, intervening proactively enough into the case, which has led to, I think, a very persuasive charge of institutional racism there.
You know, when he says institutional racism, what he basically means is racism everywhere.
Yes.
That's what his definition of institutional racism is.
And then one thing that has been...
How low resolution is that? Listen, the name of this video is Jordan Peterson's bizarre rant on racism and low resolution thinking, as he has got the most low resolution thinking about this situation imaginable. Why would he put low resolution thinking in quotes like that, Sitch? What is he doing?
Because it doesn't exist. Low resolution thinking doesn't exist, as we learned from
it doesn't.
Quotes. Yeah.
I thought racism was low resolution thinking.
Well, no, because low resolution thinking it doesn't exist.
Oh, okay.
Very, very present in all of these sort of descriptions of what happened at that cricket club is that people accepted racism as if it were normal. Now, that sounds quite structural to me. That's not just about individuals. That's about how all of these individuals were socialized into the same society, which accepts racism. Aaron, we've talked about Jordan Peterson before on the show, but I thought that was, I mean, it was just dumb, wasn't it? You're saying everyone else is guilty of low resolution thinking, which is the kind of thinking that means that you might have to read before you speak.
Yeah, I've got 2 words for Jordan Peterson, Michael, if he's watching, which is eat carbohydrates. Stop this whole meat diet. Stop this whole meat diet and salt, because you've got the low resolution thinking. You know, you could see he was thinking really slowly and he's really tired. Jordan, have a bowl of pasta.
This is amazing commentary, Sitch. I'm so glad that you shared this. I'm so glad that you shared this with me. He's really making amazing arguments here. It's all about the pasta.
Listen, Jordan Peterson thought about what he was going to say for like 4 seconds before he said it.
Yeah.
So obviously he's a moron.
Yeah.
Obviously he needs to eat carbohydrates. That's the problem. It's not the problem that he was saying things that the normies on the panel literally didn't understand. That shows that Jordan Peterson's the dumb. Okay.
Right. He's the one with the low resolution thinking.
Right.
I can't even figure out from this exchange what their position is on low resolution thinking. Is it bad? Is it good? Is it terrible for society? Is it?
I don't know.
What are they talking about? Low resolution thinking.
They're just using it as a pejorative, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all they're doing.
How dare you with your low resolution thinking?
Right.
We need high resolution thinking. You think these guys are in favor of high resolution thinking? I mean,
no.
These guys look like maybe, I don't know, like 480 by 160 resolution thinking.
Are they 480? I'm thinking more like the 240 range.
240, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not
But don't worry.
Blu-ray or.
It's gonna get. Don't worry. It's gonna get 240 range real soon.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Have a sandwich, have some rice, have some roast potatoes, you know, freshen things up. Because, of course, he's on this crazy diet of meat, salt, and water. I think it probably isn't helping with his cognitive performance. What was interesting, of course, Michael, is he said, institutional racism doesn't mean anything. If you actually wind that clip back, he says that racism is a global issue. So he contradicts himself quite immediately. And I think he's kind of dining out, Michael, on his reputation. He had one stellar interview with Kathy Newman on Channel 4, where he was like an alt-right version of Bradley Cooper on Limitless, the film. He was just like, near.
There you go.
What a bastard.
Jordan Peterson is an alt-right Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
And it's funny because, doubly, first of all, obviously, calling Jordan Peterson alt-right Nazis. Classic Jordan Peterson criticism. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very low resolution.
Very low resolution. Literally, actually, very low resolution. And it's funny because the other guy was complaining. He was like, why didn't Jordan Peterson, know all the prerequisite knowledge about this story before he talked about the issue? That this random person in the audience randomly questioned that Jordan Peterson was the first person to give an answer on this.
Right.
Because first the host wanted to give it to the other guy, and he's like, fuck you, don't give it to me because I'm the token, not white person on the panel. So then Jordan Peterson had to answer first.
Right.
And then this guy, who's British, doesn't know anything about Jordan Peterson. He's like, oh, he had that one Kathy Newman interview. He thinks that's what made Jordan Peterson's career. He thinks that's what Jordan Peterson was about. That one Kathy Newman interview that he gave when he was already very like world famous.
Yeah. When he had already, I mean, he was on his book tour then.
Yeah,
12
he
Rules
was
for Life
exactly.
book
He was
tour.
literally on his book tour.
Yeah.
Why don't you do your prerequisite research?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. If you're gonna talk
You
about subject material,
contradicted yourself.
Kinda contradict yourself. Just saying.
The thing he pointed out as a contradiction is
Not a contradiction.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like something can be happening between individuals and still be a global problem, right?
Right.
I mean, just because if it's happening everywhere, it doesn't make it systemic.
No.
Yeah. But anyway.
Neo in the Matrix. Boom, 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 boom. It's like it's not the same guy, which why, I return to my initial point, which is maybe try eating some carbohydrates.
Yeah, it's all his diet. You're right. That's totally it. He's making a joke, so.
I know it's a joke, but it's funny to me that you literally have a situation where Jordan Peterson's saying things that are too smart for anyone on the panel to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy's like, well, Jordan Peterson's like really stupid now. If only he's eating carbohydrates, he'd be smarter. He could actually, contend with these big brain geniuses on the panel.
Yeah. Yeah. The one woman that said time and time again, but you don't understand, Jordan. He said that it was systemic racism. Okay.
But Jordan,
thank you.
An individual person said that he was a victim of a system of oppression.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you not hear him? He said it.
Are you going to deny his lived experience, Jordan? Are you going to deny the existence of systemic racism? Yeah. Okay, good.
It's probably been several years. It's probably affecting your sleep. It is a whole macronutrient. There's 3 fats, protein.
This guy is more interested in what Jordan Peterson eats than he is about systemic racism. Like, please. Who is this
I like
guy?
that 5 minutes of the clip was just set up.
Mm-hmm.
The first 5 minutes was just set up. It was just clips
For
of
this.
the context for this. Right. And then now we've got the meat of the video, ironically. Right. It's all about Jordan Peterson needs to eat carbs.
Mm-hmm. Who suggests that eating more carbs is good for you?
I know. That's another thing.
This is fake news all the way. Yeah, what you need, Jordan, is you need a fucking Coke. Drink a Coke for heaven's sake.
Have some Coke and some nice white bread, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Proteins, carbohydrates.
Eat some PB&J.
You can't eliminate it forever, Jordan. Please do yourself a favor. And until you do, I don't think you should come back on British television because you make no sense. You make zero sense.
Okay. So now we hit the ultimate irony here. The reason he's focusing on his carbohydrates joke
is because he doesn't understand.
Because he doesn't understand what he's saying.
I know.
He has nothing else to say. He's like, I don't understand what he just said, so I'm going to assume that he said nonsense.
I don't. This is so weird to me because even Sam Cedar, who I think was talking nonsense, we at least tried to understand what he was saying.
Yes.
We at least, for a minute we thought, okay, well, he's attempting to say something real here.
Generally, when people say weird shit, they're trying to say something. Mm-hmm. Like maybe it doesn't come out right.
Yeah.
Or, and it's a very good comparison, actually, to compare Jordan Peterson to Michael Eric Dyson. Michael Eric Dyson's problem is that he intentionally obfuscates.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
His ideas by using the most colorful, gigantic thesaurus of words possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you can listen to him and figure out what the fuck he's saying. But it's like a struggle because you're like, oh my God, like why are you talking? Like, why are you intentionally talking in this opaque way? But Jordan Peterson, he's not using big words.
No, not at all.
He's just talking about like concepts in a way that people are not accustomed to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's just saying things people aren't used to hearing. And people on these shows are so used to hearing like standard NPC dialogue, talking point A, B, and C. So if Jordan Peterson says something that's not part of the program, they're like, wait, I'm actually supposed to listen and hear what he's saying instead of just rehearsing in my head what I'm going to say when it's my turn to talk? What?
That's why Jordan Peterson is huge, because Jordan
Yes.
Peterson hit the scene and he started talking about these ways, started talking about these things in ways that were very fresh and exciting for people because they were so different than the standard normal NPC dialogue trees. And
Right.
people, by their very nature, love novelty. We're novelty-seeking animals. So it was a huge thing to have a lot of ideas that people had inside their guts, but weren't articulated in a way that they could really tangle with, that they could really, mull over. Jordan Peterson ended up articulating those things in a way that they could really, think about a lot clearer, which, obviously that's a great skill. And I don't see how a lot of these people on the left come out and obviously don't understand anything that he's saying. Look at everybody else who obviously is getting meaning out of what he's saying and then say, oh, because I don't understand it, it must be completely meaningless. And he's the dumb and I'm the
Right.
smart one. It's like,
Right.
I would not, like, if a lot of people we've done this with Hassan. We've tried to figure out, like, what is Hassan's audience? Like, what are they hearing? What are they getting out of this? Right.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it's an interesting thing, but they seem to have no curiosity about that at all. They've completely created the stereotype of Jordan Peterson's audience. That's untrue. They're all alt-right, just sycophants who are just looking up to him because he's owning the marginalized community, and it's just so far off base. It's ridiculous. It's a caricature.
Yeah. Well, this is the problem. This is the problem with human thinking. Is that, and this came about when we talked to the journalist that wrote the anti-Jordan Peterson article. That was so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Is that people? It's like this game of, it's this low resolution game of telephone, where
Yep.
all these articles get written about Jordan Peterson saying he's the darling of the alt-right. He's a misogynist. He's a racist. Blah, 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 blah. And so all the pundits, they don't, this is their first exposure to Jordan Peterson. It's not listening to a clip or listening to Jordan Peterson. It's reading an article that's making all these claims about Jordan Peterson being not only a bad guy, but a bad guy on the opposite political team.
Yep.
And so they go into, so then after that, the framing has been established. The scaffolding of their opinion of Jordan Peterson has been built in their mind by another person. And then they go into and they see Jordan Peterson talk, and they're like, oh, and instead of tearing down the scaffolding in their mind that they erected and saying, oh, this was all wrong. My base idea about Jordan Peterson was wrong. I need to rebuild a new building from scratch about how I feel about Jordan Peterson. They say, no. I already have all the scaffolding, this Jordan Peterson, and that can't go to waste, Adam. I can't waste all the mental energy reading these stupid hit piece articles on Jordan Peterson. Okay, this scaffolding must continue. This idea I have of Jordan Peterson in my mind must continue. So I'm going to force everything he's saying onto this scaffolding until I construct this horrible visage of Jordan Peterson as like this evil devil, even if he's saying literally the exact opposite thing.
And this guy's trying to make his entire rebuttal to what Jordan Peterson has actually said conform to some hit piece he read on Jordan Peterson's diet. Because that's all he fucking read, right? That's all he knows. He read the one, they threw in one line in the hit piece on his diet that he was the darling of the alt-right or something, and the rest was just about his fucking all-meat diet.
Yep.
Hilarious.
Very embarrassing, not just for him, Michael, but also for his publisher. Because he did look like an intellectual charlatan there. Really. What the hell is he doing on television? You see people on Twitter going, who is this Canadian guy? He's making no sense. A year ago, 2 years ago, 2 years ago, he was this enormous Anglosphere intellectual.
What the
fuck? Jordan Peterson's big in the Anglosphere. I don't know if you know about that.
Yeah, what the fuck? What does that even mean?
He's big with the Anglos. That's a Brit thing. Okay. The Anglos.
What are Anglos?
Like the Anglo-Saxons, the white people, the whites.
Right.
Okay. The white Brits and white Americans.
That's their whitey slur right there, right?
There you go. The Anglosphere.
Heavyweight. And it does feel that how he's talking and so on, it's a different guy. So, eat a sandwich. Let's see how it goes.
Eat some carbs. I want to show one tweet that I think also, because in that case, it seems sort of like, oh, he was put on the spot. He just hadn't done the preparation before the show. Also, obviously, an incredibly obnoxious person.
So he knows that that's what happened, and he just dismisses it.
Mm-hmm.
He tweeted something earlier in the week, which, obviously he wasn't put on the spot there, which I think just shows how both shallow and reactionary his philosophy is.
Oh, they love to do that. Fucking classified Jordan Peterson. I know it's such a lie. It's a total lie. Would you categorize Jordan Peterson as a reactionary?
No.
Is Jordan Peterson trying to get women back in the kitchen?
Listen, Jordan Peterson obviously doesn't care about poor people, doesn't care about minorities, and doesn't care about women.
Lies. All lies. All lies.
It's interesting. Even in his Joe Rogan conversation, he had this. Joe Rogan was talking about how, American workers basically lost all their jobs to like people in China making stuff, and Jordan Peterson was saying that was bad, but on the other hand, that lifted, how many million people or billion people out of poverty. And Joe Rogan was like, well, is there a way to lift people out of poverty that doesn't require them to, work in these terrible working conditions? And Joe Rogan is like, we haven't seen it. Maybe, but I don't know what it is. And he even made the argument, maybe it's for the best that we're lifting all these people out of poverty. Maybe he says at the end of the day, in the end run, maybe that will be for the best, because you don't want to have an entire country of, 1 billion starving people. But listen, Jordan Peterson's a racist. Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about others.
No, he definitely cares about the dispossessed. Yeah.
So he tweets, there is simply no such thing as social justice. Whatever those who rely on this cliched phrase are aiming at has nothing whatsoever to do with justice. Justice is meted out at the level of the suffering individual.
Beautiful.
There's no such thing as social justice. Yeah. Is that not true? I don't understand. What's the contention here?
Yeah, he's basically saying that, categorizing groups as oppressors or oppressed is meaningless.
So, in our enlightened Western democracy, when you go to court, you are an individual who has suffered a harm, and you're trying to receive justice against another individual or like a company or something that's harmed you, or even the state that has harmed you. Justice is not merited out on a group level. It's merited out on an individual level, 2 individuals.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure where the contention is yet.
But who is it mated out by? It doesn't make any sense. What about unjust laws? How does that fit into that framework? What about an unjust distribution of resources? How would you possibly describe that without mentioning society or the state or the economy? It's sort of bad undergrad.
What?
Well, he's got a different idea of social justice that he's superimposing onto what was said here. So he's thinking social justice as activism, like fighting against unjust laws. Hence why he says, what about unjust laws and whatnot?
Yeah, but Jordan Peterson's not saying a group. Jordan Peterson would never in a million years say a group cannot act as an unjust party against people. He talks about that constantly. That's the Nazis. That's the
Racism
Soviets.
exists. Yeah.
That's the communists. Yeah, there are groups of people, and that's part of, you talk about this a lot, how a mob and the mob mentality will get individual people to basically act.
Yeah, immoral.
Justice is met at the level of the individual, the person who's receiving the justice for the wronging is an individual. He's saying you don't have a group. A group of people do not receive justice. Right. Individuals receive justice for acts against them.
He's saying that when the straight white male applies for a job.
Yes.
And doesn't get it because white people are oppressors and have privilege. And in order for us to make up for past injustice against people of color, we need to implement Ibram X. Kendi style discrimination against other individuals.
Positive discrimination.
Right.
Yes.
This is a real thing that Ibram X. Kendi has advocated for.
Yes.
He's saying that individual who didn't get the job is going to just walk away and say, "Oh yeah, that's justice." They might feel that is the suffering of the individual, though. They might actually feel like that was injustice, right?
But this guy, I just think it's interesting that this guy turns it around. He turns around who's the group and who's the individual in the tweet, and then says, "Well, Jordan Peterson said makes no sense." Okay.
Yeah.
At the level of the suffering individual, but who is it mated out by? It doesn't make any sense. What about unjust laws? How does that fit into that framework? What about an unjust distribution of resources?
Yeah, an individual can be the victim of an unjust law. This isn't.
Yeah.
How is this confusing?
Yeah.
But if you say like, there's no other way for our current system to work. I mean, you can't say, listen, Black people as a group have been suffered unjustly, so we're going to pay Black people $200 million. So what does that mean? You can't go to the Black people group bank account and donate and put $200 million in an account. That's not how it works. You have to give money or justice or retribution to individual people.
It's terrible that it's so difficult to have good faith conversations with these people on the left because, I mean, there's so many questions that I have that I just don't understand. I guess they're just so deep into thinking of this group on group dynamic. They're kind of married to it. And also they perceive any critique of society or laws or anything from an individual perspective as somehow trying to prove that racism doesn't exist, which I just always thought that it's bizarre to me. And one of the reasons why this is completely melting my brain is because the only way to fight racism is to convince people to look at people as individuals and not as some stereotype of the entire group of people.
That's the liberal way of thinking, Adam.
Right.
Okay. They don't not only do they not believe in the liberal way of thinking, they think the liberal way of thinking is false consciousness designed to trick Black people.
Well, so if they're looking at entire groups of people as all the same, I mean, that's how do you not conceptualize that as racism?
Well, it is.
Right. But how do they not conceptualize that as racism? That's
why they're redefining racism.
Right.
Because
they don't conceptualize
this is the weird thing. It feels like leftists have basically given up. They're saying, okay, we understand that liberal goals of individuality are not possible to be achieved in society. So we're just going to give up. We're going to say that the racists were right. And now we just need to use their tactics to get power for ourselves. That's basically the leftist race argument.
Right. The reason why I think it's persuasive to people is there is a grain of truth in it, just in the fact that we live in democracies where, groups of people do advocate and create power bases through advocacy.
Right.
So, but I would love to have a conversation about how they are conceptualizing fighting racism. I guess we have had those conversations with people, and they always go off the rails because they literally are conceptualizing, quotas, basically, which to us and to most people just sound unfair. And to go back to the Jordan Peterson quote, that's basically what he's saying.
Well, yeah. And it's even crazier if you think about, because we're thinking about this from the year 2022. Think about this from the year 1970 or even 1990. It's like a lot of these race activists basically said, oh, there's been 10 to 20 years of the civil rights movement being in effect. Black people didn't immediately rise to white people as a group's economic wealth and on the same economic level. Therefore, liberalism must not work. Because 10 or 20 years didn't overcome, 100 years of slavery and 100 years of segregation. Well, obviously liberalism doesn't work. Like, that's basically the foundational idea that CRT is working off of. It's 1990. And they're like, we haven't had enough progress in 20, 30 years. There hasn't been enough progress. Obviously, we obviously need to be Marxist now.
I still think this is incredibly sloppy thinking because many blacks did rise to the same levels of wealth.
Yeah, but
as whites.
It's not completely the same though.
I know.
That's all they look at.
But many whites still languish in poverty. It's not like whites aren't in poverty. So it's not like every single white person rose up to some middle class level either.
It's not like the labor market totally collapsed in the mid 70s.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like, whites in Appalachia haven't had drug problems and all these other things.
Right. But see, this is the problem. Because then when we say, well, wait a minute, maybe there's not some magical specter of racism that's hidden in every single system and we have to get rid of democracy and capitalism. Okay, maybe that's not what's going on. Maybe the issue is a little bit more complicated. And maybe there's a bunch of different little things that are going on. Like, no. You're just want to deny racism because you want to maintain your power, whitey. And you go, oh.
Yeah, that's why I said it's so difficult because you can't have good faith conversations with these people. But I gotta admit, I just as a curious person, I am fascinated. And maybe it's as simple as just their philosophy allows them to be complete NPCs. Like he's not really thinking about these ideas. He's just parroting what other people have said. The other guy that he had on, I don't know if he's still on, maybe he's taken off, is obviously...
He's eating a sandwich. He needs some carbs.
Well, that guy didn't offer anything of substance.
No.
Everything he said basically was already written on some Tumblr blog like 3 years ago. So
much like the carbs he wanted Jordan Peterson to eat, he was empty.
Yes. That's hilarious. That's why we have a comedy show here, right? We're making those connections for you guys. It is fascinating to me because I feel like it's interesting to me that these people can have this community that is so substanceless and feel so fulfilled by it.
And it's annoying because all this leftist stuff is basically set up like a combination of a religion and a conspiracy theory.
Yes.
It says, okay, here's your axiomatic beliefs you have to take on faith. If this on faith say, oh, our system is built or your system is built on racism, and racism is inexorably tied into the system. And anyone, especially a white person, but doesn't have to be, any person that defends that system is doing so because either they're a white person defending their power or there's some kind of race traitor who's defending their position in the system too. So it's like, they're coming at it from this very conspiratorial framework, which is why it's like you can't have the good faith conversation because they're assuming such malicious motivations from before you even open your mouth.
This is why the term mask off is such a meme because that's part of the conspiracy right there.
Exactly. Jordan Peterson's walking around hiding his true power level.
I guess maybe it's just an ideology for dum-dums. Because how is this intellectually stimulating to anyone?
Well, it's not, but most people don't want intellectually stimulating at them. What they want is they want energy that motivates them and moves them and makes them feel righteous and justified. We
listen to an entire video complaining about anti-intellectualism from Big Joel. Are you telling me the left who all they do is talk about anti-intellectualism on the
Mhm.
right, anti-intellectualism, anti-science, anti-intellectual. You're telling me they don't even care about intellectualism?
No, here's the dark thing to understand.
I'm getting
This is
black
true.
pilled here.
Okay.
This is
Here's
terrible.
the black pill to understand. When it comes to both the left and the right, very often they make these arguments. Like, oh, the right is anti-intellectual. Oh, businesses have a right to do whatever they want because I believe in right of a business to do whatever it wants, or I believe in states' rights or whatever. Okay, these arguments are all fake. There's like 1% of the people that make these arguments actually believe in the principle of that argument.
Right. Yeah.
And a lot of those 1% people are in the chat and listening right now because they are heavily selected for people that follow political content.
Yes. Totally.
But 99% of the normies out there, they don't fucking have principles. They don't give a shit about any of this stuff whatsoever. So, I mean, with the left, this is super apparent with when you talk about like follow the science. Okay, follow science. The right's anti-intellectual. Okay, that was the great argument to make when they were pro-evolution being taught in schools, and now they're using that argument with the vaccines and COVID. But what happened when all the BLM protests came during the summer? Remember, before all the BLM protests, there was all these anti-lockdown protests, and all you heard was people saying, oh, all these science-denying right-wingers, they're all meeting together in giant protest groups, and they're all going to give each other COVID. They're all spreading the COVID around because they don't believe in the science.
It's true.
And then what happened? George Floyd died, and suddenly 100 times as many people showed up on the left. 1,000 times as many people showed up across the country in gatherings that dwarfed any fucking lockdown protest. And everyone's like, wait a minute. What about all those people spreading the COVID? And what happened? Oh, suddenly all the science magically disappeared. And you had quote unquote experts say, well, actually, now that our side is the one protesting, it's totally fine and actually doesn't spread COVID. It's all bullshit.
It's all bullshit.
Fucking bullshit.
It is.
And it's the same thing now. You're seeing this with businesses. We heard repeatedly. I heard this. This drove me crazy. You and me heard this for 30 years growing up. Whenever a business did something shitty, what was the right-wing argument? Businesses should be able to do whatever the fuck they want. People should be able to choose. Blah, 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 blah. Business should do whatever they want. And why was that said? It was because businesses were operating under a philosophy that on a whole was more right-wing oriented. They were on that team. But fast forward to modern year, okay? It's current year, and there's been a big flip-flop.
Yep. You've got
no one saw this coming.
Fucking every single communist on Twitter saying it's a free business. They can do they can deplatform whoever they want.
Nobody saw this coming. All the giant fucking mega corporations, at least philosophically, come out to be the wokest leftist fucking assholes on the planet.
Yeah.
And they're gonna censor people on the right as the drop of a hat.
Yep.
They kicked the fucking president of our country off of Twitter.
I still can't believe that was even a thing.
How has that happened? That's insane.
Yeah. He
The
told
president of our
everyone
country
not
was
to
removed
riot.
from Twitter.
He literally told everyone not to tear up the Capitol building and go home.
Right.
He was telling them not to riot. And they mischaracterized that as him making threats or something.
I'm trying to remember. It was something like, even though he said to go home and not to riot, he still maintained that the election was stolen. And I think that was their rationale for why they were kicking him off or whatever. So, so that's what I'm saying. These principles about like, oh, I care about what the science says. I care about what like business rights. Like no one cares about any of that shit. They just care about whatever argument they can use to justify the moral principles they want to justify. That's all anyone cares about.
Yeah.
That's why you're saying when it comes to like the transgender stuff, all the science goes out the fucking window. No one left cares about science anymore when it comes to transgender issues.
No, they don't.
When it comes to all the science against anti-fragile training, every fucking psychologist on the planet is like that's looking into the research. They're all anti-fragile training. But no, that all goes out. All the science goes out the window when it doesn't align with how we want. These are all, this is the problem. All these things are just tools that people use to justify what they already want to justify.
Yep. I just looked at your retitle and I was thinking, how I need a little retitle of my own here.
Uh-oh, what did you do?
I didn't retitle the video yet, but
what did you do?
Your title's fair. Your title's
I told
acceptable.
you it was fair.
Mine's better clickbait, but we can argue about that later.
You dishonest hack.
Everyone in the comments said I did destroy you pretty much handily, so.
No. Because you framed it dishonestly. You set up the dishonest scaffolding.
I did?
You did.
No, it wasn't. It was unintentional dishonesty, so therefore.
Yeah, you were systemically dishonest.
I'm innocent, though. That's
Mhm.
all you need to know. I'm innocent. Does this guy say anything more interesting, or is it?
I
just
don't
more,
remember.
Is he more NPC?
We'll see.
Is he a
There's only a
bigger
couple minutes
YouTuber or a
left.
smaller YouTuber? Would this guy come on our show? Well, I feel like. I don't know.
Resources. How would you possibly describe that without mentioning?
We'll never win. He has a British accent. Never mind.
Society or the state or the economy. Flaws. How does that fit into that framework? What about an unjust distribution of resources? How would you possibly describe that without mentioning society or the state or the economy? It's sort of bad undergrad tweeting, isn't it? And this is a guy who sees himself as an intellectual titan.
That was his shtick, Michael, and it's very sellable, right?
Where in that tweet was he saying not to mention society? I mean,
He said, yeah, I don't know.
What the fuck?
He just made it up.
Yeah. I don't get it. What are you're like fighting strawman here?
You don't need to care about minorities. You don't need to challenge the political economic status quo.
Man, this is like so.
He's hitting the list. He's got the list.
He does, yeah. You don't need to care about minorities.
How is Jordan Peterson not challenging the status quo? That's literally what he's doing. He's
Oh, yeah.
he's challenging the woke status quo.
His whole career is
His
a
whole thing.
testament to challenging the status quo.
Right.
Look at this guy's dumb face look. Durr. I'm a leftist. I shouldn't do that. Right, see right there. That is right there. That's Adam going, listen, my brain wants to categorize leftists, socialists, communists all as stupid. Like that's what my brain wants to do. It's like an easy thing to do, right?
But it's Adam.
All
But
of
that's
them
true.
are stupid.
That's true, though.
It's hard.
Listen.
It's difficult for me to say because I mean, you make a compelling case. You make a compelling case.
Here, there's an easy workaround here. Okay. What you just said is true. They all are fucking stupid. But everyone's fucking stupid. So there you go. There's your workaround.
I disagree. And
Well, then
I
you're-
also
well,
think.
You
I
know
also
who
think-
says that? You know who disagrees with that? Stupid people.
Okay. Well, I've never come on our show and tried to pitch myself as the fucking big brain, super intelligent guy. So,
Well, there you go. Proof
I'm not
right.
I am not trying to fill that role. Okay. I understand my limitations. I feel like this is a religion. I feel like, and I am fully willing to accept that there are like very intelligent people that can believe crazy things, right? There are very intelligent people that believe all kinds of conspiracies, all kinds of things. Yeah.
Well, we have to remember what intelligence evolved to do, right? Intelligence evolved to serve our lower thinking.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
So
and
it's
to
very-
embed us into groups. Yeah.
Right. So it's very easy to fall into a lower thinking, a low resolution group thought process, if you will.
Right. Yeah.
And then use your high IQ to then justify all that low resolution thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Or to justify axioms that there's no real justification for. No.
Right.
empirical evidence for whatsoever.
Sure. As long as it satisfies you on some emotional level for some emotional reason. Yeah.
They're doing that here. Right. Obviously, he's applying all of his IQ to justify that Jordan Peterson just needs a sandwich. That will solve everything.
Tidy your room. Tidy your room. And then, of course, there's the images of Jordan Peterson's house looking like a shit show. So, yeah, the right has had some really impressive, especially the English-speaking right over the last 100, 150 years, has had some really impressive right-wing intellectuals and novelists, right? Evelyn Waugh, P.G. Wodehouse, you go back to the 19th century, you've got European figures, you've got Wagner, you've got Nietzsche, smart people. And it says something about conservatism as a political tradition, as an intellectual tradition, that this guy is the flame holder for it. Because
it's so bizarre to categorize Jordan Peterson as the flame holder of conservatives.
Yeah.
He's not even conservative.
Yeah.
He's
come out and said he's more conservative recently.
Yeah. But he was more conservative in response to where the needle is shifting now.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah.
We would be more conservative under that. If you're doing it by like where the needle is shifting.
Mm-hmm.
But he hasn't changed I don't think he's changed any of his views from before all the woke shit.
I'm trying like hell to conserve liberalism, like freedom, exactly. Like individual liberty. I'm trying to conserve it. I'm trying to.
It's so hilarious because on the Joe Rogan thing, he even goes on this whole thing about how like a lot of, and he talked about this a little bit too in the thing that we watched with Haidt. It was with Ben Shapiro, where he talks about how, this conservative thinker, Jordan Peterson, is saying things like, oh, it's very charismatic for, men to engage in feminine traits. And that's why you see a lot of like rock stars and famous people are sort of feminine. And he goes on this whole thing about how the interesting thing about Walking Phoenix and the Joker is that Walking Phoenix looks hyper masculine in terms of like how his body is structured, but his behavior and movements are feminine.
Mm-hmm.
And how the combination of these things sort of adds like to the genius of Walken's acting performance.
Really?
And then he even talks about how he himself would be considered to have like more feminine traits than stereotypically masculine traits.
Yeah.
So this is your big conservative, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
They like Jordan Peterson's the second coming of Julius Evola or something.
Yeah. That's the mischaracterization that they love.
Right.
Yeah. How do we, I mean, we can't really fight back without abandoning our ethics. But as a thought experiment.
Yes.
How would the right play the same game that they're playing on the left, just mischaracterizing people? I guess they try to do it with AOC, but she literally is like a socialist. I don't see much mischaracterization.
Yeah, they have been doing it they've been crying wolf for years, calling everyone a communist for years, and that was the
mischaracterization. Right. Yeah.
The left calls everyone racist now.
Right.
And it's so funny because whenever someone, I've had family members say like, oh, the right calls everyone communist. And I'm like, okay, the left calls everyone racist, right? Like,
yeah. Yes.
Like you have two peas in the pod here. Okay. Left calls everyone racist. The right calls everyone communist. And then the problem is, now that the communists are actually here, no one's listening because it's like, well, you cried wolf for 30 fucking years about the commies coming. And now that they're actually here, no one's going to listen. And I'm afraid that's what's going to happen with the racist shit too.
Yeah.
You're going to cry wolf about racism for 30 years. And when the actual racist shows up, everyone's going to be deaf to it. Say, oh, well, you've been saying that forever.
They're going to be able to hide in plain sight.
Yep.
They're not even going to be hiding.
Yeah, exactly.
Scary.
He hasn't really got that much to say. He's got some identikit arguments on freedom of speech, and that's kind of about it. He's not that intellectually curious. He seems quite limited in his range of interests.
Just listen, fuck off. Fuck off.
Jordan Peterson,
Dude, this is projection. Woke
spends
projection.
like 2 hours talking about a paragraph from the Bible.
Yeah.
And about like, let me tell you about the deep meaning in the story of Cain and Abel. It's only one paragraph, but like I can talk about it for 4 hours. because of like the deep archetypes that go into this and how it expands to all human thought and storytelling and psychology. It's like, oh no, but he's not curious. He doesn't have any deep thoughts about it.
Curious at all. Yeah. Argues with Sam Harris for 4 hours about the definition of truth, but not intellectually curious at all. Yeah.
I know.
This is super, the iron law of woke projection.
Yes.
This guy is not intellectually curious about anything. He's basically, he's listing off his CV right here and trying to play it off as if it's Jordan Peterson. He's basically in a therapy session with us right now and trying to say this is Jordan Peterson.
It's so funny because whenever Jordan Peterson's talking to someone, he's all like, oh, there's this study. He's like, he knows like 1,000 different studies. He's committed to memory about like 1,000 different things.
Of course. Yeah. Of course.
No, he's not intellectually curious.
Yeah. Keep going. Keep going, champ. What next? Tell us more about yourself.
He is where he is, Michael, because frankly, there is always going to be a massive audience to tell arseholes that it's okay to be an arsehole.
Oh, interesting.
There's it, yeah.
I wonder if this guy has a massive audience because,
And to get a publishing.
Because he's telling everybody, as long as you're an oppressed minority, it's okay to be an asshole.
Yeah, that's what, and that really stood out to me early on with the woke shit. Was I said, this is just an excuse to bully people and to feel justified about it.
Fuck yeah, totally.
You say, well, I'm not bullying you. That the person I'm bullying is the real bully, so it's okay for me to bully them.
This is so. Tell us more about yourself, Aaron. Tell us more.
Deal off the back of it. There's always going to be an audience for that. Is he adding value as a conservative intellectual? I don't think so. I do like to read these books and sort of engage with what these people are saying and thinking. And I listened to, what was this book called?
12 Rules for Life is the book.
I glanced over the text, but I listened to it as an audio book.
Notice how they edited out the 35 minutes that he couldn't remember the name of the book. That was some uncomfortable editing.
There you go.
It's terrible. And also, it's really long. It's like 500 pages. Read Dostoevsky. If you're going to invest that much in a book, Christ. It's not like it's 150 pages. Then I get it. Disposable trash ideology. This is actually an investment of your time. And he's not really saying very
500
much.
pages. Oh.
We don't need to go into Jordan Peterson. I think one of the reasons why...
can any human being ever really read a 500-page book, Adam? That's just... Wow. 500 pages? My God. Adam's like... Did Adam sneak away? Adam snuck away.
No, I died. Man.
I heard you coughing and dying in the
I'm still dying.
background. Stop it. Ethan Van Shriver was the illustrator for 12 Rules for Life? I didn't know that. That's cool.
It was so big as well, Mike. People are looking for answers. In a way, that's a really positive thing. People are looking for big ideas. I just think he has particularly bad, big ideas.
I don't know what any of those bad ideas are, but let me tell you something. They're bad. Are you back? Did you make it back? He's still gone. He's still done.
I'm trying. I can't speak.
Died. I can't believe it.
No, I'm back, but I choked on a grape.
Did you really?
No.
Okay.
No.
I believe it. Adam's over here, like, on his throne. Someone's feeding grapes to him. He's like, yes, this buffoon doesn't understand Jordan Peterson. Yes.
No, I'm dying. I'm dying. Stop.
I thought you got over COVID.
Long haul COVID. I gotta go. No. Just
don't worry. That was our last video. So.
Well, we
do have some super chats here. Hippo-sized cat for $20. Oh my God. Hippo-sized cat, the most dangerous of all animals, says it's quiet, too quiet. The silence is deafening. The hairs stand up on the back of your neck. You feel the piercing gaze long before you see the source. Yellow eyes the size of grapefruits. Wiggle, wiggle, pounce. Good night. There you go.
Amazing. I'm trying. I'm coming back, guys. Don't finish the show without me.
Oh, I am. Oh my God. Doomer is such a piece of shit.
What does he say?
He said, why can't Sitch get COVID?
I know. This kid.
What an ass. Oh, that's right. We'll watch Jordan Peterson versus Jordan Peterson if Adam can survive. Sword and Scale for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, so you're saying you don't take inventory of someone's race and privilege before you meet them? You racist. Exactly. Guess I'll head to Hassan's channel where white passing people like me and him are welcome and treated appropriately. There you go. It's true. Listen. If you want to be judged by a race and privilege beforehand, I'm sorry. This channel is not for you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we work hard not to do that, unfortunately.
Oh man, look at this. It's the mirror image. I don't know if you know this. Our favorite super chatter, Not Gay Ben, apparently has met his mirror match from an alternate universe. It's not Gay Ben.
What? Is that really Not Gay Ben?
No, it's not Gay Ben. This is his mirror brother.
Mm-hmm.
For $20.
I'm very confused by double negatives because I don't.
Yes,
I don't know if that's implying that this is not. This is not Gay Ben, or if Ben is actually gay.
I'll leave it to you.
Not sure.
To try to figure this one out. Okay.
I'm super confused. Anyway, continue.
Not Gay Ben in the chat says I'm living.
Oh, really? Oh.
Not Gay Ben for $20 says I'm not gay.
Okay, so that makes it clear. Right.
There you
So
go.
not Gay Ben is gay. So it's basically Gay Ben with a lot more words in the screen name.
Are you saying they Michael Eric Dyson Gay Ben?
They did, yeah. Well, welcome, Gay Ben.
There you go.
Welcome to the chat. Thank you for the $20 super chat. That was mighty nice of you.
Thank you. Sword Scale for another $20. Thank you so much. Says at not Gay Ben is totally gay.
Well, I think he admitted that in the super chat.
I think he did. There you go. Sword Scale for another $20. Thank you so much. Says Fauci failed during the AIDS epidemic, so he funded a virus where he could come back to be a hero in a sequel of his own life. It's in the book and in the Disney movie. Now, I don't know about Fauci's role in the AIDS stuff. I don't think Fauci intentionally created COVID in order to be a figure that now everyone fucking hates.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the goal.
I know nothing about that Fauci stuff.
Yeah. I know he has like a weird history of stuff, but supposedly his weird history stuff. I've never looked into his weird history, but
I know that Rand Paul really has a hate boner for him.
Yes. And he has a hate boner for, I guess they have a mutual hate boner.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't Fauci call him like an idiot or something last time he said something, right?
I don't know.
I'm not imagining this.
Weird back and forth going on.
He called him some name after this was their second meeting. He called him what a moron. There you go. Oh, let me bring up the last video we're gonna watch. Jordan Peterson arguing with Jordan Peterson.
I bloody love bread pudding with caramel and ice cream, which is quite delicious. Put salt on it and throw it in the dehydrator, so that works pretty well. Yeah. Cook that up, cut it into small pieces and fry it up till it's crispy. It's like, I'm going to carry beef jerky with me, which we make. I'm going to add mushrooms next because maybe I could eat them. Yep.
I did this with Don Lemon, if you remember. I had Don Lemon arguing with himself.
Mm-hmm.
It was much funnier.
So, part of the reason that I wrote this book, and it's a brilliant book, arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. Yeah, it's in the top 10 anyways. This is 12, excuse me.
Very conceited here. Jordan, jeez.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Jordan.
Look, he's got the COVID too. I feel
There you go.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. Rule 4 is compare yourself to who someone else is today. So imagine that that's not so good. Why not? Really, do we need an explanation for that? Well, what do you mean by that? First of all, poorly written at best and showed a very poor grasp of life. Second of all, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. It just, what makes you think you just don't hate the successful? The problem is that it's envy.
The reaction shots in this are just priceless. This is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Peterson is so fucking pissed at himself right now. It's so why this has 4 million views is pretty easy to see. Yeah. This is comedy gold.
Well, guess what? I've had 3 affairs in the last year and they've all been successful. I haven't got caught. Aren't I a good guy? They were usually extremely attractive. They were extremely intelligent. They were extremely driven. It's like,
oh my God. Jordan Peterson is totally, this is so good. He's just totally assessing himself.
Cool, you know. I mean, a lot of these opportunities come. I've had opportunities that are coming at me at a rate that doesn't allow me to think them through as much as I could optimally. What the hell? It's not okay. Really, it's appalling. It's appalling. Why? Why? First of all, there's a noble way of being that allows you to exist properly despite that, and also not to make it worse. There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. Second of all, that's what you do with your wife. It's a reciprocal arrangement. Don't forget, kid, that what you're trying to do here is to be bright and chipper and entertaining and intelligent and sort of glitzy. And
okay, it's kind of funny. I don't think it's anywhere near as funny as you think it is, but
these reaction shots are hysterical. What are you talking about?
I don't know. It's funny, but it's not like I'm not dying here.
It's more the reaction shots than anything.
Yeah, it's all the reaction shots. Yeah.
I don't know if it plays well to listeners because the dialogue is not as
well.
funny.
No, obviously, there's no joke when it's listeners because you can't see the back and forth.
Right. When he looks at himself so fucking pissed off, though, it's hilarious. It's so hilarious.
Yeah, but it's the same joke repeatedly, like again and again and again and again.
Are you saying this video should have been 2 minutes long?
I'm saying this video should have been 2 to 3 minutes long and not 5 minutes long.
Okay.
That's all.
We can move on.
Right.
Let's finish with super chats. I mean, there might be a zinger though.
That's fun. It's kind of cool and it's interesting and it's edgy and all of that. It puts that facade of momentary charisma on you, and if you don't play that out, you actually fail. Look, there's heavy temptations to play those sorts of games. I understand.
So, okay. He's pulled this reaction shot many times because this is the one. I'm convinced. Screen cap that for me, Sitch. We got to use that in a thumbnail. Look at that. It's like
the Jordan Peterson disbelief face.
I know, it's awesome. It's completely awesome. He's like, what? That's a WTF face of all time.
There you go, Jordan Peterson.
But I decided a long time ago that I would rather not play that game. I think that it's possible that we could make the world better. No, what the hell?
You
don't think that's funny, Sitch? I think it's possible.
I mean, it's funny. I just don't think it's as funny as you think. I just don't think it's as funny.
Bring the Don Lemon video up. We have to have a side-by-side comparison.
No.
What are you doing? That's not what you're supposed to be doing. First of all, some losers lose all the time, which is the side you occupy, say, is that...
You don't think that's funny?
I think it's funny. You
don't think that's
your
funny?
reaction's, it is funny. It's just not like, I'm not dying here.
He basically called himself a loser right there.
Yeah, I get it. I
He
get
said
it.
some losers lose all the time. Sitch, that's the space you occupy. Okay.
Listen, you fucking piece of shit.
He's doing the dance with himself.
No one invites you out, and all the women are rejecting you. Who's got the problem? It's not all the women. Well, the thing is, like most things, it's complicated. You know, so yeah, all the women are rejecting you.
Sitch, this is fucking hilarious. How do you not see that? I
don't know.
I'm a little distraught that you don't think this is funny.
I said it's funny. I just don't think it's as funny as you think it is.
Listen, Sitch, all the women are rejecting you? All the women?
I get it. You don't have to just repeat the punchline. I understand the joke.
Right. It's you. And that there's just chance associated with that sometimes. What do we want to play that game? Yeah. This is a bad game. To hell with this. What are you going to do? I'm not going to help make it better. But someone as insufficient as you might be able to manage it. This is no time to whine about it. I'm not going to get all guilty and lose. I'm going to get all cruel and win. How are you going to compete? And the answer is,
I hear you laughing.
I think it's funnier. To me, the funnier parts is when it's like there's a more direct, like they're saying something
confrontation,
more directly confrontational to the response, as opposed to just like
it is
the long cuts of just like looking at each other menacingly.
Yeah, the confrontational cut is good.
Yeah,
you're not. You have to accept the fact that you're not in very good shape. The goal that you could attain isn't very glorious. You know, your persona doesn't shout intellectual. Screw you. Every night you go home and congratulate yourself on what a genius you are. You're a dimwit. You're not a genius. It's like, you should feel good about who you are. It's like, no, you shouldn't. Why should you feel good about who you are? Well, look, I've been doing some working out, but not a lot. And I've actually gained musculature. I'm stronger. I can swim better. And my gums are in perfect shape. Right there. Something impressive to behold. Stop telling lies that you know to be lies. Now, and you have your reasons, you know, terrible parenting, abuse, all of those things. Tough luck for me, but I could lift 50 pounds. No, I don't think so. That's just too much. No, it's not. 50 pounds. It's like, well, do it. We don't need to address that issue. No wonder you don't want to be humiliated. You absolute son of a bitch. This is bloody well driving me crazy. That's really entertaining. Yep.
There you go.
You don't like those long leers.
Look, there's a 7-minute version.
This guy really got disgruntled that he got. Well, and I did for him too. Like, he got demonetized. It's like,
for what?
I guess.
Oh, was it like the
Joe
reused
Rogan content or
bullshit?
something?
Yeah.
I mean, that's completely fair use.
Yeah,
it's insane that got demonetized. That's a lot of work too, obviously.
Of course. I did like
sifting
just me
hours.
doing like a 10-second, like a 20-second version of that. That's a lot of work. So yeah, doing a 5-minute version is crazy.
All right. I'm trying to avoid coughing fits, so I may not be able to talk.
Wait a minute.
A lot.
Look, he did a Michael Eric Dyson something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did he? Now you want to watch that?
Michael Eric Dyson, your 6 minutes starts now.
I'm used to not exclusively white men who see black intelligence articulated at a certain level feeling a kind of condescension. If I came up here, Mr. I was saying the other day, but
God, I hate Michael Eric Dyson. He's such a piece of shit.
Yeah, totally. Race
a kind of
drifter.
verbal facility automatically assumed to be a kind of hucksterism and snake oil salesman. I've seen that. I get it. I get hate letters every day. Part of the skepticism of rationality was predicated upon the Enlightenment Project, which says the interrogation of knowledge based upon our understanding mutually of the edifying proposition of the insurrection of subjugated knowledges was not predicated upon my historical excavation of that which can be verified or falsified through the senses. The centrality of the individuality is transmogrified into a caricature of the quantifiable means of existence. I'm speaking specifically of the repudiation of individual quantifiable segments. That's the complication I'm speaking about. Thus, now it is transmogrified into an attempt to characterize the development of the individual equanimity among not only reciprocal and mutual edification, but it's about the degree to which we are willing as a society to believe that political correctness has been a scourge, but not necessarily the way you think so. Bruh? I'm interested as an individual of breaking down barriers so that people can understand just how complicated it is.
There you go. That was pretty good. I like that one.
That was hysterical.
That was funny. That was funny. The guy's name is Shaman. Shamin. Shaman.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of these like people arguing with each other, people arguing with other people.
Yeah.
Edits, so they're pretty funny.
And I'm sure he stopped making them as soon as he got demonetized, which is just evil.
One of them appears to be a video of Dave Rubin giving Jordan Peterson a blowjob. So there you go.
Oh, really?
Do you ever want to see that one?
Maybe that's why he got demonetized.
I don't know. I just look at the thumbnail. I don't know what the video is. So. Anyways. Let me see. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything.
Oh, I don't know if I can harmonica.
Not Gay Ben for $2 says, "Am I really not gay, or am I just not Gay Ben?"
That was my question.
There you go.
That's exactly what I asked.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, double negatives.
Here we go.
Man.
Listen, if you want to watch the Don Lemon arguing himself, you'll have to go find my video on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I used to make videos.
That could be impossible to find.
That's true. That's true. Anyways.
Is that it?
That's it.
Well, I'm dying, so definitely.
Anyways.
I don't know if I can talk.
We'll see you guys on Tuesday. So check us out. Thank you all for coming. Mm-hmm. Thank you all. Oh, we're not forcing you to do the harmonica? Okay.
No, I'm going to do the harmonica. I was looking for I like this picture that CT did of us. I bring it up as like our blank screen.
Which picture is it?
The one of us staring at the
bug-eyed picture, the bug-eyed Sitch.
Yeah. Bug-eyed Sitch. Yeah. Horrified.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you for your incredibly generous donations. We'll read all the rest of the super chats on Tuesday. Hope you all had a fantastic Sunday, or whenever day of the week it is that you're listening to us. Hopefully we're making your long drive, your hours of working, a little bit more enjoyable. Thank you for coming with us on this journey of Adam slowly losing his mind and his health to all the people strawmanning Jordan Peterson. All the dumb idiots keep calling Jordan Peterson an idiot while completely not understanding anything he's saying. And we hope you had a fantastic week, and here's to another great week. Until the next time.
Bye-bye.